powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you're denying funny face.
It's not my brother.
Today you're denying funny face.
I don't know him.
You don't know funny face.
It's not my brother.
You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Huabin Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
Hello, my name is Priscilla Na Akle Planch. I'm a survivor of a road accident. It wasn't easy for me. I went through 6 surgeries, and for 2 years I was using crutches. It wasn't an easy experience, and I don't want you to go through the same. So please, follow all the road safety regulations that you have to. Don't drive tired, don't drink and drive. And to my fellow friends who ride motorcycles, please, the road signals are for you as well. Please pay attention to them. Stay safe, do the right thing, and save a life.
Yes guys, welcome back to my YouTube channel. So 2021, I spoke about we having to invest our monies. But what are the things that you need to know before you invest? This video will tell you exactly what you need to know before you invest. But before I go into the video, if you are new here, don't forget to click on the subscribe button and don't forget to turn on the notifications so you don't miss anything that I post on this channel. So for most people, whenever I interact with them and I talk about investment, the first question on their mind is how much returns am I making? how much money will I be getting from this investment I'm doing. That's okay, but investments should just go beyond the returns you're making, because trust me, if you just focus on returns, you might make the wrong investment decisions, and we don't want that to happen to our finances. So this video will show you questions you need to ask yourself before you start thinking of investments. So let's go straight into the video. Now, for most people, it's about asking the whys. Why am I investing? What is my goals and what's my objectives for investment? So that's the first question you need to ask yourself. Why am I investing? Is it, for example, for my retirement property that I want to have? Is it for travel? Is it for my children's education? So defining your goals and objectives will shape where you should invest. Let's give an example. Let's say you're looking at, let's say, planning for your children's education, or let's say retirement, which probably is the long-term future. What do? It means that you should probably consider something which is long-term in nature, or the investment you should do should probably be long-term. Let's say I'll look at, let's say, a fixed income unit trust. I'll look at a bond. I'll look at a real estate investment trust. Probably even consider shares or stocks, because these are all long-term. But if, for example, I'm looking at saving some monies for, let's say, school fees that's due in 6 months, I wouldn't consider stocks. Why? Because they are volatile, and in the short term, it might not help me achieve the goals that I want to do. So the whole aim is to know why you are investing, then feeding it into what will help you achieve that goal. Now, the second thing that you need to know, or the second question that you need to ask yourself before you invest is, how much money am I willing to lose? What is my risk appetite? So it's interesting to know that. Ask yourself, if, for example, I invest in this investment A and it loses 20% of its value, or there's a dip, what would I do? Will I run to withdraw my money, or would I probably add more money, or would I just stay cool, stay calm, and see what the next thing or the next investment would be like? So asking yourself what your risk appetite or your risk tolerance level is will help you determine what you should invest in. For example, you don't want any risk at all. You are risk averse. Then you should probably look at, let's say, a treasury bill or a government bond, because in finance, you say these securities are probably risk-free, as in the risk of default by the government is relatively low. Now, there are categories of the risk tolerance level, and there are 4 categories. So on the bottom is the risk averse, in the people that don't want any form of risk. Then we have risk neutral people. So they appreciate the level of risk, like some people like that. Then we have the more tolerant people. So these people, they appreciate risk, they are willing to take on some risk. Then there's the aggressive risk takers. Those people who are eager, looking for some high risk investment to pursue and get some returns. But for one thing I've realized for most people is that they think that the higher the risk, the higher the return. In finance, actually, the higher the risk, the higher the expected return. And most people forget to use the term expected. So all they know is if the risk is high, that means I'm getting a good return. No, it might fail you. So again, if, for example, you see your friend who is probably an aggressive risk taker, investing in probably, let's say, bitcoins, or investing, let's say, or doing forex trading, and you think a person is making great returns, probably a person is an aggressive risk taker. But maybe you're a risk averse person, but because you are focusing on the returns, you might want to probably jump into the forex trading or the cryptocurrencies that the person is investing in. And probably because of its volatile nature, after maybe like a week or two, you see that there's a dip in the money or in the value of your investment. Now you have big trouble for you. So in determining your risk tolerance levels, for me, 2 things should help you shape that, or help you categorize where you should fall in your risk tolerance level. Now, the first thing is your health, and number 2 is your wealth. So if in terms of your health, probably you're not too well or too strong, I would probably recommend you looking at probably some less risk investment. Because if, trust me, to invest in, let's say, something really risky, and 3 days time or a month's time realize that the value of your investment has significantly dropped, probably might even lead you to an early grave. So your health should probably shape your risk tolerance level. And secondly, your wealth. I mean, all things being equal, if you have a lot of money, you can afford to probably, let's say, in quote, gamble with some of the high risk investments. But if you are probably not too well doing, or probably you don't have so much money, it's important you play in the safe space. Because if, for example, someone has 100,000 Ghana cedis, they can probably afford to play with 10,000 Ghana cedis. But if you have 1,000 cedis, I'm not sure you are in a place to probably play with that amount of money. So it's important that our health and our wealth determines our risk tolerance level. Think about it, and hopefully it can help you shape where you and what you actually invest in. And the final thing that I want you to think about, the question I want you to think about is, what is the investment? What have I taken time to understand this investment? And that's what we call due diligence. You need to ask yourself the right question. Do I understand this investment? How is it being run? What are the fundamentals? Ask yourself, okay, even beyond that, even beyond the investment, who am I investing with? Which company am I investing with? Are they licensed by the SEC? I mean, it will interest you that if you go beyond and you ask these questions, you might see that there's something probably wrong with this thing. And one thing I've realized is that if it's too good to be true, then it's probably not true. Don't chase high returns all the times. Focus on safety, and you can do this if you know if you do your proper due diligence. Ask yourself the right questions, and hopefully you don't fall to this get rich quick schemes where they promise you high returns, and before you realize your money is gone. Now I'll leave here a video here of the options you can probably consider if you want to invest. So guys, these are the few things that I wanted to share with you, or the few questions you need to ask yourself before you invest. Number one, my objectives, my goals. Number two, what's my risk tolerance level? And finally, what is the investment about? My due diligence. Do all of these things, and hopefully you make the right investment choices for 2021. I hope you enjoyed the video. If you are new here, don't forget to click on the subscribe button and turn on notifications so you don't miss anything that I post on this channel.
But immediately you say, oh, I hope it's not that girl that you are going out with. That girl cry, you have not been checking out that day. Immediately you say it, immediately I get out, I'm like, hey, where is she?
They fuck. So it's like pam 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 pam, O2 man can so yeah, you don't even know. They're just exalting their strength, but they are not really delivering anything.
No matter the age, when a man sees that he's going in for a younger lady, the man prepares himself. The man is fast. The kind of rounds, the kind of roles, the kind of styles he's going to even introduce you, the lady, into. You would ask yourself, oh, how did you do that? And at the end of the day, you will be calling him Daddy, Zazie.
Daddy. Every day is bedroom, off the light. You don't even see the panty she's wearing, no lingerie, no undresses. How about try the kitchen? How about get to know her love language so that you can foreplay her? You know, you're in the office, you're like, and I'm Mary Rosa. You know, someday she's like.
This is Kita. While on a day trip with the party crew, we started with breakfast at the Good Life Hotel, which is located in Adan. They also have rooms available which cost around 200 Ghana cedis and above. After breakfast, we drove about 2 hours drive from Ada to Keita. We settled at a place called Villa Amor, which is about 2 minutes walk from the beach and which is very close to the Aborigines Beach Resort. Guys, you can't come to the Volta region and not eat banku. So why are you eating jollof? You eat the jollof is nice, eh? Okay, so he says you go for a second round. So you all are invited. I have here banku and oko. This is how it looks. This is very good. It takes an expert to do this type of okra soup. This is dechi, like local okra soup. She's having jollof. You're also having jollof.
Yep.
Why are you not eating banku?
I'm not banku person.
You're not banku person. Okay. This is room 105. It comes with the TV and the fridge and the washroom. This is their executive room. Everyone say hello to the owner of Villa Amor. Hello, Daddy.
Hi.
You have such a beautiful place. I enjoyed your meal.
Thank you.
So why the name Villa Amor?
Yes, Villa Amor because love is everything in this world.
Okay.
If you don't have love, you don't have passion.
Okay.
And we think with love, everything is possible.
Okay.
So we give the name love. Amore is love in the Italian word.
Okay.
And we say village of love.
Okay.
So the name love because we feel we all love each other.
Okay.
And love should be on top of everything we do.
Okay. Are you Ghanaian?
I'm a Ghanaian.
So how long has this place been in existence?
It's about 2 to 3 years now.
Okay. And how many rooms do you have in all?
Oh, I have 10 rooms for now.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
So guys, I visited their rooms and their rooms are very, very beautiful. Daddy, so I realized that when people come to Volta region, they always go to aborigines. They don't I wouldn't even want to come here because it's somewhere I wouldn't notice. But coming here for the first time has actually given me an eye-opener. Like, this place is really, really beautiful. Your rooms are really, really nice.
Yes.
So is there anything you would like to say to anyone watching this video?
Yes, Qatar is a beautiful place. There is a lot of things to explore in Qatar.
Okay.
Especially we have a beautiful beach and the people are very nice, very humble, lovely people.
Yeah.
So I will encourage more people to come to Qatar.
We also drove around the Kita Lagoon and settled on this place to take few pictures before ending the trip. This is currently the lagoon, Kita Lagoon. can't come to Keita without visiting the beach, without seeing how beautiful the beach is. So we did a stop at a place called Emancipation Beach. And this is how the beach looks like. This is one of the beautiful beaches I've seen. Goodness, it's so cold. Guys, the atmosphere here. This trip was organized by Party Crew, and this is the COO of Party Crew. So she's going to tell us a bit about Party Crew.
Okay, Party Crew, we've been in existence since 2013. We are into domestic tours, and now we are adding some parts of Africa, Rwanda, Kenya, and Sao Tome. So for Ghana, wherever you want to tour, just contact us. When you tour with us, it's not just taking you to the website, the tour site. We make it fun. We party with you. That's how our name goes. It's Party Crew. So we party with you. We do guys, Jama with you.
I've had fun.
We do so much for you. So you come. Let's pamper you. Let's treat you. Let's help you to enjoy Ghana and what we have. So yeah, follow us on Instagram, catch us on Instagram and on Facebook, the Party Crew GH.
So far I've had fun from the bus. They gave us sopolo, plantain chips, local snacks, and like even before you get there you're like already energized for the trip. And then we got there, we had brunch, we had lunch, we had
and then Jama. Talk about the Jama.
The Jama. Do you know what Jama is? They don't know what Jama is. Tell them. Jama is like singing, happy, drumming, like dancing,
having fun.
Yes.
So just follow us. Check us on Instagram or Facebook, Party Crew GH.
Yes, sure.
And then you'll get to know much about our trips, and then you can join us.
Yes. And it's very affordable.
Yes, and it's affordable, and you'll be happy you did.
Yeah.
All right then.
So yeah, guys, you heard from herself, Party Crew. It was really and indeed a party experience I had, and we just ended at the beach in Keita, and it's time to go. I really don't want to go because Keita is home for me because I'm from here, and the beaches alone are like reason for me to keep coming here and all that. So yeah, until another time on my YouTube channel, you know how we always do it. This particular trip was fully sponsored by the Party Crew GH, and so yeah, follow them. I'll share their details in the description box. Until next time on my YouTube channel, I love you. You know you're my favorite person. Mwah, 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 mwah.
the so-called investment that people say we are not investing. You've come and seen with your eyes the investment that has gone on. The wires would come here to improve the supply situation in parts of Accra, to strengthen the system. Where we are standing is an ECG substation, where they have even done the works already for 330 kV or 330 kV lines from here to Kumasi, at the second phase of the project. So the project is ongoing, we haven't stopped, and I'll still plead with Ghanaians to bear with us, that the outages that are happening are outages that are demonstrating that we are doing the work to prevent those outages. It's not outages that we are overlooking. And like the ECGMD said, there's going to be a load rationing when they are actually living the station. We hope everybody bears with us. This is not the whole national electricity wattage outage system or timetable for the whole country. It's timetable for those parts of Accra and its environments that are going to be affected. And we hope that you bear with us. We are putting in the necessary investments and resources to be able to give Accra the needed voltages that the people can accommodate. Accra 1950, Accra 1960, 70, 80, 90. It's not Accra 2020. The population has more than quadrupled, but we still have to put in the investment to let me and you enjoy the electricity we so love. Without energy, there's no national development.
There was the need to build this box supply point. And when the MIDA compact started, they were very generous to us and they decided to help us to build this box supply point, which is the fourth, but in actual fact, the fifth that we are building, to take some of the load from all the other box supply points, because Accra is growing. The substations in Accra do not supply only Accra per se. They supply all the way to Akropong, all the way to Nsawam, to Weja, Kaswa, and the rest. So that is why we are having this, in order to take some of the load from the existing box supply points. So now Accra alone would have about 5 box supply points. As I said, when I joined in 1987, the total load was about 100 megawatts. But as we speak now, the load is in excess of 800 megawatts, which is more than a quarter of what is generated for the whole of Ghana. Accra alone is consuming more than 25% of the load that is being, of the energy that is being generated for the whole of Ghana. That is why we are here today to look at this project and see the impact that it is going to have on the supply. As I said, because the other substations are overloaded, sometimes you need to take some of the people off in order not to destroy some of the equipment. But we believe that when this project is completed, it's going to be a thing of the past. Everybody in Accra and the surrounding areas is going to have energy or power to do whatever they want to do.
The load management that will come as a result of the commissioning process is going to start from 10th May. That is next month, 10th of May. And it will last for 1 week. So from the 10th to the 17th of May, 2021. The areas to be affected will be areas around Malam, Dansoma, Kaneshi. Our customers will suffer a little inconvenience. We will try and manage it so that we don't put them off for too long. This is not it is not a normal outage. You know, normally when we carry out maintenance activities on our lines, we need to shut down the line to be able to do the work, and that results in outages from time to time. But this is because of the commissioning process of this BSP. And so it is new. It is not the normal outage that we experienced.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next. Yeah,
I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you are denying funny face. It's not my brother. You are denying funny face. I don't know him. You don't know funny face. It's not my brother. You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
Hi, my name is Nanama McBrown. I'm proud to be part of GhanaWeb Road Safety Campaign. Please, do the right thing. Save a life. Brim.
From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier. By using debit or credit cards,
mobile banking.
thank you, and your favorite mobile money, tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects, and others right here on GhanaWeb TV.
But immediately you say, oh, I hope it's not that girl that you are going out with. That girl cry, you have not been checking her. So that day, immediately you say it, immediately I get out, I'm like, hey, where is she?
They fuck. So it's like pam, 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 O2 man, can you saw you there? You don't even know. They're just exhausting their strength, but they are not really delivering anything.
No matter the age, when a man sees that he's going in for a younger lady, the man prepares himself. The man is fast. The kind of rounds, the kind of roles, the kind of styles he's going to even introduce you, the lady, into. You ask yourself, oh, how did you do that? And at the end of the day, you will be calling him Daddy, Zazie.
Daddy. Every day is bedroom, off the light. You don't even see the panty she's wearing, no lingerie, no undresses. Try the kitchen. How about get to know her love language so that you can foreplay her? You know, you're in the office, you're like, and I'm about Mary Rose. You know, someday she's like.
Between January and February this year, over 500 Ghanaians have been killed in road accidents alone. This tells you the gravity of the problem regarding safety on our roads. As part of GhanaWeb's Road Safety Campaign, we are here to speak with the Director in charge of Education, Research and Training at the Motor Traffic and Transport Department under the Ghana Police Service. He's in the person of Superintendent Alexander Obeng. Mr. Obeng, thank you for speaking with us and for this entire partnership. But basically tell us, what at all does the MTTD do? What's the institution about?
All right. Thank you for the opportunity that has been established so strong between GhanaWeb as part of your 22-year anniversary in existence and Motor Traffic and Transport Department of Ghana Police Service, which has been here since 1952 as a result of the road safety problem that our forebears envisaged in terms of vehicle ownership, vehicle use by motorists and vehicle occupants and pedestrians, which enjoin every country, including the then Gokos and now Ghana, to come up with countermeasures, including safer road safety management systems, safer roads, safer vehicles, safer road users, and come up with certain health care measures and some sort of enforcement, which always results in passing of road traffic laws and regulations, which was done. And when that law was passed in 1952, Road Traffic Ordinance number 55, it imposed a public health and public safety responsibilities on Ghana, and the then administration handed same to the Interior Ministry and to the Ghana Police Force now service to collaborate with other stakeholders, now even with GhanaWeb, among other myriad of stakeholders, including National Road Safety Authority, the then Road Safety Committee, now Driver and Vehicle Licensing Authority, then VELD, among others, in order to ensure that public health and safety measures are improved upon so that there will be maximized mobility with less risk of injury or death.
Sure.
And over time, we've been able to evolve from 1952 with the clear mandate to ensure that we enforce the road laws, ensure that vehicle owners are forthcoming with their responsibility towards vehicle maintenance and servicing and who to give to. We enforce to ensure that those who are handed with vehicles ensure that their vehicles are registered, their vehicles are given licenses to be on the road, like roadworthy, and they are also issued with valid insurance certificates and are embossed with vehicle registration numbers. And the drivers are trained and issued with appropriate, valid, authentic driver licenses. And we are out there to ensure that drivers comply with the best practice in terms of using their licenses to drive, in terms of their speeding behaviors, how to follow, where to overtake, what to do when your vehicle get broken down. Our issues, among others, that we ensure that drivers are forthcoming, and even in terms of vehicle occupant, we ensure that they are on their restraint devices like seatbelts, and those riders, both the driver and the rider, are also on their crash helmets. And all that it takes to also ensure that pedestrians also walk along the road on the left and then cross the road appropriately at safe crossing point are some of the responsibilities that are imposed on us, which we do every day. And also, in addition of ensuring that people comply, we detect an increased sense of apprehension among those who violate same. And those who violate it are arrested, processed, and put before court of competent jurisdictions. And at the end of the day, for example, as I have on my data, those that are convicted, same are published. And I can say that from January to February this year, 423 Ghanaians have been put before motor courts for various offences. In the process, the court has been able to adjudicate to finality and convicted 362 offenders, and 2 have been jailed, and the remaining, the court imposed court fines, summing up to 205,190 Ghana cedis, and same have been paid into the state coffers by these convicts.
This amount is for which people? Which people have paid this amount?
Those who were the 362
who were convicted.
Yes, who were convicted. The conviction somewhere was sentenced to prison. 2. The rest, fines were imposed on them, and I'll give you that. And I'm saying that this is part of what we do. We go beyond that. We use this same to sensitize the general public and share data on accidents, because we respond to accident scenes and investigate and produce appropriate information to appropriate entities, including the courts and the insurance entities. And we do it on a daily basis. And we also collaborate with other stakeholders to ensure that our work remains beneficial in terms of information sharing and capacity building, training, sensitization, publicity, so that where crashes are occurring, for example, we don't keep it in our books. We, on our feet, for example, this year, we will not wait till the end of the quarter. We will, as and when, cumulatively, will make the occurrences that are impacting on public health and safety available for people to also take safe remedial measures as individuals and as groups to protect themselves before the worst happens. Therefore, I'm not surprised that between January and February, what happened and what we shared, the general public and our publics are positively responding to it, and has also become part of our public discourse in terms of what to do in order to avert the seemingly increasing crash incidents and associated high deaths and morbidity, and then damage to property report that we've shared. So these, among other responsibilities or tasks that are imposed on us, and we do it to the best of our ability, given the available resources and the efforts on our part.
Okay. About that, you put out some statistics for just January and February, and it was very scary. I mean, we haven't even gotten to the first quarter, and we have about 517 people getting killed in road accidents.
From 2020 to 2030, within the strategic development goals, that is called Sustainable Development Goals by the UN, particularly Goal 3.6 and 11.2, which relates to public health and safety road crashes. And you look at the solution toolbox principle, which has to do with the safe system approach, which seeks to Vision Zero, that we should apply system so that human, environment, or road infrastructure and vehicles should interact in a way that will ensure high level of safety. And the principle that is espouses, one is that we should ensure that we pursue a commitment to proactive improvement of roads and vehicles, so that the entire road safety system is made safer than just locations or situations where crash or crashes last occurred. So if you are not careful and you begin to say, oh, currently the crashes are surging, you will be making a mistake. And if you look at the wide spectrum, and you look at what happened last year, you should have noted a trend. And you ask yourself, what have we done as a society? Because last year, from January to December, compared with the same period the year before, which was 2019, you saw that all indicators were surging. So crashes have increased by 7.27.
7.27.
Yes. And vehicles that were involved in the crashes have increased by 10.37%. And persons that have been injured also increased by 13.45%. And persons that have been killed are also increased by 13.35%. And when you look at January to February, as you right say, you see that crashes that are reported that increased by about 7%. As now, it's now the rate is now 11.21%.
For just January?
Yes, so that now from last year we've seen it is moving. And you see that vehicles have also increased by 9.04%, vehicles involved. And now we have persons that have been injured increasing by 7.25%. And persons that have been killed increased by 31.55%.
Wow,
and so if you look at it this way, you will see that it seems to be undulating increases. However, it is increasing since last year. Since 2019,
rise.
It seems to be an increasing trend. And if it's in an overview, it is increasing this year. And that's what I'm saying. Therefore, what are we doing it right? And that is where the discourse should be. Can it be business as usual? And therefore, we have to look at our solution toolbox and see what is wrong elsewhere. Or is it that we have been slow in our responses and countermeasures? That's why the system has caught up with us, and we seem not to have our way clear.
Put into perspective all these things, what has your observation been?
My observation has been that when you look at the principle that is underlying our road safety management, we seem to be off the track.
When you say off the track, how do you mean?
I mean, see, if you are operating a road safety system that will not recognize or anticipate and accommodate human errors and prevent consequent death or serious injury, you are bound to fail. I'm emphasizing again. If you are operating a road safety management system in this world, in any country, that will or that has its transport system does not anticipate and accommodate human errors, it will be difficult to promote safety. And that is what we are confronted with. That our safe system approach has failed. We are not keeping to the principle that has been so documented and handed to members countries of United Nations.
Okay.
And that is why we should get back to the basis, so that, for example, for how long shall we sit down without preventing headlong collision involving high occupancy buses, articulated trucks, people running into broken down vehicles on our West African transit routes or international routes that traverse Ghana? The one from Elubu through Accra to Aflao, the one from Kwame Nkrumah Circle through Zawam, Nkoko, Kumasi, Swami Runabout, Offenso, Tachimai, Kintampo, Yipala, Tamale, Boga, and then Paga. For how long shall we see this corridor that so support our developmental efforts, enhance communication among Ghanaians and our foreign nationals and compatriots, and so allow it to be single carriage? For how long? For example, when we wake up and hear, and it has been a routine in our lifetime, that one collision, because a tire will burst, because one driver will unlawfully overtake at night, maybe driving fatigued, his vehicle might have broken down, and because it's loaded, cannot be pushed off, and it serves as trap, and people run into them and crash. How long shall we continue to go to such scenes and collect 65 dead bodies with half burnt? Sometimes on the N1, sometimes on the N6 and then the N10. Instances this year like Srichikura, the one that has happened at Achimasafu. Last year, we recall what happened in Babatukuma in Kintampo. You recall what happened in Dompasi. You recall what happened in Chichiwari. All mirrored, and many of these that are happening as a result of hell-long collusion. And a lot are dying, a lot are being charged. And we think the solution lies where? It lies in the fact that the safe system approach said that we should anticipate human error and ensure that such roads that are international, that passes through this republic, and we know them, at least two, Accra to Paga, Aflau to Elu. It is obvious that having run on it as single carriages have only become a death trap for us. And countries that during the same time that we're harboring these single carriages manage to invest in theirs and turn them into dual carriages. We don't hear of same. And there are thousands of vehicles that are on such routes nocturnally and diurnally, and you don't hear of such. But on our roads, because we have allowed single carriage, it is our report. And therefore, it is one area that this country must pay much attention to, not in the distant millennia now, in our present time, because whether we like it or not, these two roads are the roads that are fueling our economy. They are the roads that we are depending on this so much for, to the expectation from the report of GRA, of Custom Division, that Ghana had accrued so much from trade. It is because of these routes that are nerves, the nerve center for Temahabo and Takoradi Habo. And it's the hope of blood artery that supplies the hearts of the economies of Burkina Faso, Mali, Niger, Togo, Côte d'Ivoire, Chad, among other countries that depend on our ports and these routes for support. And this same route that many Ghanaians that are in Upper East, in North East, those that are in Northern region, Savannah, those that are in Ahafo, Bono, and Bono East, Ashanti, Eastern region, Accra, depend on for their essentials and their movement day and night. And the same route that gives us a bad report every day of mass death. Why? Because sections that are left single carriages are the very traps that are killing us. And we see it, and we give excuses that there's no money, and we give excuses that it will take such a long time before it is done, which is not so. That when you started today, by 3 years' time, you would have seen the effort that you would have put in. It can never be that anybody is saying, do all roads, do all. That's not what we are saying. We said only 2 roads, because those roads are very critical. It saves lives and it promotes the economy. And so this has been a challenge. Again, whilst we are rationalizing the fact that dualizing these 2 roads are difficult and can happen in a distant millennia, We have also refused in realizing that if you are building an economy with single carriage transit routes, then you must know to invest heavily in towing and recovery track system. Do we have it? We ask ourselves. Even that, do we have it? Can we boast of it? And we allow the road be littered with broken down, accidented vehicles, and it serves as traps for others, particularly nocturnally. These are matters that are critical. Again, in a country where you have such a poor public transport system, which is private-led, it smacks that over time you see others coming in with cheap alternatives, affordable alternatives, accessible alternatives. And I'm not surprised in our lifetime, because we have not been able to invest in mass transit bus systems, even in urban and peri-urban environment. What you see is that our hope and solace is found only in shamefully motor bicycles, motor tricycles, and we have given them nicknames, priding ourselves. Some call it Okada for the service it delivers. Some call it Aboboya. Some will call it Pragya. Some will call it Mahama Kandu or Kubu. In all this, if you look at the data, as I have it in front of me, last year, for example, with 2,589 that died, few motor bicycles or few motorcycles, 5,684 that got crashed, killed 1,056 out of the 2,589. It's continuing this year with the 517 dead. Few motorcycles, 974, have killed 222 out of it. Then I'm telling you that these are where the main problems are. And therefore, even with these, you can now suggest solutions. Okay. So, these are clear indicators that if you don't, we are not able to hold it. Now, it looks as if with any 100 deaths, about 45 are attributed to motorcycle-related injury. Motorcycle-related injury are leading to these deaths. 100 deaths. Okay. 45. But these vehicles are few. But they deliver such essential services that Ghanaians decided to cling to it like flea for their livelihood and basic service delivery. So as a way forward, it should be a matter for national discourse. We should stop pretending that motorcycle is in the urban, the heart of the CBDs. Motorcycles are within the metropolitan area, in municipal areas, and in peri-urban Ghana, and in the rural states, and in our farm states. Motorcycles seem to be the most common, affordable, accessible, and those that are pronouncedly used by Ghanaians.
But how can that be inculcated in our system, our road usage system?
You know, nothing. That's what I'm saying. That we should have hands on deck, because we are overwhelmed, and this is everywhere, and everybody is using it, and it's affordable, and it seems to be a job, generating a machine to the youth. who are also looking for job and they think that they have gotten job. What do we do? Everywhere. And everybody is patronizing. And it seems to me that there is a gap there, a policy gap. It seems to me that there is a aloofness gap on the part of all of us, that as if it doesn't exist.
Okay, thank you so much, Superintendent Alexander Obeng.
Thank you
for this opportunity. This has been part of our conversation on the Ghana Web Road Safety Campaign. My name is Lord Harris Idwasare. Now, do send us some of your videos on our social media platforms. On Facebook, it is GhanaWeb. On Twitter, it's equally the GhanaWeb. And on YouTube, it's GhanaWeb TV. Do join us for our other interviews or interactions with some of our stakeholders.
Debia kwani ya porto sudoso kankan bariatu ya himana nye kura ntimisa adisira na mede tempo fana ne mo bo bia mo de bo ya mo bo ya kwani nye kura
miyaduma wanci sinai na ya kwana de no kwani nyamani from sunya to wanci kwani nye na san fa sunya to tetima kwani nye kef fum na eko adesibide ti de mo a o kwa eyo na ekoka etofuli esrem panifo ani bi ne de mo be ye kwa no emai na patch ne de na no ya mo ye patch bosume mai ahase edutu nti e be srem panifo esrem MPs ministers ne president mo be ye kwa no emai e be srem every barracks ekoye hima since at Amos time omkutu ho so mba be be sin ye nye kwa na hwe
and say, Quana and Namsono, in fact, Quani Yapra, with you should have balance war for the Animakutu, Chassis, Payana, Papa, yes, Rabbi said, Adaroma, Regent Mr. Man, Etua by now, or Mania Quana, and yes, I have no money, yes, Rabbi.
You have Quina, Quina, you know, clearing your meaning, kept careful now, marking the else with the Quanas. Now, fans, photos have been burned. Now, maybe the AM Yakura Maku said, Quana sooner query a Cassia. Among her photos be proud of Homo. Yeah, this son and suicide far. A higher. And says, Yabi Busso from Yaman Kikusiaso. And now, sign the soon say, I care for her bumping and once a walk. When you sure drink a crack, Woka. Did the Esrom some when on why said a bear. Webway in our near dear country for a good rust. Yep, Pana dear, Pan and your papa. God, I'm your magazine. The magazine man, I say, the star, no, Peppers born I day. Jammed man, I say, my dear man, I'm my day. My bear, driving his name. Same way, one crabs a fun, I fight. You should be to school. I send a quantity and in fact, we talk about cry. 1 month, I say, photos from Ballas to Yama Barrier. Okay, I cry, I'm an American. Think company for your stress. In fact, find them when you're there, when you be buying it, and my because I can't see no. A man that can be added to me at the ATC. No, Mr. Davis, Yana, and Ravi, and Yanya, some fees a crown a year. Capras a crown a year as ordinary to climb Papa Swam, fees ardent crown, and you too much. As a crown and your swap, 10 be a team ardent your day. Yes, send your Tipakas, CIA, Obana Joe, Kanya cry, and your Papa Bia, no Tipakas. In fact, I saw balancing well room. We're moving to now cover there. Abrasi, we share your Muslim. Yeah, we think we can be a Mokano, so yes, you should taxi 4 passengers there. However, I'm out for my him for a no bomba, and Yana 2 clients. The Copasan has to see, that's what can be beyond college driving. You're college driving here. Because of crime, the crime, crime, Papa, I don't debate me. National most in any other doors. Oh, yeah, I feel to Tama, Pioneer, I didn't miss it. If they are not to say, yeah, especially from Techno to Kintampo, or we are crown identity, yes, I am more than and yet
cars and Ketua Yakasia. Yes, yes, in fact, one more day in a family. We need my father.
Type of platform which will bring in more CEOs together on the one single platform, making it possible for the more interaction, and internally CEOs will be able to do more business and solve the issues as well, you know. As a power supply is a very important factor into the steel industry, so we've been having a few challenges, and we are in talk with government authorities to sort out that issues, and we are confident in the near future this issue will be sorted out and will be out of this power problem what we are currently facing. At present we are producing at the 40% capacity, but we are sure in the near future, as a new dedicated line is coming, we'll be able to sort this issue once for all.
What's that one challenge that you think is in the steel sector that needs to be addressed?
I think supply of electricity without fluctuations. I think that is a more important aspect of it.
Okay. What about taxes, levies?
I think the products which we are able to produce right here in Ghana, we should put an immediate ban on importation of those products which we are able to produce not only for the Ghanaian market but also for the West African market. So if you are able to put an immediate ban on that, that will be really good. It will give a boost to the industry, and we should put an immediate ban on non-ferrous of export also.
Okay, so basically ban on importation of steel because they are done locally?
Yes, they are produced in locally. Whatever the goods we are able to produce here, right here in Ghana, we should put an immediate ban on that one.
Our call to action this year as a Ghana CEO Summit and CEO Network is that there is a need for Ghana to have a Digital Economy Act. A Digital Economy Act to serve as the main pivot to organize all the digitalization initiatives of the government. COVID-19 has irrevocably changed our world, and companies now face an urgent choice. They either go digital or go bust. The digital dividend is gigantic, but the digital divide is very gaping. Hence, while we chose this theme. So now is the time for a great reset of Ghana's economy, business and government to a digitally resilient economy.
I must say that the bank is aware of the importance of businesses, particularly SMEs, in the Ghanaian economy, and is working with the Monetary Authority of Singapore on a Business Sans Borders project to enable SMEs in Ghana leverage digital technology to improve on their businesses as well as give them access to explore global market opportunities. In conclusion, I would like to assure CEOs that Bank of Ghana is very much aware of the changing times in our business environment and is continuing to monitor the evolution of new trends and will put in policy measures to ensure that we align with these new trends. We stand ready to continue to provide and build upon the requisite infrastructure needed for development and ensure smooth business operation, and we will make sure the policy environment for businesses is enhanced and fine-tuned in a post-COVID environment. A clear demonstration of the bank's commitment to these ideals is the establishment in 2019 of a FinTech and Innovation Office staffed with well-seasoned personnel to oversee an orderly development of growth of this burgeoning sector. I will encourage businesses to work conscientiously with banks and fintechs in the implementation of their digitization strategy. The Bank of Ghana will welcome any form of engagement with the industry to provide clarity on opportunities available in the banking and payments industry to assist businesses overcome the challenges of the pandemic and also reposition their operations for a post-COVID-19 environment.
But immediately you say, oh, I hope it's not that girl that you are going out with. That girl cry, you have not been checking out. So that day, immediately you say it, immediately I get out, I'm like, hey, where is she?
They fuck. So it's like pam, 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 O2 man, can you saw you there? You don't even know. They're just exhausting their strength, but they are not really delivering anything.
No matter the age, when a man sees that he's going in for a younger lady, the man prepares himself. The man is fast. The kind of rounds, the kind of roles, the kind of styles he's going to even introduce you, the lady, into. You would ask yourself, oh, how did you do that? And at the end of the day, you will be calling him Daddy, Zazie.
Daddy. Every day is bedroom, off the light. You don't even see the panty she's wearing, no lingerie, no undresses. How about try the kitchen? How about get to know her love language so that you can foreplay her? You know, you're in the office, you're like, and I'm about Mary Rose. You know, Sunday she's like.
From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier. By using debit or credit cards,
mobile banking.
Thank you. And your favorite, mobile money?
Tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects, and others right here on GhanaWeb TV.
A few days ago, we had a discussion on the conviction of Akuapem Polo. She was set to undergo a pregnancy test, after which her sentence will be read to her. Now, the court has decided that she's going to spend 90 days in prison for sharing naked photos she took with her son on social media. We are seated to discuss this later. Amrado pulls a Wendy Shea on Kingdom FM. My name is Benefo Boabin Abrantepa. Welcome to Bloggers Forum on GhanaWeb TV. Welcome back. It's Bloggers Forum on GhanaWeb TV. My guests are seated. Nenebi is a columnist. Like I say, Otonsase Ewada. Nene, welcome.
Thank you. How are you doing?
I'm fine. Vida Duchumwa Boatin is a columnist. Vida.
That's also there.
Otonsase.
I don't want to be my.
Last time, I see a discover of the PBMI. My name says stone, and that's all about. So on June 30, 2020, Akuapem Polo posted a naked photo of herself and the son to mark the 7th birthday. She received backlash from the public over the photo, forcing her to apologize in a video. But the Child Rights International Ghana, through its director Bright Appiah, filed a complaint at the Ghana Police Service to have her investigated and punished for posting the pictures. The case was referred to the Domestic Violence and Victim Support Unit, DOVSU, and subsequently to court. Now, in court, Polo, a single mother, initially pleaded not guilty, but changed her plea to guilty, which earned her a conviction on April 14, 2021. She was, however, asked to undergo a pregnancy test before the judgment was given. The test came out negative, and she was subsequently sentenced to 90 days in prison on Friday, April 16, 2021. The last seeker of graphic showbiz reports from the courtroom says the lawyer, Vosha, prayed the court to consider a non-custodial sentence because she's a breadwinner taking care of her son, mother, and 2 nephews. She is a budding actress. Her career is at stake if given custodial sentence. She has never had issues with the law. She is into a lot of charity works. She had rendered public apology. She had deleted anything related to the post. She is from a poverty-stricken family. Custodial will inflict more punishment on the son, and she did not waste the court's time. The prosecutor and the lawyers also presented. The prosecutor also prayed the court to be lenient with the judgment, something that the judge was surprised and said prosecution also pleading. Lawyers who were not on the case but present for various reasons also stood up and prayed the court to temper justice with mercy. Now, what the court considered before the sentence was the seriousness of what she did, the gravity, the degree of the impact of her action, and what her lawyers wanted the court to consider. Why the court concluded on her punishment. Her action was premeditated one, prevalence of such crimes on the rise, and so the need to curb it, age of son and the trauma her action brings to the trauma the action brings or will bring to him. The court will put in effort to discontinue the increase of the showing of obscene materials, and also to warn others. So the effect of her action on the son and those who watched, according to the judge, as backed by law, is that she didn't respect the privacy of her son. She didn't respect his rights. She infringed on her son's dignity. She exploited and degraded her son. She exploited and degraded all those who came into contact with what she posted. She caused injury to the son, caused injury to the society, and she degraded society's dignity. So after the sentence, Akuapem Polo was whisked away in a taxi. Her lawyer, beg your pardon, has expressed disappointment. He says, although the client had a bad case, he was expecting a lesser punishment and that he will appeal.
Honestly, the judge is within her sentencing powers. She has the discretion. You know, I'm a bit disappointed anyway. That considering the mitigating factors that we canvassed for her being a first-time offender, a young offender, with a lot of responsibility, single mother, taking care of the son and the mother and the nephews. I mean, the court ought to have considered those things. But well, the judge is within her sentencing power, a fine and a maximum of 2 years and 90 days. She's within her powers, so we have nothing much to say against what she did. When we were at the case management conference stage, we evaluated all the evidence against the pictorial evidence and the witness statement, and we realized that we don't have a good case. So when the case goes to a full trial, the sentence will be harsher. Assuming we are going to the whole trial, maybe 2-3 months we are done, and she's found culpable. The punishment will be harsher than being a first-time offender pleading guilty simpliciter. She did waste the court's time, energy of the court, whatever. In other words, a guilty plea, is much better than going to a full trial. Honestly, it's an option for us. And if you can see what I'm holding right now, it's an instant appeal. For me, I want to go for an appeal. I've written for the judgment. If I have it by the close of the day, by 9 a.m. on Monday, I'll file an appeal.
What are the arguments?
One of my mitigating factors is the doctrine of being a first offender. And the guilty plea, simpliciter, you know, the authorities are clear on it. For example, a case of Frimpong alias Iboma versus the Republic, the Supreme Court was so assertive in that the first offenders must be given another chance in life. It must be dealt with leniently vis-a-vis a habitual offender. You know, and Supreme Court being a higher court of judicature, the authority is bound on the trial judge here. But well, once he's within his sentencing guide, I think we have to take it in that light and see the way forward. I made the court aware that the remorse she has shown, pulling down the post she made, apologizing to the public. She's not a decent lady, dresses very well, both in and outside the court, and she has not posted anything, thereafter this incident. And then, I mean, the factors, the mitigating factors in her favor are so great than aggravating factors.
So that's the lawyer for actress Rosamond Brown, aka Akuapem Polo. Let me get the reaction of my panelists. Let me begin with Vida.
Yeah.
And let me ask whether you were expecting anything different from the issue.
I wasn't. I mean, as grave as this situation is, I wasn't at all. And as you rightly said, it happened last year, June. I was one of the people who condemned that act in all terms, because I didn't see why a mother would go naked before a 7-year-old just to celebrate his birthday. And if you quite remember, when we started criticizing or speaking against that action, she did say that it was an artistic impression. And we all know that Akuapem Polo always says that she doesn't speak good English. So I wondered where she got that term artistic impression from, and whether or not she understood what it meant. And if it was an artistic impression, she said that she's apologizing to whoever feels offended to her creative way of celebrating her son's birthday. So even the apology video that we saw, I felt it was a conditional kind of apology. So we'll say kind of apology. It wasn't outright. So I didn't buy that. Aside that, also she put up a photo of Sierra, pregnant Sierra and the son, saying that, well, others are doing this and people are hailing them. She took inspiration sort of from this photograph to do what she did, in a way justifying the action that you claim you are sorry for. Again, we saw Efia Odo coming out saying that she supports what Polo has done. You, Akuapem Polo, came back to repost that statement from Efia Odo, saying that if the whole world is chastising you, you have somebody like Efia Odo who thinks in like manner. I mean, I'm not surprised. Efia Odo is virtually naked all the time around the capital. So
you don't do that to my girl.
I mean, I know how her body looks. I can even close my eyes and describe how her body looks like naked. When you see her with a plaster or anything covering the nipples, you thank God for that. These days, she bears it all out for us to see. And I know that you've seen a couple of them, so you agree with me. I mean, I think you have to take off your mask, so you agree with me. No, coming forward, I did a little research on kids, and I realized that we have child erection as well. I did say on TV the other time that I read that a 2-year-old could have an erection. And quickly somebody texted me whilst I was on live TV and said, well, my son is just a year old. And I didn't pigeon him.
And
they have a game that they play with that kind of erection. Whenever the child, 1-year-old, sees it, he screams and says, "Mommy, mommy, mommy, let it come down." And then the mother says that, or tapia, you know, with towels, then calm it down. So, who Akuapem Polo, if you had to strip naked in front of a boy over 7 years, I mean, the photographer is there. Obeka cat, move your body, move left side, go to the right side, and you're shaking this thing, and we all know that you're shaking this thing in front of this young man. And Akolano, why are you traumatized? I mean, when I saw the picture, you could tell that the boy is not happy. Because when a child of his age, when a child of his age is happy or smiling from chin to chin, and you can see it, but you don't visualize that kind of excitement on the face of the child. So for me, I condemn this in all uncertainty. I just didn't like it. But I didn't know that she was going to go in for 3 months. I mean, I was told that the minimum or the maximum was 3 years.
Yeah.
So the
maximum
months,
could be 7 years.
But then
if
the
it was served concurrently for all the 3 offenses.
Yeah. So I feel that whatever decision the judge took was as a result of the reaction that she got from the public, especially the stars, when she was asked to go for a pregnancy test. I mean, that was it should tell you that she's going in already. Kwakese, are they insults upon insults, and then you tell her say you will do something, you are doing a doom. Oh no, so Koko in the free jail near her. You understand? Sakodi clueless. The echoes were around or no, say rap, nenye emoji. Then he appeared to some people bitter manner. He didn't seem to understand the echoes because his post, he said, you are jailing somebody for a mere picture. I mean, that is not the case. This is not a mere picture. We're running home in front of a 7-year-old, and it has to be condemned in all terms. And I didn't quite get that. Now, there's this bit. DKB also said, Ade akwala no asuma yen say yen kana semamayana. If you decide to take your own life, you can be arrested for that.
Sure.
Maybe they don't know. And once you live in a country, you know, so we don't need a child to come and complain to us that I really enjoyed watching my mom naked and you guys shouldn't take us to court because I want to see more of that.
Do you see it as a shared display of ignorance, or they are just being emotional?
Well, Asemaba, it was all Bekebi. That is how I saw it. Because if you really understand it from my standpoint and the law, the standpoint of the law, you wouldn't come out to do this. And it was like, Yebibina, a capin polo who say, oh, support, no, Odono. As I said, and finally, they got a capin polo's attention because when she was doing her thank you video, she mentioned quite a number of celebrities who have supported her. And even that, and I didn't side with her to do that video because video say yeah be ne do akwa to asem any picture yeah be. So once yamwa akwashe baby no remain there. Don't come out to do because video ni mono you could see say she was drained with emotions. Okoka ne yenka it could have triggered another thing.
All right, Nene. Were you expecting anything different?
No, for the obvious reason that you see, in Ghana is not a very litigious country, right? So people don't take cases to the courts as often, and the only way the court can define a crime, or the Supreme Court can decide that this is the definition of a crime. There has to be a case in court, right? And the Supreme Court is the only court in Ghana that can define what a crime is and what constitutes any legal definition, right? There are books or there are acts or statutes that define crime. But as to the particular offenses that meet the requirement of that statute, it's usually the Supreme Court that will decide that, or maybe the court of competent jurisdiction, right? And so the Supreme Court in Ghana have not defined what is obscene material or what is pornography, right? So there is no legal definition of pornography in Ghana. So when a court is let me land. So when a court is making a decision on what is pornography, it is based mostly on the court's or the judge's understanding of what the statute says. I'm saying this to say this. So I think in the US, the first case where the court tried to define pornography is a case called Jacob Billis versus Ohio, right? Where the US Supreme Court said, I want to quote verbatim what the judge said because it's very important to what I'm saying. The judge wrote this: I shall not today attempt to further define the kinds of material I understand to be embraced within the shorthand definition, and perhaps I could never succeed in intelligibly doing so, but I know it when I see it, and the motion picture involved in this case is not that. What the judge was trying to say is that he, the judge speaking at the time, cannot define what pornography is, but when he sees it, he sees it. That's the first time. And in that case, there were 4 different opinions, all four different 9 judges in that case. And each judge in that case seemed to have a different definition of what they thought pornography is. So in that case, it became obvious that the court itself cannot define what is obscene material or pornography. Then another case came, which was the Miller case, Miller versus, I think, California, still in the U.S. And the U.S. Supreme Court tried to define what is pornography. And the U.S. Supreme Court gave some tests of what becomes pornography. And then the number 1 test is what we call community standard, that in each community, there are standards that the people in the community, so it's like the courts took the when I know it, I know it, I see it, when I see it, I know it definition, and put that definition to across the community. So now in each community, the community defines what is pornography, and then the material should have artistic, political, or scientific value. I think that what I've noticed from young Ghanaians on social media, our idea of what obscene material is different from what the older generation of Ghanaians think obscene material is. And in this particular case, the judge is trying to apply the community standard of what obscene material is. If I were the judge, or somebody in my class group put it there, if I were the judge, I probably wouldn't have found her guilty. By looking at what the community standard of Ghana's definition of obscene material is, I wasn't expecting her not to be found guilty. However, when it comes to the punishment, which is the main subject of discussion, if the maximum sentence for a crime is 3 years, and you are sentenced to 3 months, that means you are sentenced like, I was about to give percentage guess.
No, but it's 90 days, not 3 months.
90 days?
Yes, because you and I know there is a way the whole thing is being calculated.
Right. So 90 days. The 90 days out of the 3 years, it's a small percentage. So in my opinion, the judge was very lenient. And the plea of the prosecutor, the plea of the defense, and probably her guilty plea, because her plea initially was
not guilty.
Was not guilty in November. And I think is probably her lawyer noticed the posture of the judge and noticed that this is not a judge that is going to compromise on the conservative Ghanaians' definition of obscene material. So it will be in her interest to plead not guilty, at least so that it will be a mitigation tactic when it comes to sentencing her. And I think that, so that tactics will work for her, and then she probably will sit in jail for up to a month and a half by our everyday calculation, because the 90 days will be run down to, like, I think 12 hours a day.
Sure.
So about the child, people complaining that it's going to affect the child, but Ekapin Polo was in Nigeria like last month.
Yes, she's been outside the country for some time.
And I don't think she travels with her child.
Not that I know of. I can't say for a fact.
Yeah. I know that she doesn't travel with her child.
So your point is?
My point is, being away from the child one and a half months is not going to kill the child, because you have been away from the child for, I think there were a time when she traveled to either Europe or something, and she was away for some months. So I don't see it as being too harsh on the child.
Maybe the argument is that because it is because of you, that is why your mother, so to speak, that's why your mother is in jail.
No, but then I think that, okay, so there is this book I read on phenomenon of crime, and they say most crimes are committed by young men under the age of 25. The average age of people who commit crimes are people under the age of 25. And one of the reasons why young men commit crime a lot is because most young men don't understand the concept of accountability. You think that when you beat your child, right, you are teaching your child that when you do something wrong, I'll beat you. But when the child comes to recognize beating as something that you do to them frequently, the beating no longer hold any effect on them. So the beating no longer becomes something that is accountability to them. You understand? So you have to. They say the best way to train a child to be accountable is by letting them see different forms of punishments for different crimes, so they have consequence, or wrongs have consequence. So I think that the child is going to understand that you have your free will, yes, and I am a 100% advocate for free speech and free will. But then every action you take comes with a reaction or consequence.
Right. I see a petition going around to get Ekuapem Polo released. Okay, Ukrade me Musa also was signing Biana because you support her sentence. But do you, what do you make of the petition?
I read it yesterday and I was disappointed with regards to the grammatical errors in the petition. I mean, she has a lawyer. If anything of that sort will come out, it should be sanctioned, I think, by the lawyer. And the language in there is not something that a lawyer will stamp it to come out. It's bad. Even the spacing within the writings is terrible. And this is something that is supposed to go before the president. I mean, so you have to take time, to write it well before any consideration of such will come on. Now, with what Nenebi was saying, I don't know why people keep saying that how will the child survive without Ekuapem Polo? He's not an orphan. He has a father, he has grandparents. I think a few weeks or somewhere last year, I saw the father of the child in Ekuapem Polo's house and they were cooking together. I don't know why we haven't seen the guy come close this time, to take care of the child.
I think they had some issues. The last Ekuapem Polo was talking about the fact that they settled their issue.
Yes.
Blah, blah, blah.
So if you have a petition like this going around, if you want to, appeal to the emotions of several people to sign it, these are some of the things that you should show us. That, I mean, the child has a father, has a family that they are relying on, and that we also need the mother back to them. You understand? So if you want to appeal to somebody like me, I mean, these are the things that you should let me see. Because we keep saying that how can the child survive? But there are kids at the orphanage homes. I've heard stories of people saying...
But you agree with suggestions that the way the mother would have taken care of the kid, it's not the same as the orphanage home.
Now, what do you mean by taking care of the kid? I mean, they eat, they play, they have rights to education and all that.
The motherly love.
There is, because they have people who take care of them.
I think it takes some form of emotional stability from having your mother around.
That's what
I get it, but it's just for 90 days because your mom did something and she had to go through it. I mean, it depends on how they speak to the child. And I also called on Dove Su that they should provide psychologists for the little boy. I mean, they shouldn't wait for Ghanaians to call on them. Just invite them in, speak to the guy, and let's see what happens. People are saying that it's embarrassing for the young boy to go to school because people will say your mother is in prison. I feel the most embarrassing thing would be the same classmates or the same students saying, I saw your mother naked on social media. I mean, you have to...
Was she naked?
She was.
In her statement, she was.
At least here naked.
No, the post she made.
She used, I'm
standing naked in front of you.
I think she was being figurative.
I mean, in court, you cannot do figurative says, I'll continue your figurative analysis and come back to me why it is an artistic impression. I like to read certain portions of the petition letter.
Yes, quick one.
Which I think it shouldn't be treated seriously because this is a joke of a petition in the first place.
Yeah, I didn't even talk about the petition letter.
The fans and lovers of Rosemont Brown ask with great reluctance and heavy heart. How can you add something with great reluctance? If you are reluctant, stay at home. Don't come and write any letter.
I said, just a person,
cheap brofo. Now, I said, reluctance. You are asking with reluctance and with heavy heart that the trial passed on Rosemond Brown was capital. And too much. And too much on the single mother. She is the breadwinner of her son and her family. It will be of much help to her son and family if the president may intervene in this petition to summon the courts.
On that note,
I mean, this is a joke. I don't see why any serious
if the president has to,
I don't see why any serious person will sign this. If you have a lawyer, now President Saman Court.
Let me say this.
What is this?
On the issue of her, I'll say so. Okay, so Obianu no kind of what say.
Regret.
Regrets.
Yeah.
Let me give you a case about. There's an issue that is a Ghana case. Justice.
Do it under 1 minute.
Justice Crab, right, had a criminal case where somebody had killed their wife, and immediately after killing their wife, they were trying to go and commit suicide at a river in the village, and they were caught and were arraigned before the court. And he sentenced the person to life imprisonment because the person had pleaded guilty, right? However, and then he wrote a letter to the president, I think it was the Minister of Interior at the time, to free the man because the man's posture in the court when he was granting the sentence, he was more sad about losing his wife than he was about going to jail. And everything he said was about the effect of his act on his wife than on himself. That to him was a mark of somebody who had regretted their action and was ready to atone for it. That's why he petitioned the minister at the time for the person to be released from jail, right? Ekuapin Polo, I haven't seen any action from her that could be construed as somebody who is regretful of their action and want to depart from their action in future. I mean, I'm a big fan of obscene material. If I see pornography online, I'll watch it. So I wouldn't want anything that, so I don't have a problem with if anything she did or anything she will do in future.
Okay.
But there's nothing look like she regrets it.
Did you just say that on camera?
I did, yes.
Wow.
Me, on the because of the
fans of Polo say.
Yes.
She doesn't have to be in prison to correct her mistakes. That is in a letter. She has learned her lessons and promises to never repeat such acts. We seek for the president to intervene for Rosemond Brown. Who are you to tell the president, say, she doesn't
anybody can petition the president?
I mean, Debbie, but look at the language and look at the posture.
I know you have to the language, but when
and look at the posture.
I take a step to you saying who are you?
Listen, let me land. Let me land. I come to the president and tell him that I don't have to be poor. Give me money. You can't walk.
Every Ghanaian have the right to petition the president for anything.
Yes, but
the president doesn't have to grant it.
But what exactly?
The
Why would you say she doesn't need
to be in prison?
Who
are you to say that?
That is the person's opinion.
In that case, then the prisons will not be built
the laws of the country. We have
no, but when you say who are you to petition the president?
I'm saying that who are you to tell the president that you don't need to be in prison? That's what I'm saying.
That's what the person believes.
Oh, Masa.
I've said this several times. I don't think that prisons should even exist. I even put it on social media. I don't think prisons should even exist.
Let's take a break. When we return, we have an interview with lawyer Susu. We get the legal point of view and then we'll do analysis on that. Welcome back. It's Bloggers Forum on GhanaWeb TV. Now, we want to have this interview with lawyer Susu to get the legal view of this issue. Lawyer, thank you for joining us on GhanaWeb TV's Bloggers Forum.
Well, thank you, and a very good afternoon to your cherished viewers. It's good to join and to contribute.
Right. So, how serious and injurious was Ekuapin Polo's conduct?
Well, just to give you a quick background, when you do a little bit of studies in sociology, particularly the jurisprudence of sociological school of thought of law, we say that man as an individual is a social animal. And there is no such thing called personality without interaction. When men begin to interact, they set what they call group shared expectations. These group shared expectations, when they are written, we call them laws. When they are not written in the cultural sense, we call them norms, or social norms, or laws, or folklores, and so on and so forth. Now, when our group shared expectation become codified, most often than not, it comes with sanctions. And that is generally from the sociological school of thought of law. That is the source of our criminal laws. So by our own arrangement, we have agreed on what conducts are acceptable and then which conducts are unacceptable. And in our criminal law, that is the Criminal and Other Offences Act, Act 29, we have what we call generally body of laws that are known as offences against public morals or public morality. It includes indecent exposure, indecent assault, bestiality, unnatural carnal knowledge, publication of nudity, and publication of nudes, and so on and so forth. And unfortunately, our sister Equiapim Polo fell within the context of nudity and publication of obscene materials. And that set of laws generally are misdemeanors anyway. When they are misdemeanors, it means that the sanctions that come with them may range from a fine, custodial sentence, or both. And generally, when you have custodial sentence, it usually may last between either 6 months to 3 months to about 3 years. So these are the range of things, and then the background of the Criminal and Other Offences Law Act with regard to what happened to Equiapim Polo.
Based on what the law says and the arguments that were put forward by the prosecutor and the lawyer for the defendant, is one justified to say that the punishment meted out to her is harsh?
Well, my view is that the punishment is harsh and excessive. That is my view. Some may agree, some may disagree. And my reason for saying that it's harsh is that Equiapim Polo readily admitted her offense. And anytime a person admits his or her guilt, it kind of affects the eventual sentence that is given. It is different if she has said she is not guilty. And then the state then has the burden of calling witness upon witness to prove the guilt of the accused person beyond all reasonable doubt. When the accused person admits her guilt, it also infers remorse on the part of the accused person, because anyone not remorseful will definitely not accept their guilt. So having been remorseful and having pleaded guilty, and between the time he was arrested, cautioned, charged, and placed before court till now, at least her conduct, her public conduct clearly shows that she's not somebody who is continuing in what others may describe as indecent exposure and what the law actually now describes as nudity and all that. So for me, she has done enough to prove that she has changed her ways. And so if indeed the purpose of criminal justice is reforms and is to transform people, then by virtue of the arrest and even the arraignment before court, she had already transformed. There was no need, absolutely no need for custodial sentence under those circumstances.
Even when the judge said that the punishment or the jail term should run concurrently, because we understand that she could have decided that for publication, you go for 90 days. For the domestic violence, you go for 90 each. So you still think that the sentence is harsh?
Well, I mean, under the law, when 2 sentences are passed on a day like that, of course, if she hadn't said that they might be concurrent, it means that it would have been consecutive. In other ways, she would serve 90 days and serve another 90 days. My view really is that it's still harsh and excessive. And honestly speaking, I mean, their prisons are choked. And why do we send people there? We send them to reform, for them to reform. And so if the person has demonstrated that she's reformed, I don't think there was a need for custodial sentence. In fact, a fine would have served the same purpose anyway. So the reason for the judge is that it is prevalent. I mean, people are, continuing in that kind of conduct across the country because of abuse of social media space and so on and so forth, which I agree with the judge. However, my view is that the judge could have achieved the same goal by simply imposing a fine, and that would have still achieved the goal.
Maybe finally, before we let you go, there are some who are saying that the lawyer for Ekuapem Polo did not help him. Did not help her. The argument is that you plead not guilty at the initial stage, and now you come back and say you are guilty. Why would a lawyer do that?
It depends. I mean, no lawyer can compel a client to plead guilty. It actually means that there has been several conversations behind the scenes, and perhaps the client, Ekuapem Polo herself, has admitted that she needed to just plead guilty and bring a closure to the matter. But most often, when people choose to plead guilty, it also presupposes that they are either some plea bargaining. Unfortunately, our jurisprudence do not have very clear provisions for plea bargain. But I think that when somebody has pleaded not guilty and is going to take the state's resources, time, effort to prove the guilt of the person, and the person chooses to change her plea, I think that the change of the plea must come with some very huge mitigation from the state also. It shouldn't be that the person changes her plea and yet the state is unwilling to, if you like, temper justice with mercy. And I think that this is one of those cases. I agree that the social media platform has been abused by many. And I agree that what Ekuapem Polo did exposed the child to several dangers. And when you look at the Children's Act, Domestic Violence Act, the best interest and the welfare of the child was never served by that picture. It only served her artistic mind of telling a story of a mother and a child in a naked way, looking at each other and asking the child never to be ashamed of her and to always remember that, she is the mother. That was a beautiful story that Ekuapem Polo told. And that picture told that story. Unfortunately, it did not protect the interests of the child under those circumstances. So my point is that by arresting the person, by cautioning the person, by charging the person, and placing the person before, in fact, arresting her, admitting her to bail, placing her before court for all this while, and for her to accept that, look, I'm willing to change my plea. I'm saying that the processes were themselves corrective. The processes were themselves, stressful to Ekuapem Polo. She obviously, within that period, did not have the opportunity and the laxity to do all that she was doing again. So clearly, there was some form of reformation already as far as the processes are concerned. So my view is that after having found her guilty, a fine would have sufficed. And even if not a fine, then you are going to even add custodial sentence. Perhaps it be some 30 days or maybe some 15 days plus a fine or something would have still served the purpose. Indeed, if we were having alternative sentencing, this is one of the clear cases where we will advocate for alternative sentence. Because when you take her to prison, who takes care of the child? So, you are balancing all kinds of social interests. If she were just supposed to do some community service and get back, that would have served the purpose. Unfortunately, we don't have alternative sentencing regime, and we'll use this platform to advocate for the alternative sentencing opportunities for such petty crimes that could have been, sentences could have been served in other ways than custodial sentence.
Could her lawyer have done anything different, or could he have gone further to ensure that she doesn't receive the sentence that she had?
Well, the only thing that the lawyer can do now is to appeal, but I'm doubting. Given how slow our processes are, whether it will be advisable for a 90 days sentence to be appealed and now maybe appealing against sentence. It won't be advisable. I think that if there should be anything, it should just be the general plea that everybody is calling on to see whether the president could have mercy. But I don't know whether under this circumstance the prerogative of the president could be even extended to Captain Polo. I think that it was just an unfortunate situation. She probably will have to serve 90 days and come out renewed and rejuvenated to still move on with her life, knowing that you cannot be a star without a scar. And once you are a star and you are looking for the public space, some of these things become part of the challenges that you need to face and rise above them and still become relevant to your society.
Okay. Lawyer, thank you so much for speaking to us. I'm sure if there is some other thing we need for you to educate us on, we will be knocking at your door.
Thank you, and have a very pleasant afternoon.
Nene, let me get your view on lawyer's submission.
I've said it earlier that I don't think the judgment was harsh, especially in the context of what our statutes say about what a crime is. And she could have gone up to 7 years because I think one of the crimes attracts, I don't want to define them in particular because I might not. One of the crimes attracts 3 years maximum sentence, another attracts 2 years maximum sentence, another attracts 2 years maximum sentence. So if the court were to give her maximum sentence and then she was to serve them concurrently, that means that she would have been in jail for
270 days.
For 7 years.
For
7 years. For 7 years. However, when she was sentenced for 90 days for each of the offenses, she could still have gone for 370 days if she was to serve it concurrently. However, the judge said she should serve it simultaneously, which means that she's been in for just 90 days prison time. So I think that is not too bad when you look at what the maximum sentence is. And it's very important to know that this was a circuit court case. You know, there are grades to crimes in Ghana. We have crimes, very small crimes go to the high court, go to the district court. Medium crimes go to the circuit court, and then very serious crimes go to the high court. And it's a circuit court. That means that it's considered to be a serious enough crime. So 90 days for a crime which is considered to be serious, it's not like some possession or using of marijuana be that you can go for only 1 day. Yeah.
Why
Yeah, if you know Lawyer Sosu, I mean, he's a human rights lawyer. He possibly, maybe if Polo had hired him as his lawyer, maybe she could have walked out with a non-custodial sentence, like they say. We are not lawyers, so we are learning from them. So I'm not surprised he says that this is harsh. I'm not surprised at all that he says that. But there's this bit about people saying that she's a single mother. She's a single mother. I mean, there are lots of single mothers in the prisons. I know some people carry babies from homes to the prisons just for their mothers to be able to breastfeed them and bring them back. So we should just cease fire on that bit because it looks like we are discriminating. If you are a superstar, the law should exclude you. If you are a commoner, you can go to jail for 7 years for just stealing a goat. So I don't know what Lawyer Sosu can do for the fans of Polo to get their petition to go further where they want to go. If possible, he should rewrite it. Since he's so, emotional about the whole thing, he should rewrite the petition, and get serious minds to sign it so that they can push it further. But we wish Polo the best. I hope Reggie Rockstone will supply her with watching for the
Reggie was weeping.
Yeah, he should.
Yeah.
He should. I mean, her going there can be a blessing to the inmates because for the next 90 days, they'll have visits from the superstars. They'll have good food to eat and all that. And I'm hoping that when she comes back, she will embark on a prison reformation project and, and speak against these obscene materials that we put on. I mean, if she can capitalize on this very well, she will be a superstar after she comes out. Yeah. So I hope that she will embark on a prison reformation project and all of us will support her. But for now,
when she will do a project, I don't want her to speak against obscene materials. I won't hear me. But I want her to speak if you speak on something, maybe sentencing reform or criminal reform.
We cannot risk the life of the. I have something on my phone that I want to show you. There is now classes for manners. Look at this. People are charging 250 Ghana cedis to teach your children manners. And Titiana is sunny at the say no.
Okay.
Obi my back account to show that you have manners. No, you have to show your certificate. Which is very bad. And then we have to talk about these obscene things. If you have admitted on camera that you like pornography, you know where to go.
When it comes to parenting,
we will not push obscene materials.
I'm not saying to push obscene materials.
You said that you like
pornography. I like it. I don't say you should push it.
Go to where you can find pornography. Wait until you see your own child naked and see if you enjoy those sites.
I don't have a child yet.
No. Oh, so other people's children should go astray.
No, when they are of age, they are of age. When they are kids, their parents should raise them well.
Okay, right. So these are the views of my panelists. Let's see what let's see what other Ghanaians have to say on this, and then we'll come back to do the discussion on Amrado.
I think the jail term that has been given to her, I think it's okay. It will serve as deterrence to other generations. As in we that we are young, we won't follow such things and do such, because we know if we do such things, maybe we would be jailed or something.
As we were there yesterday, the meeting a panicho. Where they are mining in Atom. Said your year and 1 year about Monfantan. As you see, I know they are 2 years in Miana. I say in social media, my Nina. Obia, yes, I am Bia, almost Omuyabi, to see a Rubia Fanton of Mobia and Yabi beside me. I was about by on the dead in a Yakono. Mamma, the other travel Friday, pa. Ube you who said the Achabo Friday and your face. Send your my jelly in a year. Uncle Cossing idea or bar on Chabo Frana de Papa. Oh, Jara Colano Jarin is separate, non soon Jarin is separate.
From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier. By using debit or credit cards,
mobile banking.
Thank you. And your favorite, mobile money?
Tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects, and others right here on GhanaWeb TV.
Who does that? And why should Sarkodie be the topic right now? And yes, I understand. No, the main person of a topic. But what I'm being sound is saying, Secretary to me, I can't clear Sarkodie. I don't want to talk about Sarkodie. I do to me compete Sarkodie. I don't want to talk about Sarkodie. Say, Niti, I'm sorry, Nama Bominion. Really? Yeah, that's. Oh. Wow. Wow.
So you just saw Amrado walking out of the studios of Kingdom FM here in Accra. That's what happened. I mean, some time ago when Dishay did the same thing when she appeared on Accra FM, the presenter was asking her some questions she wasn't comfortable with, so she had to leave. The final part of this show, Bloggers Forum, we turn our focus on that. Nene, the submission on Amrado's incident.
I think my sister here will speak specifically to that issue. So let me speak to something else about Amrado, right?
Debbie. This one,
yeah.
Let me just clear mine so that he can do his.
What do you want to say about Amrado?
Probably there's somebody in the US called Amrado that he wants to compare to. Then that's why I US analysis, right? So, Abrantipa, I think it was irritating watching that interview. I mean, we've said it time and time again because of Wendy Shea and the kiddies and the Dusty, are you okay? We are tired of, you know, artists trying to get something out of walking out of studios as a media attention just because they walked out of interviews. Who a presenter, he kept on saying, I'm here to promote my song. Can we get to it? There's always this bit about, we can have one rapper in Ghana. I mean, this Amrado guy brought up something that he does weekly as a recap of activities in the week called the Etinsem. And the lyrical dexterity, his choice of words, his flow, I have not seen any rapper do this in the last 20-25 years. And when all those things were coming out, nobody commended him, especially for near all, you know.
Oh, we commended him.
I mean, these, a friend is saying, these presenters,
okay.
say, or radio, so with the Kingdom, I haven't heard from.
Okay. So you are speaking
to the Kingdom issue. Okay. Yeah, I haven't seen any special edition done, because they have a television station as well. Who say, yeah, feature channel. Then this guy comes to your station and you want to bug him with Sarkodie here, Sarkodie there. For me, it looks staged because you will be painting. When it's staged now, you can tell. Say it's staged.
Almost the same.
At the same time, there's a subtle voice that speaks to some presenters. Say, let us retire in penning for no, and you all push you to that bit. You know, if you are able to say, make me better than Sarkodie. Then there's this Sarkodie kope baby and I'm not do crass or you better. And after he says that, you know, and when I didn't do my papa why you never better to board, so they are compare Sarkodie and try to shove him away. I mean, it doesn't help. And you know, me trust animals. The guy is talented. Let's just hear him out.
Do we always have to walk out of the studio when we are being asked some of these questions that we are not comfortable? We keep on asking the presenter to move on to the next one, but he insists.
If the presenter is stubborn and you cannot continue, I mean, you just have to respectfully walk out of the station. But it can create a sour relationship between your brand and the station, though. But oh, yeah, you just have to get up and go. But if you feel you can endure it, or you can, unless answers why you can put up an interview that nobody enjoys, you'll be ignoring questions from left, right, center, and your fans who have followed you to that station might not enjoy you. And you know, there are some artists that people don't tend to like their music because of their style of responding to interviews in this country, and you might not want to fall a victim because Amrado is just getting started.
Okay, Nene. You say, what's it there now? Okay, so
Amrado was on TV yesterday with Jackie, right?
Yes.
So I want to do a little comparison between them for 30 seconds and then move on to. You see, there's something I've noticed about female artists in Ghana and male artists in Ghana.
He sets his own questions and he answers them.
One thing I noticed with female celebrities in Ghana and male celebrities in Ghana, generally speaking, let me say generally speaking for the specific example that I might bring up. Generally speaking, I think that women in Ghana, when they are doing interviews, the celebrities handle their interviews better than the male celebrities. The women tend to be able to give answers that are engaging or entertaining to watch, even if the answer you are looking for is not what they are giving you. For example, if you ask somebody like Jackie about who she's dating, I've heard her dodge that question several times. But the way she does it makes it engaging. And I am saying this because I've done that observation for a very long time. I've written about this when I was a newspaper writer for a very long time, that male artists in Ghana tend to think that the only thing they need is the art. They don't need to sell themselves as personalities. And the females tend to focus more on selling the personalities than selling the arts or the talent.
Onto Amrado storming out of the studio.
So Amrado storming out of the studio was something that I thought is playing into a trend. That if you are not comfortable with a question, you walk out knowing very well that it will go viral and people will talk about it. Of course, the interviewer interviewing him try to also go viral by asking him about Sarkodie, knowing that any answer he gives about Sarkodie is going to go viral. So Amrado working out gives the presenter what he's already looking for.
Mileage.
You understand? And I think that Amrado didn't need that because I don't think he have done the Yetinsem this year.
He has done?
Has he done the
Yeah.
How long
last year?
This year?
I mean, this year. Last week, I mean.
Last week?
Yeah.
Okay. And I think that the Yetinsem, I don't follow him on Twitter. I don't follow Amrado on Twitter. However, last year, anytime he put it out, there was buzz about it. And it was on my timeline every time. But I haven't seen it for some time now. So I'm thinking that he's thinking the buzz is going down. So he needs to do something to revive himself again. But you see, the point is, if you are a rapper or a music star, you shouldn't be competing with a Kapin Polo and Moesha Budong. I mean, they are my friends, I love them. But you shouldn't be competing with them because the best way to make money as an artist these days is by building a core audience. And the core audience are the people, you see, when you put out your thing, 7-1 go viral, maybe some you get 100,000. But when it doesn't go viral, you get some 20,000. Those 20,000 are the people you should focus on. The people like me who don't follow you but see it on Twitter and go and watch it, once in a while you'll be able to convert us into fans. But you should focus on, every artist should read this book, The Purple Cow. There is no need to try to sell to the masses anymore. You should focus on selling to your core. And you shouldn't compete with people who have nothing to sell. When you have something to sell, you are considered to be one of the most talented rappers in Ghana currently. You understand? And you've been able to build a name for yourself based on the art. You should be able to sell yourself around that. You understand? J. Cole built a name around himself based on the art. And J. Cole, when he wants to do something controversial and go viral, he does it using the art. Maybe he will do some Kanye West or some Nas and then go viral because you are a rapper. People should look out for the rap.
But I mean, this is a rapper going after rapper. In the case of being sitting in a radio interview,
going after I'm talking about walking out of the studio. That's
Probably
not
he
going after a
needs
rapper.
Sarkodie's attention. I think
he says he has a relationship with Sarkodie.
I listened to him also.
Sarkodie featured him on the BB. So
I listened to Amrado on a sports show on Angel FM, and I asked myself, what is a rapper doing on a sports show?
Maybe he's a fan of sports.
And they were playing like back to back his music, and he was rapping like a usual thing that you see a drive time presenter do. And then I told myself, well, aside Yetinsem, if you ask me who Amrado is as an artist, I do not know. So probably someone has advised him that you need to push yourself, the personality out there, for people to be able to relate to a few other things about your craft. So somebody like that, you could tell that he's going from radio station to, you know, build his fan base to.
And there's nothing wrong with that at all.
Yes. And so if he comes to you and you deny him that fact, I mean, the people now are sorry because the before the class also it's me more ratings, and I can't send pass so now to that station and also more ratings. And either way, no, it's a win-win situation. And I even feel that presenter also quite a per mileage for himself because na me name no. Now maybe a bonidi a trust story and a bonidi about better. So it's a whole confusing thing. Let us just stick to the craft and what you're giving us. Enough of this storm out, walk out, and all these things. It's just getting boring.
I mean, let's do the rap fans now. Keep feeding us the rap fans.
Okay, Nene, your 2 minutes. You said you have a special message.
Okay, so
where's your camera? Speak to your camera.
Give him a camera. Focus on him.
You've forgotten the name of the person. You need to check.
This will Google.
Hey.
Yeah, I need to Google.
Wow, girlfriend. So I used to Google the
boy. Yeah, channel.
I wanted to say something.
You wanted.
Okay, it's past tense. Look,
I want to say something.
So I should close my show.
So, okay, so last year I bought a guitar for the first time, and that's something I've always wanted to do, but never did, for no reason at all, because I met somebody I've always wanted to meet. I met my dream girl, and then she made me feel things I've always wanted to feel. And so buying the guitar was a way of telling myself that my dreams could come true. And so, even though I've not yet learned how to play, I hope I'll be able to learn how to play very well and write you a song within a year. I promise that. However, I want to wish my hot chocolate a happy birthday and yeah, maybe.
Is it cappuccino or what? Or this way chocolate drink? Which of the chocolates? This is cappuccino.
It's an inside joke.
Hey, mention the name. Yeah, it's someone Abrantepa. You want to wish your hot chocolate?
Yes,
she knows her name.
To hear them.
Like guitar, I thought it was a human being.
No. You know the guitar maker. And no. You know Nene is a poet, so all these things.
Why are you trying to read meanings into what I said?
All these things he said.
What are you trying to read meanings into what I said?
Please, beats
if you
play a woman
Nene is a poet. Now the guitar.
Mention her name. Mention her name.
The guitar is symbolism.
It's actually a human being.
Yeah. Yes.
It's a symbolism.
When you go to the market, just buy beats. Okay.
Yes. It's a poloic.
I heard this one before.
A poloic human being.
I heard this one because a Spanish guitar.
That's how we end this episode of Bloggers Forum. Nene B is
in love.
Nene's wife or girlfriend. Girlfriend is celebrating her birthday. Happy birthday to her.
To hot chocolate.
Hot chocolate. He doesn't want to mention the name.
I can't. I don't want to.
He's ready to play the guitar that she has.
And when his heart is broken, we'll come and report it.
Oh, how big the vessel will be asked. I want to dedicate that's her favorite song. Jackie's Forever.
What Danny DJ? By the Rich Boatin is a columnist, and so we are celebrating our 22nd anniversary. This I'll keep saying it. Let's reduce the rate of accidents on our roads. If you witness any incident that poses as a threat to the lives of people, film them, send them to us. Email is newswires@ghanaweb.com, newswires@ghanaweb.com. Let's get interactive on social media. Is at the Ghana Web. Anniversary, the hashtag is GhanaWeb22. Yes, GhanaWeb then, now, later. My name is Benefo Boabin Abrantipa. Thank you for watching Bloggers Forum.
Immediately you say, oh, I hope it's not that girl that you are going out with. That girl cry, you have not been checking her. So that day, immediately you say it, immediately I get out, I'm like, hey, where is she?
They fuck. So it's like pam, 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 O2 man, can you saw you there? You don't even know. They're just exhausting their strength, but they are not really delivering anything.
No matter the age, when a man sees that he's going in for a younger lady, the man prepares himself. The man is fast. The kind of rounds, the kind of roles, the kind of styles he's going to even introduce you, the lady, into. You would ask yourself, oh, how did you do that? And at the end of the day, you will be calling him Daddy, Zazie.
Daddy. Every day is bedroom, off the light. You don't even see the panty she's wearing, no lingerie, no undresses. How about try the kitchen? How about get to know her love language so that you can foreplay her? You know, you're in the office, you're like, and I'm about Mary Rose. You know, someday she's like.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the part and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you deny funny face. It's not my brother. I don't know him. You don't know funny face. It's not my brother. You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
Hello, my name is Priscilla Na Akle Planch. I'm a survivor of a road accident. It wasn't easy for me. I went through 6 surgeries, and for 2 years I was using crutches. It wasn't an easy experience, and I don't want you to go through the same. So please, follow all the road safety regulations that you have to. Don't drive tired, don't drink and drive. And to my fellow friends who ride motorcycles, please, the road signals are for you as well. Please pay attention to them. Stay safe, do the right thing, and save a life.
Telling us everything we need to know. Ghana's press freedom has been called into question over time due to past antecedents between the country's security apparatus and media persons. So don't say it loud. We speak to a victim of one such incident. You tell us what his experience was and the way forward. My name is Lord Harry Sidwasari. When we return from the break, I introduce our guest. Do stay. Welcome back. So our guest today is the editor of WhatsApp News, David Tamaklo. He's going to be telling us everything we need to know on this episode or on this edition. David.
All right.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you, Lord. Hope everything's fine.
Everything is great.
Great.
So in October last year, you were picked up by the police over a story that you published. In less than 6 months on, you were back in their grips again. What's your deal with the police? Why are you always getting arrested?
Well, I'm sure you know the work we do. The work we do is purely investigative most of the time.
Okay.
And when you are doing investigative stories, it means you are digging down somebody's dirty clothes. And usually you wouldn't have people comfortable with that. And usually has to do with state actors. So people usually find it intolerable to when their dark places are being opened for scrutiny. And I believe that perhaps is the case of the WhatsApp news. But I mean, I say that some of the issues, the two issues for which I was arrested, I mean the October one and the current one, last 2 weeks one.
Yeah.
I found it unnecessary the way the police came in to use state powers in arresting me.
Okay, about that, what exactly, I'm talking about the recent one, what exactly what was your offense? Initial reports suggested that you had published false news. Was that the case?
Well, when my statement was being taken, I was told that I had published false news.
Okay.
And I recall I was interviewing a character in the story that I'm investigating, and that story particularly is still under investigation. We have not published anything about it, so it was difficult to understand why anybody would arrest me or would charge me for publishing false news in that particular case.
So it's not like it was even out yet?
We hadn't started any story at all. We had not done, sometimes you're doing a story, you want to do promo for some strategic reason, but this was not the case yet. I just interviewed a few people as part of my investigation, and the character was also one of those that I was interviewing. And after my first interview with her, she requested to meet me, and I obliged. I obliged because sometimes when the first interview was on phone, so when you interview people on phone, not everybody is comfortable enough to tell you all you need to hear.
That's true.
I thought that once the request was made by the interviewee, I was obliged to give her the opportunity to tell me all the stories, all I needed to know from her.
Okay.
And that's why I obliged. And throughout the process, I think that I discharged all the ethical requirements of me. I mean, some of the interview I had with her the first time, she was full of praise of my work. And so I was surprised when I was arrested in the process of interviewing. I was interviewing her actually.
Where did it take place?
This took place at Afrikiko. So
wow.
She was seated in front of me, just barely 2 minutes, 3 minutes into the interview. Apparently, they had positioned CID officials around to arrest me. And when she came, we had the interview. And when she came, we didn't even start the interview proper. She made a comment to which I inquired why the comment. Then I was assuring her that it was important I get the full facts of what the questions I asked her, so that I wouldn't get to a situation where after the interview I discover something new that I know she should have known, and that would be a different matter. So it was at that point that the police came in and arrested me. So we had not actually started the interview proper.
I see. That's pretty interesting. But Afrikiko, of course, is a very open area and it's not very far from the Jubilee House. What was the mode of arrest? I want more details. We heard about stuff, but I want it to come from the horse's own mouth.
The mode of arrest, basically, when, just like I said, when I started, you know, setting the mode for the the interview, then I noticed there was some signaling, because obviously the question I asked wasn't answered. And
signaling from who?
I saw some hand movements from her, which probably give me an idea that she probably was aware. I mean, everything was arranged, so she probably was signaling the CID to come in.
Oh, so you think you were like baited? She set you up?
Yes, it was all set. It was all set up. And
wow.
Everything was set up. Because I mean, like I said, it's so there's no reason for the arrest. No, absolutely no reason. As we speak now, when I was writing my statement, it's a false publication. And right around that time, narratives were being changed to extortion, attempted extortion.
Can you tell us who you're interviewing?
Yes, I can tell you. I think that because it's still under investigation, I don't.
You're not at liberty to give.
Yes, yes. I mean, been advised by my lawyer to take that one slowly, because the story will come out.
Okay, but the person is in the upper echelon.
Yes, the person is a big
government
person,
official.
Yeah, government official, and the husband also a very prominent actor in the security system.
I see. So she came with her own security detail, because you indicated that she motioned some signals and then they came to pick you up.
Like I said, because it was set up, they had arranged for the police to be around.
In Mufti or
in Mufti?
Okay.
In Mufti. I think there was only one police I saw in that environment, but you know, because it's an open place for the public, you could hardly notice that the purpose of he being there would be
because
for
of
such things. And I don't recall he coming close to where I was arrested at. But so plainly, it was all plainclothes officers who made the arrest. But then they held me from all sides. There was two ladies, two gentlemen, hijacked me from both sides and, you know, pushing me. They took all my equipment and were pushing me. And I asked them why, first of all, why the arrest and why this manner of arrest. And some were saying I should shut up. And then they murdered me into a car that they came with. So I was sandwiched between two guys and a lady at the back, and then another lady in front with a driver.
What type of car? Was it one of the saloon cars or a pickup? It was a saloon car. Okay. Wow, I see. And give us a picture of how you were treated while you were in detention.
So from the Afrikiko, I was taken straight to the CID headquarters, specifically to the Special Investigation Unit. The first person I saw, who I believe was in the rank of ordering these people, was the unit commander, called one in Ketia, the Special Investigation Unit commander.
Okay.
And the moment I entered, the first question he asked was, how much did you want? How much do you want to take?
How much do you want to take?
How much do I want to take? And I said, I don't understand the question.
Was this after you had filed your statement, written your statement?
No.
Okay.
I was in handcuff. They just took me into his office.
Okay.
There were people sitting there, and then he said, how much did you want to take? How much do you want? So I said I didn't understand the question. He said, how much did you want to take for the story? And I said, I'm sorry, I'm not one of those journalists who take money for stories. I'm a professional. And then he asked me where my ID card was, and I said I didn't have it on me here. He said, why was I going to interview someone without an ID card? I said it wasn't an issue, because I had spoken with the person already, and ID card wasn't an issue. If he was, I could have shown it to the person. Then I saw a gentleman sitting just in front of the commander, the Nketia man, who I later discovered to be another character in a story I had done about 3 weeks before, which had to do with the national security. This gentleman, I mean, if I should just give you a brief, he was involved in an issue where the national security operatives were being used to harass a civilian over his girlfriend. So I spoke to him prior to doing the story. I spoke to him. I spoke to other characters. I spoke to the SWAT commander, Commander Azugu. I spoke to him, and I spoke to almost everyone involved in that story.
Okay.
What he did was a very serious issue. I probably can go into details because I've published that story already. I can tell you all the story by the time, for the sake of time, we can. So this gentleman then said, then they asked my name, and I introduced myself. Said, which paper do you write for? I mentioned the WhatsApp news. They said, oh, so you are the gentleman, you are the one who has been writing that rubbish about me. I'll deal with you.
That's what he said?
Yes, he said, I'll deal with you in front of their commander.
But did he confirm if it was false or otherwise? If the story he had written about him was false or otherwise?
Well, he just said he would deal with me. I mean, we did the story 2 weeks before that arrest. And so if it was false, obviously he should have just gone to court or write a rejoinder to us. But that wasn't, he didn't do anything like that. And he couldn't have, because we done enough work on that story to avoid anything like that. So then he said that, and I said, well, I don't even know you. Then he said he would deal with me. So then the commander said they should take me out. He took me to at the conference room of the Special Investigation Unit. And so I was sitting there with the two CID officers, among the ones who arrested me, seated with me. And after some time, about 10 minutes, the gentleman came, again, that same guy. He's called Da Costa Autry, Stephen Da Costa Autry. He's supposed to be a businessman. So he came into the room again and said that if I don't stop writing stories about people, he will deal with me. And I said, well, I mean, if you were caught up in my story like that, then you obviously must be close to being a criminal. At that point I identified who he was. You know, so I told the CID officer, I mean, you are here, I know this guy is not a police officer, so you are here and he is threatening me, and you are not saying anything. You should arrest him. He says, so I should. He doesn't know who he is neither. The CID officer who was working me said he didn't know who he was.
He didn't know who the person threatening him was?
Yes. So we went into a different room where I understand the investigator is. So we went to that room, and the questions, once in a while, the unit commander will come in and ask a question. He mentioned another guy in a story we did a week before then, which had to do with national security again. Again, the national security being used to abuse civilian rights and all that. So he mentioned a character in the story I did, and he was asking me who is this gentleman. He was called the guy is called Mike Cook. If you know him, he used to own Vibe FM. So he was arrested together with his friend or partner upon arrival at the airport for allegedly failure to take COVID test. And then subsequently the charges changed to evasion of tax. And as we speak now, I understand that charge has also changed. So it was also had to do with national security. In that story, the current Minister of Railways, Mr. Peter Mewu, is also featured in the story. So my cook, when he asked of my cook, then my mind was like, is it about this? But it couldn't be because I was in the process of another interview when I was arrested. So obviously, directly it's not Amewu. But then when they mentioned my cook was only related to the Peter Amewu story I did. So right there, 2 stories relating to national security.
You connected the dots.
So I saw what was happening. Then the gentleman, there's another gentleman called Berku, Chief Berku, who was at the investigation unit, and he asked me if I was hungry. How hungry was I that I was looking for money? I said, that's offensive. You don't ask me that question. Except, he said, no, I should talk to him. Why did I ask? Why did I do what? He said, well, the interview, do I have the document? Do I have documents on which I was investigating the woman? And I said, look, I am a journalist. I don't think I'm supposed to tell you what investigation I was doing. But talking about documents, I'm not supposed to give it to you. Is that what I'm supposed to do? If I have to write a statement, let me write a statement, and you proceed with what you are doing. That if the woman, then at that point, I knew they started making case of extortion, but I also knew that there was no evidence, absolutely no evidence, no any such act that could be deemed to be extortion on my part.
So they felt that you were doing stories to extort them?
They, from the narrative, they felt that I met the woman because I wanted to extort money from her.
Secure the story.
Yes. But I had, fortunately, we've had a few conversations that I can tell you the woman could not have said I asked her money, or I had any intention to kill the story I was investigating. So I was very confident that if all the charges they had mentioned so far, there was nothing that I should be afraid of, except for the fact that nobody around me knew where I was.
Your people,
not my workers, knew that I was arrested.
How long were you there for?
I was, well, I think I was picked up around 3:45 thereabout.
Okay.
And I was at the unit there till around 8:30 before I was taken into custody.
What was you in custody? Were you still, at the time the interrogations were going on, were you still in cuffs?
I was still in cuffs.
You were still in cuffs?
I was still in cuffs.
I see. Well, we would like to take a quick break here. You're still watching Say It Loud with me, Lord Harris Udasari. We are speaking to the editor of WhatsApp News, David Tamaklo. After the break, the conversation continues.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
Welcome back. This is Say It Loud, and we are speaking to the editor of WhatsApp News, David. So you were telling us about what the experience was like while you were in detention. What happened then you got released?
Well, I slept over at the airport police station.
Oh, so you spent a night over there? You said you got arrested.
I got arrested around 3:45 of Thursday. I think that was the first of April, and got released on the 2nd of April.
Wow.
So on the 2nd of April, the police came for me. From the investigator came back for me around 7:30 thereabout.
Okay.
And took me back to the headquarters.
In the morning?
In the morning.
Okay.
So at the headquarters, I was told that I had to do they had to do an SW, that's a search warrant kind of. So they got operation team mates with, they are the operation guys with guns and all that. And I got driven to my house.
About that, were you pointed at with a gun? Was a gun pointed at you at any point in time?
No, I mean, you're just carrying guns, about 2 gun wielding.
Even when you were getting arrested, no.
No.
You mentioned you were heckled.
At the point of arrest, I didn't see a gun.
So they weren't armed?
They weren't armed.
Okay, okay.
They weren't armed. It was only the point at which the gun was more or less accompanying us was when they were taking me to my house.
Oh, okay.
And I was in handcuff, 2 gun wielding CID operatives with 2 others, and then the driver took me to the house.
Okay.
And they went to conduct a search. They said they were looking for, I mean, the investigator said they were looking for photo album. So if I had any photo album, I should show them the photo album.
Your photo album?
Yes.
Okay.
So, but yeah, my wife showed them a few that we had, and from there, they couldn't take anything. They didn't take anything from the house that I could remember. So we returned to the headquarters, and they were supposed to be waiting for the CID, Director General CID, Mr. Kenyebua, who I understood was somewhere outside the city, the capital city, on holidays. And so but the directive for the bail would only come from him, from what I understood. So they were calling. It was around 1:30 there about that. I had an inkling that they may be granting me bail. At that point, there were a few journalist colleagues of mine and senior friends that I knew who came around and were demanding that there should be a bail, because as at that time nobody was clear what exactly the charge was. At
that time, you still didn't have any charges on you?
I mean, apart from, when you are writing your statement, they gave it a headline. So the headline there, if it was supposed to be the charge, was supposed to be false publication.
Okay.
But I've seen situations where those charges were changed. Those headlines were changed later. But what they asked me, what I saw there was about false publication. So that's what I responded to in my statement. But at the point of the bill, granting the bill, then I mean, they said I should look for sureties, and the sureties were going around, identifying their properties.
Okay.
Then at that point, the CID investigator, certainly he's been on call all through. So one of the calls came, and I mean, first they wanted to take me somewhere, and my people protested, and then they said, okay, they should take an additional statement. So I don't know where the orders were coming from, but because he told us he was waiting for the orders from Mr. Kenyebua, I assumed the orders were coming from there. So he asked that we issued, I made an additional statement about what? About extortion. So I said, okay, what about extortion? So he offered to write it, and I said, okay. So he asked the question, he asked me a question, and I responded to the questions whilst he write. So after that, then the bail was granted. And I was asked to come back on the 6th of April. That was Tuesday after the arrest.
At what, during your narrative earlier, you indicated that the people around you, your colleagues and family, did not know where you were. At what point did they get in the know?
At the point I was asked to write a statement, I indicated that I needed my lawyer to be around.
Okay.
I also wanted to use the opportunity to get someone around me to know what the situation was. I knew by then the news would be around that I've been arrested, but as to where I was, nobody would know. So I then used the opportunity to call my lawyer, and that's when anybody around me, I was sure, got to know where my location was.
How did your family take it? How did your wife take it?
For my wife, it was, I mean, I just can't describe it. She was very devastated because it was the second time in 6 months when I was arrested. And, you know, when she spoke to me, I knew she was devastated. But, I mean, she managed to, there were friends around and family who managed to get her to understand that everything was okay. And I got to talk to her later. And she is still devastated. I mean, not that she had any fear, but the way, if you consider the first arrest, when I was arrested, that particular evening, she had a scare. She was crossed by some vehicles, and when she was trying to leave the house, they told her to leave the house to someone, a family member, and on her way, she was crossed by these vehicles, and it was a serious issue for her to take. And so
she was crossed by which vehicles?
Unnumbered vehicles, and she stopped. They got down, just went around, and then got back into the car and drove off. So that incident was still in her mind, and so at that point, that's around 8, 9, except for the family and friends who were encouraging her, she probably didn't know what to do at that point.
What did she say to you when she saw you?
Of course, she cried. She cried, and the rest I'll tell you later. I'll tell you later. Of course, she was happy to see me. That's more important. She was happy to see me, and the kids, you know, how they were worrying her. Where's Daddy? She had to lie to them. You know, Daddy's going to work. He had to come back the following day and all that. So I mean, because the kids expect me at a certain time of the day.
So when she came back.
So when I wasn't coming back, you know. So that's briefly what happened.
Generally, what did you make of how you were handled, the entire situation?
Well, I think that the police, not all of them, some were a bit professional, others were very unprofessional. And I was just thinking if that's how they handle all suspects.
How unprofessional? What did they do?
For instance, I mean, I got to know that even they didn't know the reason for which I was to be arrested.
They were just acting on orders?
They were just acting on orders. And so the way they were, I mean, because the law requires that you treat a suspect with dignity. So if in the glare of the public you arrest me, you don't know what the issue was. Even if you knew what the issue was, I was not wielding any arm. And then you hold me from both sides of my trousers and tossing me, you know. So when I even tried
what's in local parlance we call jaws. So they jaws both your.
They jaws my two sides.
Wow.
One on this side, one on this side. And so when I was trying to inquire why, I said, shut up, you know. So I was treated more or less like a common criminal, and I don't think it was really necessary, you know. Even on the way to the police station, I was trying to get them to understand that, you know, as much as they are doing their work, they needed to be professional. And some of them, the ones the female among them, were being very hostile. And I was surprised. One of them apologized to me later, but you know, I think that the police need to act professionally. Not only them, everyone needs to act professionally in their line of work. And if we all do that, then we'll have a system that works. I know even the commander, I mean, when you ask me a question, how much do I want? I don't want to think that was part of his investigation. That how much do I want? I don't think it was part of any investigation. He was prejudging the situation. I was supposed to be a suspect. And you are saying, how much did I want? And all that. Someone said I was hungry. So why did I? What kind of hunger led me to do this? Conclusive. You know, I recall at the point before I was taken home, there was this gentleman, an operative. He came in. He was holding a gun. He came in and I was just seated quietly with, I think I had a handcuff on my hand. Then he came in with a CID officer seated with me. He held me by the neck. It's like, Mebo Wasum. Then I was
without provocation.
Without any provocation. So I was just watching. And then after some seconds, he released me, and then I was looking at him. He said, if I look at him twice again, he'll slap me. And so one of them said, oh, Memphino. And then he told him, oh, any power. You know, like they were just joking, they're cracking jokes.
During your detention, were you heckled or did anybody lay their hands on you or any threats whatsoever?
Not at all. I must say that the police at the airport police station were very, very professional. They were professional. When I was put into the cell, the guys I met there, all of them very, very nice guys. They were very sympathetic of my situation. I mean, what they got to know. And of course, there were news, you know, they could watch from their cell rooms.
Okay.
And so when they asked me who I was, and you know, they became very emotional as well. And so they actually gave me, if I should consider their situation there, they gave me a keenly treat in the cell.
I see.
At the point of detention, there was no harassment there. I mean, talking about the airport police station, they were very, very professional. And even at that time, I think some of the police people got to realize that the action was very, very unnecessary. And so they begin to, even the CID guys begin to
tone down
on their hostility and all that.
I see. Do you think the media or press is really free in the country?
I don't think so. And I don't think so not only because of this kind of harassment. I think that most of us, colleague journalists, not many of them are able to do the work they would have wished to do. You know, there's so much going on in this country, and I think that the public would have had a lot of confidence in the media doing the work diligently, playing the role of gatekeepers, keeping the state actors in check. But that's not what, in my view, is happening.
What do you think is happening?
I think that there's too much I'm looking for the word. The media is not doing it work freely. Let me just put it that simple. I'm also the vice president of Private Newspaper Publishers Association, the Print-Pad.
Okay. You think there are obstructions?
I think there are obstructions.
Tell me about the second one. What has become of it? You weren't very clear on the charges. So what's now?
Well, on the 6th, when we went there, they requested to go into my phone. They wanted my consent to have access to my phone and go into it. And I told them they could obtain order from court and do that. I wasn't going to grant them any access to my phone. So whilst at it, a gentleman walks in and said that I requested to see the commander.
Okay.
And the commander says he was in a meeting. He introduced himself to the commander. He said he was in a meeting. He said he was seeing him in connection with the story. So he needed to see him before he continued. So subsequently, the commander came and told me that he was going to see his boss. So they took me to another room. He came back, and the investigator came to tell me that I was dispersed, that I could go. I said, what does that mean? He said I could go home. I asked where my gadgets were, my phone. They took my phones and my file, and then my watch. He said the case is still under investigation, so they'll give it to me later. And I said, okay. So the gentleman assured me that the complainant has no interest in this case. So my equipment should be returned back to me.
Who was the complainant? The lady you were interviewing?
Yes. So my stuff will be returned to me. I said, okay. So I went. By evening, I was called by the police that the equipments have been released and I should come for it. I went for them. And since then, I have, had conversation with different people who were trying to tell me that they have spoken with the woman and the complainant, and she didn't make the statement, the complaint that was I was being charged for. Issues were not well explained, but they said she didn't make those complaints, and I said, well, I have been defamed by the police. They issued a statement stating categorically that I was arrested because of an attempted extortion and false publication. As for the false publication, you can deal with it because I had not even done any publication. But the extortion, they can concoct anything. So it was important, and that was very criminal. So it was important that I get to understand where that claim was coming from. And so I was insisting that I needed the police to be clear on that. As of now, I've not had any charge sheet from anybody. Since the Tuesday 6 I went there, I have not had any invitation from the police. Basically nothing has happened yet.
I see. Do you feel safe?
For me, I know the work I'm doing. It's always a risk, even for you. It's a risk once you are doing the right thing, trying to dig the roots in society and exposing them. Definitely, we are not safe, except if the state is providing that safety, obviously, to media, men and women. But that is not what I see. So none of us are safe. But the family and well-wishers are worried. They are worried, particularly those who know, how people behave in town here. They call you, sometimes you receive call and the person is almost like crying, don't do this, the work is free, can you leave this work, right? You are doing it for the public, what are you getting from me, what are you going to get from me? I tell them, look, it's just like the pastor's work. The pastor goes there, he's supposed to even be dealing with spirits that we cannot see. And people are going to attack and all that. So we need to do our work. We need freedom to do our work. It's safe for all of us if the journalist does their work, do their work, well, in a liberal environment, free of any intimidation and harassment. That, in the long run, will help all of us as a country, as a people, to grow, to develop.
Are you worried about your family? I mean, your wife, your kids? How do you think all this is affecting them?
As a human being, I should be worried. I should be worried. Of course, I'm very much concerned about what happens every day, and every day I have to also assure them that, we are in it together. We're all doing this public service together, and I will need their support. But, we all not the same. Some people may not be strong enough to take certain things. Okay. So, to that extent, I'm concerned about them. But that's all it is.
Okay. Now, finally, a lot of people have the view that with the proliferation of media spaces, especially online, it has increased the space of sensationalism. What's your take on that?
I agree. There are a lot of, if you get on the media space, the internet space, you see all sort of supposed news mediums which channel a lot of falsehoods and all that. not only the sensationalism, some are utterly untrue.
Yeah.
So all those things are there. But journalism is said that if you are doing it well, it shows. And the public is very discerning that when they pick a story, they're able to tell if the story is done well or not. So there's still a distinction for people who read to understand what false news is and what sensational news is and all that.
How do you think the situation can be curbed? What changes would you like to see?
You mean the issue of sensationalism and all that? Well, I mean, it's getting to that stage where at a point in time, we know it was all traditional media, hardcore newspapers. I have run a number of newspapers, worked with newspaper companies, which some don't exist anymore for several reasons. And even the ones which exist now, people pick the newspapers and they can tell you, if you engage people, they will tell you, they don't believe this paper, they don't, they know what these newspapers are for. So it's rather a challenge for us to get to do the work as required of us. If it's only when we do good journalism that the public can trust the work we do and begin to follow the news again. Other than that, everybody will be throwing in trash and, we all don't get anything from it.
Okay.
It doesn't yield any result.
All right. Thank you very much, David Tamaklo, for this time. But that's all time will allow us. This has been another edition of Say It Loud with me, Lord Harris Udasari. We have been speaking to the editor of WhatsApp News, David Tamaklo. He's been giving us all the details about how and why he got picked up in 2020, and 6 months on, he got arrested again. Join us for our subsequent editions.
From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier. By using debit or credit cards,
mobile banking.
Thank you. And your favorite mobile money?
Tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects, and others right here on GhanaWeb TV.
Hi, my name is Nanama McBrown. I'm proud to be part of GhanaWeb Road Safety Campaign. Please, do the right thing. Save a life. Brim.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the part and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you funny face. It's not my brother. Funny face. I don't know him. You don't know funny face. It's not my brother. You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Huabin Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
But immediately you say, oh, I hope it's not that girl that you are going out with. That girl cry, you have not been checking her. So that day, immediately you say it, immediately I get out, I'm like, hey, where is she?
They fuck. So it's like pam, 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 O2 man, can you saw you there? You don't even know. They're just exalting their strength, but they are not really delivering anything.
No matter the age, when a man sees that he's going in for a younger lady, the man prepares himself. The man is fast. The kind of rounds, the kind of roles, the kind of styles he's going to even introduce you, the lady, into. You would ask yourself, oh, how did you do that? And at the end of the day, you will be calling him Daddy, Zazie.
Daddy. Every day is bedroom, off the light. You don't even see the panty she's wearing, no lingerie, no undresses. How about try the kitchen? How about get to know her love language so that you can foreplay her? You know, you're in the office, you're like, and I'm about Mary Rose. You know, some days she's like.
The conversations in the world of sports has been about the European Super League, which is being spearheaded by the top clubs in Europe. Real Madrid, Manchester United, and Liverpool are the front as they seek to break away from the UEFA Champions League. We tabled this for a riveting discussion on this special report on GhanaWeb TV. What do you think about this particular thing? Should the clubs move, or you think that this will affect the pyramid of football? My name is Joel Ishen, and this is GhanaWeb TV. We'll go for a quick break. When we return, the analysis and the discussions start. Welcome back from the break. It is still watching GhanaWeb TV, and this is our special report and analysis on what is going on in Europe and whether it can have effect on African football. Top clubs are planning to break away from the UEFA Champions League, and there's been discussions about it all over the world. Today, I'm being joined by my colleague, Perez Ezwakwa. He is with the GhanaWeb Sports Desk, and also to my immediate right, I have Emmanuel Ayamga from Pause Ghana. Good day, gentlemen, and thanks for joining me here.
Thanks for having us on your show.
It's great to be here.
Alright. So the conversations in the world of sports for the past 48 hours has been about the European Super League. I'll start with you first, Ayamga. When you heard about the possible breakup, what came into mind?
Well, I was a bit surprised. I wasn't too surprised as well because this is an idea that has been mooted for years now. Okay. What I didn't think was that some clubs will have the balls to bring it up in this particular moment, because if you look at things that are happening, the world is currently going through a pandemic, and so I was thinking that everybody would be thinking of how to unite the world through football. So in terms of me being surprised, that was why I knew this idea had been mooted and it was something the big clubs were considering. But then I didn't think it would come this early. That was so surprising. But then I'm not too surprised that it has come too, because our big clubs have shown that they are in for the money.
It's just about money.
It's about the money, and so they are always looking out for their own interests. So I wasn't really surprised when I heard about my own Manchester United and then Chelsea and then other European heavyweights being involved.
All right. So let me come to you. According to the proposal, they intend to start the new project in August 2021. When you heard that your darling club Arsenal, though you've not been in the Champions League for the past 3 seasons, are likely to play in Europe with the top guys, what was your reaction when you heard that?
I think from a football perspective, as a fan, you will be a bit disappointed that you'll be happy, but in a way disappointed that your club is going to compete with the top clubs in the world, but it's not going to compete based on the fact that it's qualified, but based on the fact that due to the selfish ideas of a certain group of investors, your club is going to it, and especially the reasons being, put forth or being brought forth or being given by the people behind this particular European project. And you think of it, and it's purely money. And if you are an Arsenal fan and you look at what the club used to represent, especially under Arsene Wenger, you'll be disappointed that we've come this far. But you will not be surprised that it's happening under Stan Kroenke, because the club has been moving from the fans to the owner ever since Stan Kroenke took over. So it's a bit disappointing. But from an Arsenal perspective and looking at Arsenal under Stan Kroenke, it's not surprising.
Okay, so we're still talking about the European Super League. You can let us know what you think about this particular thing. Should the clubs move on with their plans, or they should listen to what the other stakeholders like FIFA and UEFA are saying, including the fans and ex-players? So I will be running you through the clubs who are leading this project. And if you go to England, we have 6 clubs: Arsenal, Chelsea, Liverpool, Manchester City, and also the big guys, Man United. But Spurs is also in the list. And I know you'll be asking yourself, when the Spurs become a big club in Europe? Because they've won virtually nothing in Europe. And if you go to the Spanish Premier La Liga, we have record champions Real Madrid, Barcelona, and Atletico Madrid. And Italy, we have the old ladies Juventus, AC Milan, and their neighbors International Milan. Of all the clubs that I've mentioned, which club you think that these guys or this team doesn't even deserve to be in this league, if it is something that we should even hail?
Okay, so for me personally, my problem with this whole Super League idea is that it doesn't encourage competition. It's for like they don't deserve
in
to
the
be
past
there.
4 seasons or so.
And even when they have been there, their laptop has been the round of 16. This is not an elite club. Tottenham, they don't deserve to be there. Why? They've competed in just one Champions League final.
The thing is that I disagree.
Okay.
And I'm not talking because of Arsenal. You can't limit the greatness of a club to what the club has achieved.
But they are talking about elite clubs. No, you can't. They are talking about elite clubs in Europe.
A lot of factors.
Okay.
The history of the club.
So Arsenal has more history than Ajax or Benfica or Porto.
I'm saying you have to take into cognizance a lot of factors.
No, but you are talking about history.
Okay. One of them is the fan base. One of them is the club's pool. What pool does Ajax have? If we are sitting at a table and are discussing money, we are discussing bringing eyes to a competition. How many eyes will Ajax bring to the table?
That's why we are not talking about money.
The reason why
football is more than money.
My thing is that in the last 15 years or so, football has moved from a purely social activity to a quasi-social marketing or corporate entity, and it's now moving towards a complete business entity where people don't really think about the concern of fans.
Yeah, so it's
just
about I
like
get
a
my
business.
money at the end of the day.
Now, what happened on Sunday was the final nail in the coffin from the departure of football from a recreational or a fan-based activity to a typical business entity where we run it and we do it basically because of the money we get.
Okay.
And that's what happened on Sunday. So if you criticize the Arsenal and say that Arsenal doesn't deserve a chair or a place at the table because we don't have a Champions League trophy.
No, but it's not only about Champions League. You don't have an European trophy.
In terms of finances,
okay.
In terms of supporters, when you take away maybe Bayern Munich, of all the 12 clubs in there, you take away Bayern Munich, which are not part, and maybe which other club is also not in there. In terms of support, in terms of following.
In terms of following, I think you say Paris Saint-Germain.
I don't think PSG has more following than us.
No, but
Dortmund could be close.
Yeah.
Dortmund could be close, but Dortmund, in terms of, you can't place them on the same in terms of how the pool they get. Arsenal have the chance or the opportunity of playing in the Premier League that has almost every weekend has hundreds of thousands of eyeballs watching them. Yeah. Arsenal has a history behind him. Arsenal is valued much more. Arsenal is in the top 10 or in the top 15 of the world's most valuable clubs. Yeah. The other clubs, what argument can you make for them? Can you make same argument for Ajax? Can you make same argument for Porto?
No, let me cut in. Now, the reason why I'm not mentioning Arsenal among the elite clubs is because I'm talking from the perspective of having the merits of being in the competition. Arsenal do not merit being in a Super League. And I'm saying no. Okay, so
I'm coming, guys. So we are talking about Arsenal. Arsenal haven't been in a competition for the past 4 seasons or so. What about AC Milan and International?
I'm coming. I was naming the clubs and then he cut me. But I'm saying if what from what Perez is saying, he's trying to say that because football has moved from a social entity to a more corporate and purely business entity, we should allow it to. Are you saying we should allow it to continue that way?
We like it or not. That's the.
And that is why they are no. It's not as if every club has the power to do whatever they like, and that is why there has been objections from a lot of fans as well.
Other stakeholders.
You're a United fan.
Sure.
How many times haven't you sat back and watched this from a Manchester United? I have seen Arsenal sack over 55 people and sign and give over 20,000 a week contract to Aubameyang. And I'm saying if Wenger was around, that wouldn't happen because Wenger would say that this club goes beyond just winning trophies or just winning matches. We have a social aspect of the club. We have that makes the club appeal to the fans. Yeah. So we must protect that aspect. Now, by that move, what Arsenal told
and I think is the reason why the Arsenal ticket is the most expensive in Europe, even though they've not been winning trophies.
I'm not trying to defend the ES, so I'm not trying to make a case for Arsenal. What I'm saying is that when it comes to discussing the top issues of football now, it's who has money.
Okay.
It is.
Okay. So it's about who has money.
No, it's not.
Now, okay. So
yeah. So then the Arabs can come and buy any club and then turn them into a superpower.
They are buying them.
They are buying, but not all of them are superpower. There's a reason why the Newcastle takeover didn't happen. You know why it didn't happen?
Manchester United gone by the FFP rules. What happened? PSG and Man City were flouting the rules. What happened to them? Nothing.
That is
okay.
True. So need to be corrected.
Okay, so
it doesn't mean because one bad thing has been done, we should continue.
That cannot happen. So we've spoken about Arsenal. I think 10 years ago, Arsenal were forced to reckon with in Europe, and now we have a certain Spurs that for their entire existence they've only played in the semi-finals once and finals once, but they are also in it.
And even City, who have never played in a European final.
Yes.
So how do you classify this team as an elite team that deserves a place over Ajax, over Porto, over Benfica, who have actually won it?
The finances on
no, you are reducing everything to finance. That's why I don't agree with you.
That's what the game has become about.
No, that's why it is heading. It's not what it has become about. That's why it is heading. But we don't need to
drawn.
The line has been drawn.
The line was
at the end of the day, there has been stiff opposition to that line that has been drawn. Not everybody wants to cross that line. Of course, there are things that are happening, like the FFP rules that we are talking about are not working like they are supposed to work. But then it doesn't mean because it has happened, but we should allow it to happen.
Okay.
That's why there are organizations that are supposed to check those things. You get it? And that's why there's opposition. I'm sure.
So at the end of the day, at the end, I think those who are also watching us will also give us reasons why they think that some of these teams don't deserve to be in the Champions League. Personally, for me, AC Milan is a top club, but for the past 10 years, they've done nothing for them to be in the league.
You can't limit the existence of a club, the achievement or record of a club.
I think
what has transpired in 5 or 6
I think Perez is not getting what I'm talking about. We are not limiting any club's achievement. What I'm saying is that competitions are supposed to happen based on merit. And that is why we have a top 4 in the Premier League. If you are not in the top 4, you don't make the Champions League. It is called the Champions League. It's meant for clubs.
It's champions. You perform. It's not about your history.
Earn it.
Yes,
that's the word. And I like yesterday when Leeds held Liverpool to a draw. They tweeted that they have earned the right to have a draw with Liverpool. They earned the draw. They didn't just go there and say, okay, because you are playing Liverpool, give me a draw and let me. You have to earn it. Imagine when you give birth right to some clubs. What happens? It means Arsenal can choose. Okay, then the Premier League is no longer relevant. I'll play my reserve team in Premier League and then take my foot. And what happens to football? As a fan, if you are seeing your team play the second team for the league.
Yeah, and I think even for some fans, they don't watch the FA Cups and the Carabao because they know that their team might not use their top players to play. All right, so we've been talking about the Super League, and now the argument between the two guys here. One is saying that football, as we are saying now, is all about money. But for Ayamga, we shouldn't limit football to just money. As there is a pyramid, we have to follow. Now, this whole thing about the Super League is about money. They've been quoting some figures. We'll go for a quick break. When we return, we will delve into the figures and see why some people think that the clubs should go ahead and break away from the Champions League.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
Welcome back from the break. You're still watching GhanaWeb TV, and it's our special discussion on the European Super Cup. Now, we've been talking about whether some of the teams deserve to be in the competition or not. But the aspect of the discussion is also about money. And I'll be giving you the rundown of how things will go if this happened in August 2021. Now, if you do a comparative analysis of what the clubs might get in playing in the UEFA Champions League and the Super Cup, this is the figures. Now, if you participate in the Champions League, that is, if you qualify, you get 12.5 million euros. Now, the participation fee for the European Super Cup is 350 million euros. If the TV rights in the Champions League, you get 60 million euros. You get 202 million euros for TV rights in the Super League. 250 million euros as the prize money for the Super League and 100 million euros for the winner of the UEFA Champions League. If you are a club owner, Ayamga, and you get this analysis and this presentation from maybe a possible investor, what will you do?
As a club owner, definitely you'll be enticed. And since you are into football for money, yeah. I know most of the club owners are into it for money because it's an investment.
Is there any club owner in any top division who is not after money?
Well, of course, all of them are after the money. But these are millionaires and billionaires. These are guys who are already millionaires and billionaires already. So they need their money, but they don't need it to the extent that they need to shirk away the social aspect of football just for the money. Okay. Because before they join, and the thing is, if football was not attractive, they wouldn't have invested their money into football. Okay. There's a reason why they invested their money into, and that was because of one, the entertainment aspect of football. You get it? Before even the social.
Are we not going to get the entertainment because now this evening Chelsea will be playing against Brighton. Now in the Super League, you see Chelsea will be playing against Milan, Madrid,
that is how it will
Barca,
start.
Man U. So like you get big games
I'm happy you mentioned
Yes.
that is how it will start. But in the next 2-3 years, should it happen in this August like they are planning to do, it will be exciting. But let's look at the next 3, 4, 5 years. You know what will happen? You have Barcelona beating us now 5-1, 6-1 every year. And no, as a fan, that is what didn't we see it in the Champions League?
Yeah, but
Bayern and Barcelona were beating us now 5-1. It was routine. Arsenal were making it into the Champions League already, all right, and they were getting beaten 5-1, 6-1. Didn't it happen? It happened. From 2011 to 2015, Arsenal were losing 5-1, 6-1 to Bayern and then Barcelona almost each year. And this is what's going to happen. Imagine Tottenham meeting a club like Barcelona or a club like Madrid. Tottenham are good, all right. They are a club that is coming up. But the golf quality between Tottenham and a club like Madrid or a club like Barcelona is very, very huge. AC Milan are building themselves back, United. But these clubs are nowhere near the elite of European football at the moment. If we are being honest, and that's why United is playing in the Europa, not even in the Europa League. Okay, Arsenal can't even qualify.
But I'm sure that Arsenal wants to win the Europa League to get back in the Champions League.
They are not even in Europe. The elite European club competition.
It's the Champions League,
and you can't even qualify. So do you think you are an elite European club at the moment? You are not.
Okay, so let me come to you now. We've heard from UEFA. They released a joint press release with La Liga, Serie A, and the Premier League. Now, with the figures that we've seen, and the clubs can get excess of 800 million euros if you win the trophy in the Super League. The stance from UEFA, do you think that it should be enough to deter these clubs from breaking away?
I think UEFA is threatened. UEFA is threatened because if the ESL is allowed to go, basically that's the end of the Champions League. And that's UEFA's cash cow.
Oh, well, wouldn't it be fine that maybe probably in 2024 we get Leicester versus Atletico Bilbao, UEFA Champions League final?
Watch, at the same time, ESL is fetching you, or is bringing Real Madrid versus Barcelona.
A Clasico final that we've
you see, where is forgetting something?
No,
there was a time if you compare Chelsea in the 90s and early 2000s to Chelsea from the mid 2000s onwards, you see the difference and how Chelsea has grown. There will always be big clubs in the major leagues,
and it's all about money.
It's about money.
But you see, the reason why I disagree is that if by Arsenal deciding or Manchester deciding to join this club, Arsenal has access to close to 400 million
euros.
Let me say in Canadian pound, dollars. Compare that, how much will Leicester get? Now, the ESL will have the opportunity of getting the biggest deals when it comes to the TV rights.
Yeah. Because if you even see the charts,
80% of footballs, 80 to 90% of footballs will be in that competition. Now, what will be that? What will be the option? If I'm an investor, if I'm the owner of maybe Sky Sports or BT, why would I want to invest in a game between Leicester and Brighton that wouldn't fetch maybe close to 50,000 eyeballs? No. Okay. That's because they don't have the stars. And the money, the thing is that the clubs have already used the existing football structures to enrich themselves, and now they are taking it a notch. And by doing so, what they are doing, they are depriving the lower class of money because they will get all the big sponsors because they have the stars. They have the connections. You have Perez, you have Kroenke. Look at JP Morgan. That JP Morgan is backing the PR firm backing the whole ES. It's huge.
Yeah, and you see the name of JP Morgan brings in a different dimension to this argument that, you know, the English Premier League is one of the biggest exports in UK. Now, some of these ex-players are saying that it is a way America wants to destroy the UK economy. Can we draw that line between this whole thing? But because whether we like it or not, at the end of the day, it's the Premier League that is bringing majority of the attention to this whole argument.
Sure.
Well, I don't agree with that. I think, although there are more American owners now in the Premier League than ever, I don't think it's a deliberate ploy to crumble the UK economy. Why am I saying that? Because I feel the UK government still has a lot of power, and I've heard some government officials threatening to not give work permits to players who will join the European Super League. So I think there's still a lot they can do. But like Perez said, this is if it happens, it will kill the Premier League. It will kill other domestic leagues. And for now, if you look at the power that the Premier League has, it's already beating most of the European leagues already. Yeah. But if this happens, then it will be the final nail in the coffin.
Okay, so at the end of the day, the main actors of this whole thing are the players. Where do the players stand in all this? Because we've heard from some of them. Yesterday, after the Liverpool game, James Milner, who was the captain of the day, said that to him, he prays that it won't happen. We've heard from Ander Herrera, because PSG have decided not to play. We've heard from Mesut Ozil. Can the players go against this to make sure that it doesn't happen?
I was having a discussion with someone. I said there are only two groups, or only two people can stop this: the players through FIFPro and the UK government.
Okay.
The UK government can decide to say, if you're a football club and you join, you are revoking your license. We don't allow you to practice in our country. And the reason why a whole lot of us watch Manchester is because you are in England.
Yeah.
So if you can't play in England, who else will watch you? So the UK club can, in a way, force the thing to stop.
Yeah.
The players can, and the players, because they are the actors.
Yeah.
If we decide not to join a league, in as much as we are contractual.
Yeah, but the contract in on the players, like the agreement they had with the clubs, it was to play in the Premier League, yes. the Champions League. So now, if you are being expelled from these leagues,
the players through FIFPro or can come together. And I understand there is going to be a meeting among the captains in the Premier League. Henderson has, Rashford has spoken against it. If they all come together and say, this is not what we signed up for,
so we will not play.
We think football belongs, in as much as you deserve or you want your money, football belongs to the fans.
Okay.
The reason why we love the game is the thrill of the fact that Arsenal could go from being an invisible team to being relegation battle. Chelsea can go from a team that used to battle 10th and 11th place years ago to a team that is big now. That's the truth. That's the reason why we love the game. What you are bringing on board, you are taking away that aspect. And as key actors in the game, we can't be party to this. If the players make this argument and declare a firm stance like some of them already have, then I think this thing will fall into, will collapse. It will go.
Okay.
But the other fear is that I read a story where I understand the ESL, they've infiltrated the agents.
Yeah.
And a few weeks ago, the agents of Gary Bill and I think Raiola granted an interview to the Athletic where they were very critical of FIFA and UEFA.
Yeah.
Now, if you have these two powerful people who represent the world of the agents backing this project and then decide to convince the likes of Paul Pogba, Cristiano Ronaldo,
it's done.
What happen. So that's the fear.
I don't think it will happen, but then I agree with him to a large extent with what he has said, that the players have the power to stop. I think they are actually from everything. I don't even believe the UK government has the power. I think the players are the ones who have the power to stop everything that's happening. But then I also fear that, you see what is happening, like you said, it's about the money. And they are trying to turn football into like the NFL.
Yeah.
Where, and if this happens, what it means is that it's not the owners that are going to be making money. The footballers are going to move from earning between 1 million and 6 million a year to maybe 50 million to 100 million a year, which is very possible with the money that they are quoting. And that is what happens in the NFL. A player can sign a 6-year contract that is worth over 100 to 200 million. It doesn't happen in football at the moment because football contracts are not like that. But should they sign this deal and should it happen, the players will be having that kind of money in their bank account. Now imagine yourself as a player, and then you are going to move from 6 million a year to maybe 50 million a year.
I'll take.
And that is where I fear they could also be compromised to support the idea. But then aside that, I think everything lies in the hands of the players. If FIFPro can convince them to go.
So in wrapping up, in all this, we've been reading stories that UEFA has already threatened that all the teams who break away, their players won't get the chance to represent their national team in the Euros. And part of the report says that FIFA will ban all these players from competing in any competition that is organized under them or any of their federations. Now, will it affect the quality of African companies?
Oh, I don't think it will affect the quality.
Because our top guys are virtually playing for these 11 clubs.
Well, of course, but are they going to? I haven't heard them say they'll ban them from AFCON. I've heard Euros.
Yeah, but from the FIFA part story that I read, they said they will ban them from any tournament that FIFA organizes or any organization that is under, and CAF is under FIFA.
Okay, so then I think should that happen, then definitely it will affect the quality of the African game, because an AFCON without Mahrez, without Mane, without Andre Ayew, if, for instance, if you
Andre Ayew plays for Swansea City.
I'm saying if he was at a big club, but let me say without Mahrez, without Mane, without Salah, definitely we like to have this kind of players here to like spice things up.
Hakim Ziyech and the likes.
Yeah, so definitely it will really affect their quality, especially when it comes to the big names. Any tournament without big names is a bit lacking in quality.
Okay. So let me take your last words. If it has been Accra House of Folk, no, you are the one who don't support this. Now, normally we heard that our clubs complain about the reasons they don't understand why Hassan Kotoko should be taking the same amount of TV rights though with probably Ebusuan Drafts. If it was Has and Kotoko who took this decision
to break away. I think Kotoko cannot play a league, so definitely you need to convince some teams to join them. But then I will support them to break away if Hassan Kotoko are united and can. You see, when the Premier League broke away in '92, the teams were united. It was like a coup. They broke away from the FA, but then they had sponsors on standby. They had decided everything. Everything was planned and waiting to happen. If Hassan Kotoko can get a broadcast sponsor like Sky, who is willing to pump in the money and to revamp the whole Premier League, to get the teams monies that can transform them and then let them have the facilities that will make them A-list teams, I'll be all for it. But if it's just Hassan Kotoko, who, as you already know,
but
they are not really...
So if maybe wake up one day, they team up with Kotoko, Okowi United, Bofwakwa, 11 wise, dwarfs, like the normal traditional clubs that we know.
And they are cutting off the others.
Yes.
No, that I wouldn't support.
The thing is that anything that compromises the soul or the what football represents should not be entertained.
Okay.
And that's the argument. The reason why we all love the game is the passion. Is the fact that as supporters we feel like it's an extension of us.
Yeah.
You see Arsenal as a part of your family. You see Chelsea, if Chelsea wins, you become happy. If they lose,
you don't get anything, but at the end of the day, it's just the happiness.
You feel like that's
it's part of you.
Now, what this year saw the whole now is taking away that part where the only thing they are talking about is money. So if Karela, Kotoko, and Co are going to break away from the Ghana Premier League, and they are going to make sure that there are going to be competition, the fans, the wishes of fans will be factored into all of this, and in the end they will get their money. It's fine, but it shouldn't be money.
Let me also chip in that when the Premier League broke away from the main FA, they didn't destroy the pyramid system.
Yeah.
There was still relegation.
They didn't relegation and promotion.
They didn't give priority to the traditional big clubs. If they had done that, we wouldn't have Chelsea and City today.
Yeah.
Because back then,
at that time was Aston Villa, Newcastle, Blackburn, Leeds.
But even Leeds went to relegation. They spent almost a decade before coming back. So imagine if they are giving priority to maybe the top 4 clubs at the time. What would have happened? And that is the reason why I don't support. That's everything that is wrong with currently the European Super League. Because the moment you give priority to some teams and you don't allow them to get relegated or earn their place in the tournament, then it means you are not empowering the teams that are behind them to also rise up. And like we say, we rise by supporting others who are alongside us.
So that's how we wrap up this discussion on GhanaWeb TV concerning the European Super League. You've heard the amount. The winner of the Super League will get 802 million euros, whilst the winner of this season's UEFA Champions League will get 172.5 million euros. Where do you stand as a fan? Let me know in the comment section. Thanks, guys, for joining me here on this show. Emmanuel Ayamga from Pulse Ghana. Thanks very much. And then my senior colleague on Sports Desk at GhanaWeb. Hopefully, we'll meet again on the Friday's debate. So let me know what you think. My name is Joel Leshen. Don't forget to follow GhanaWeb Sports on Twitter. Till we meet again. It's bye for now.
But immediately you say, oh, I hope it's not that girl that you are going out with. That girl cry, you have not been checking her. So that day, immediately you say it, immediately I get out, I'm like, hey, where is she?
They fuck. So it's like pam 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 O2 man can you saw there you don't even know. They're just exhausting their strength, but they are not really delivering anything.
No matter the age, when a man sees that he's going in for a younger lady, the man prepares himself. The man is fast. The kind of rounds, the kind of roles, the kind of styles he's going to even introduce you, the lady, into. You ask yourself, oh, how did you do that? And at the end of the day, you will be calling him Daddy, Zazie.
Daddy. Every day is bedroom, off the light. You don't even see the panty she's wearing, no lingerie, no undresses. How about try the kitchen? How about get to know her love language so that you can foreplay her? You know, you're in the office, you're like, and I'm about Mary Rose. You know, someday she's like.
Hi, my name is Nanama McBrown. I'm proud to be part of GhanaWeb Road Safety Campaign. Please, do the right thing. Save a life. Brim.
He's gifted, wild, crazy, and daring, and this shows in every piece of work he does. He's telling the Ghanaian story through his work, and today we explore his art and skill sets on this edition of People and Places. My guest, well, we meet him right after this break. My name is Wanda Ami Hagan. Welcome aboard. Welcome back. Thanks for your company. Let's meet the man with the magical hands. I call him Anthony Jefferson Hansen.
Yes.
Brofidin Bebre.
Nyagro.
Bosu.
Senior.
I know you have a lot of names. What other names do you have? Let's just do a self-introduction.
My name is Anthony Jefferson Hansen.
That's all?
Yes.
That's all?
Yes.
I know you as Ashen, so
yeah,
that's the name you use for your work.
Oh yeah, Ashen so has become my name undoubtedly because it's kind of it's the company name, but the popularity of that surpasses my original name, so I take it like that.
Okay, how did that name come about, by the way?
Ashenso is a fancy or tree word.
Okay.
That means a trademark. Okay. Ashenso, like me, Shebi Binso. And in relation to the tattoo, it's more like Ashenso. So that's how I got the name. That's where I derived the name from.
Okay. Before we get into the conversation, you're going to tell us what we are painting today.
I'm painting.
So when you're done, we'll finally see what the outcome of this is. Okay.
Maybe.
But tell us what you do. Painting, what else do you do?
I'm an artist all around. I do everything art actually. And so I paint, I tattoo, sometimes I write, I can sing. Well, I can a whole lot. I don't know. Everything art basically. Yeah.
Wait, like your own songs? You write your own songs and sing?
I actually wanted to be a musician.
Really?
Yeah, when I first came to Accra, but I realized everybody was doing music. I'm like, okay, let me find my way. Yeah.
Okay, so you're low on the music and more
Yes. Sometimes it comes into me like, why don't you go back for it and start something?
But did you ever sing like your own song that is out?
No.
It's not out.
If any should have come out, I would have followed it. Yeah.
So when did you develop interest for painting, for art?
Painting has been my first love. Yes, because I'm a very indoor person. My mom wouldn't allow me to go out and all that, so in my loneliness, I fell in love with art. It became my only friend. So if mistakenly you leave your lip gloss or your lipstick around, by the time you are back, I've designed your bedsheet and everything. Yeah. So.
With whatever you find?
Yeah, whatever I find, I want to do magic with it.
Is it from your mom, your dad, or it's just
Both
you?
side. Both side. Because my mom is a fashion designer. And my father's side, the person I was named after, Emmanuel Usesel. So originally my name is Papa Usi. That's when you go home. That's how they call me. And so that man was an artist. So yeah.
So at what age or at what point did you start developing this potential?
I didn't even see it. I didn't understand what it was, because there were a few people around to really tell me, introduce me to the greater part of the talent that I have. But luckily for me, there were other artists in the hood, you understand, who were kind enough to let me around to watch what they do. And it wasn't a lot of questions, it was only observation. Yeah. And so that gingered the interest the more. Yes.
So when did you do your very first artwork, like painting?
Oh, you see, when we were younger, there used to be cinema halls and the rest. Yeah. And so what I did was, since I don't have money to pay and go and watch, I'll go with my plain sheet or brown papers. My mom sews, so the leftover of the brown papers for the patterns, I'll steal them. Then I'll go to the cinema halls and I'll lie down on the floor and I'll be drawing. You see, they used to have commando holding big gun.
You draw the things you saw?
Yeah, I draw the things I saw, yeah.
Okay. But officially, like your first artwork that brought you out, when was that?
I think it should be Jocelyn Dumas' painting.
Okay.
Yeah,
and
so many years ago. That would be like 2009.
Okay.
Yeah.
So she came to see you, or
no. She interviewed me on her program.
Okay.
The one show, if you remember, via those times. I just wanted to say thank you for her, thank you to her for interviewing me.
Okay.
And when I did and I posted it, people were interested. So they started asking, how much do you take for this? And I, okay, so there's money here. I had a mistake. So yeah.
And then it blew.
Yeah.
Right.
Ashanso was born.
How do you tell the Ghanaian story, or how do you promote Ghana to what you do?
Ghana is a very creative country, in every way possible. Even the way we do our concern is creative. Yeah, it's not like and
you do it with skill.
Yeah, man. Yeah, because they are by you, but you don't see it. That's how creative they are. So with Ghana, I think we have a little problem when it comes to the arts. Which is the media throwing more light on the art, because they don't. When you say art in Ghana, everybody's mind goes to singing and acting, but we design the graphics for the musician, we design the posters for the movie actors, we do the makeup and the special effects makeup. All these things are the fundamentals. If they should throw a bit more light and make the artist in Ghana feel a bit like, say, into a day, people that have got the talent will come back to the art than to want to be in offices and do things that they are not. Yes.
You think that if art is appreciated more people would
of course most of our youth are artists. Trust me, when you go into the secondary schools, this is what happens. Even lecturers don't pay attention to the visual arts class like that. You understand? I have an experience having there.
Okay.
They don't pay attention to the visual arts class. Compare a science class in a secondary school to a visual arts class in a secondary school. You understand? The sciences are always serious. They do extra curriculum stuff. But the visual arts class is like, yo, sometimes they don't even know what's going on. You understand? The lecturers wouldn't come for class. And when this news comes out like that, which parent or which world would want their children to go and study visual arts in school?
I mean, it's the same environment, but you are still blue.
Oh,
yes.
yes.
Does it really matter if people
It matters because the kind of the vigor that I have, not every artist would have same.
What inspires a particular painting?
You see how the mind works, yeah? The things you see, fragments of those images are captured by the brain. You understand? So sometimes, unconsciously, ideas come to mind and you don't even remember where you saw them or how they even felt or sound or smell like. And when this happens, it's like a catalog in your mind. So people that do this kind of work, anytime they pick the brush, the painting is already here. Or even if they don't know, the picture is already captured and it's part of the system. So as they go, something comes up. Like this woman with the red lipstick, I don't know. I don't know where.
You don't know where it came from.
I don't know. I don't even know what I'm doing right now. Yeah. Let's see.
Right.
Let's
and
see.
What has been that one project that you look back on and you're like, this took a lot of effort and like it's been your biggest so far?
My biggest would be meeting the president, even though it wasn't any, but it was something I said before, long before I even came to Accra. I said, let me tell you a story. When I was in school, I was very bad at this how I think. I wasn't good at math. Academically, I wasn't sharp like that. So a lot of things came on my side when it comes to punishment and beating and all these things. So I was...
You were seen as stubborn?
Not stubborn, but Charlie, the beatings were too much. So I was always sad. I always want to be alone. That's what I'm telling you, I don't go anywhere. It's contributed to that. I'm not a very social person. No, I'm a very good conversationist, but I won't go out there. Yeah. So one time they were teaching, I don't know, is it all, they have a name for it. It's like Kofi stands at an angle of 45 degrees and throw a stone to you know that thing? Yeah. And this thing sounds plenty in my mind, like Charlie. So I just turned the back of the sheet and I started drawing the teacher. And
while the teacher was in
yes, while he was serious, and I was drawing with his long cheek. So this guy came and was like, oh, really? He came from behind. I didn't see him coming. So Anthony, really? Whilst I am teaching you, you are busy drawing me and look at how you've done my cheek. So that day, I'll never forget that day. That teacher beat me well. The worst ever. And I was crying. There's this crying where you can do but this one was like, I was sobbing like, that kind of thing. Yeah. So I think he himself, he felt bad. So he came and was like, so you cry, come at you don't know. This thing you don't know. So what do you want to become in future? And I said, I want to be the best artist ever to have come out from Ghana.
Told him that?
Yeah. I told him I want to be the best artist ever to have come out of Ghana. This was JSS2. And so
wow.
And
you knew what you wanted even at that age.
Oh, I knew what I wanted even when I had no get sense. Because I was always alone. I have ideas. I only see pictures. You come and meet me talking to myself, you think I'm mad, that kind of vibe. Yeah. So when I said, and I'll meet the president, and I said a whole lot. So when I met the president and I posted it on Facebook, I had even forgotten about this story. So my class prefect then, Marilyn Asma, he commented like, do you remember when Mr. Lawe ripped you and he asked you what you want to do and he said you want to meet the president? Then the whole thing turned emotional, like, oh, Charlie.
It all came.
You see? So that's how,
came back to you. Wow.
So it's like that.
Okay. There are so many artists around the world, like people who literally sell their art, auction them at functions and the rest.
Yeah.
Who would that one person you draw inspiration from be?
Trust me, yeah. The only person I sat under to even take this thing serious was my grandfather. Unfortunately, history did not cover him, and he was a mate of Abladi Global and Atudila Kadams because they were the pioneers of art in tech. But unfortunately, history did not cover him. And so he's the only person I have admired and look at him with his ideas and philosophies and, you know, yeah. And so for him, he thinks this is art. As you see it, as you see me, this is art. You understand? Like, look at me, look at you, this is art. God just called it into being, making him the greatest artist of all time. I can't call it into being, but I can capture it in my mind and I can reproduce it with my hand. And so life is art. Listen to my voice. See the way I'm constructing my English. It's art. The way you talk is different from me. Same like red is different from yellow. But if you put it together, you get orange, right? So then we get melodies from when you say, ah, and you say, ah.
So everything around us,
everything is art. You understand? So art is life. Yeah.
And what you do now, I mean, you're going to be gone someday.
Yeah.
Do you think the kind of art you do?
I won't be gone.
You're never going to die?
No.
Like, why?
Because I'm an artist.
But your work is going to live after you.
My work?
Obviously.
Yeah, that's why I won't be
But
gone.
the human being is going to go, right? So I was asking, the work you do today, do you think it's going to be relevant in so many years, like for generations to come?
It would depend on me.
Okay.
It would depend on me and how I market it. It would depend on me and how high I push my name to go.
But is that what you're doing now?
Of course, we are striving to get to.
If people look at your work today, so many years from now, would they say this? Would they still admire the work?
It's dependent on me, how far I get my name to.
And are you working towards
Yes,
that?
that's exactly what I'm doing. Because Ashenso started like, okay, when it's about painting, I'll say all my life. You understand? And people that were my age know me from that point till now, and people that were born yesterday also know me till I will die. And the period even before I die, new generation will come to also know Ashen. So that's if I still stay relevant. So that's how you build up or spread the name.
Okay. Do people patronize your work?
Yeah, they do.
Which kind of people? And to what extent?
To the extent that I ship my works outside, but I haven't been there.
Okay. So people order for your work? Which kind of people are we looking at?
Art lovers.
Let's say, which kind of countries you think your work has gone to? Beyond
All over the world.
All over the world?
All over the world.
You're confident.
Everywhere.
So if you go to China, we would find a Shenzhen.
All over the world.
Wow.
Yeah. I didn't take it there. I had to send it to them because they ordered for it.
And these people are Ghanaians?
Yes,
outside,
both Ghanaians and foreigners.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. So let's take a break at this point. Let's move from this studio to another studio where we learn about something different that Ashenso does. And then later on, we continue with the artwork he's doing.
From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier. By using debit or credit cards,
mobile banking.
Thank you. And your favorite mobile money?
Tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects and others right here on GhanaWeb TV.
Welcome back. We are still on the conversation. And you know, Ashenso is not only a painter or a graffiti artist, he also does tattoos, and right now he has a client. He's doing his own thing. We are going to have a little chit chat and find out all about the tattoo art. How long have you been doing this particular art, kind of art?
I've been tattooing for almost 14 years now.
And how did it all begin for you?
Right after secondary school, you know, when you are coming back into the system, you want to know what you are coming to do and how you're going to face life, like how you're going to survive. Because after secondary school, I believe we're a big boy, you know, always going to be dependent on your parents and stuff. So whilst friends were choosing driving and other things to get them money, I decided to go into tattoo because I believe in controversies and how they make information spread faster. So already, because of my art field, like my art background, I decided to do tattoos.
Was it a particular thing that inspired you or motivated you? It could have been anything else. What
thing is, I lived with my grandfather for 3 years in the course of my secondary school education. He was a full-blown artist already doing his thing, so some of the training he gave me was to draw with a pen and not a pencil. So I was already good at that, and just like transfer of knowledge, you know, when you are drawing with a pen, the idea of making a mistake wouldn't be on your mind, because you know when you make a mistake you can't clean it, unlike a pencil. Yeah, so if I could do with a pen and I wouldn't make a mistake, I just felt then I can do tattoo, because same way with a tattoo, the skin is the substrate and you can't afford to make a mistake. So if I have full control over the pen and the paper, why don't you try the tattoo? So that's how come.
So you got into training, or like how did it start?
Oh, actually, my big brother was sending home some stuff, like occasionally during Christmas, he sent home some stuff because he's outside. And he asked me what I want, and I said I wanted a tattoo machine, because then I've been seeing it on YouTube, like people, and I felt I could do it. So I asked for the tattoo machine, and when it came, I just tried my hands. It wasn't all gravy in the beginning, but then with time.
So who was like your first client?
Oh, he's called Ima.
And how was that like? Did you make any mistakes?
It was bad. It was actually bad, yeah.
You hurt him in the
No, not hurt, but the design, yeah.
Didn't come out as...
No, you know, he believed in me so much because he thought I could draw already, so I would be good at once with the tattoo thing. But I didn't know it needed constant practice, just like any other art form. So I was supposed to draw Jesus Christ on the cross on his back. And whilst he was lying down, I was doing it, the thing was perfect too. But the moment he got up, the cross was like this. No, it was bad.
It was all messed up there.
It was bad.
Was that the only mistake you made?
Oh, I made a lot of mistakes in the beginning. A lot of mistakes.
With people you knew or like clients? Because
both people I knew and clients.
Okay.
Yeah.
And what was the reaction when it came out wrong?
Okay, for all of them I've been able to fix them though.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's fine like that.
Right. So what are you drawing now?
We're writing a script.
A script?
Yes. On his back in relation to the mom.
In relation to his mom?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That must be a very long thing.
Very,
How long is this going to take?
It can take like 3 hours, give and take. But yeah, we've done quite enough. It's like 5 paragraphs, we've almost done with 2, so it's left with 3.
Okay, let's just talk about people who come to you for tattoos. Usually, what's like your client base? Which kind of people come to you?
Most of the celebrities comes to me, and you know, the world is, you know, as much as the world is afraid of the unknown, people are very inquisitive and they want to know how and why. You understand? So, yeah, I tattoo most of the celebrities, and I tattoo the common Ghanaian too. And people have ideas and reasons why they want to get tattoos, because every tattoo has a story. It's not like for fun. So yeah.
And what has your biggest work, like your most challenging work when it comes to tattooing so far?
My most challenging work recently was tattooing Stoneboy's mother on the back, because then he is a celebrity and I couldn't have afforded to make a mistake in any way possible. Yeah, so even though I've been doing that numerous times, but when it got to him, I felt a little bit pressure. Yeah, because it was like writing my tattoo final exam.
Because it has to be perfect.
Yes, because then if it goes wrong, everybody will know anyway. It can't be hidden. Yeah.
This is on the back. He spoke about Stoneboy and his tattoo at the back. But what other places do people like to have tattoos when they come to you?
People like to tattoo any part of their body depending on the reason and how they feel. Yeah.
So any part, as in even the private part?
Yes, please.
Okay, and how does that work? How does that feel? Because that includes ladies, right?
Yes, that wouldn't be me, but it will be them. Because they are at the receiving point. I am just working.
But you're also seeing.
Like, how do I feel when I see?
Yes.
Oh, I can't afford to feel anything because the mind at that moment is like programmed to make something beautiful and not to think of anything else. Because if I consider any other thing, the artwork might not go well.
Okay. So it's just work.
Yeah, it's just work.
You being professional.
Yes.
And your clients, have you had any awkward moments whilst you're working?
No.
Nothing like that?
No, hardly.
Okay. And what's the reaction like? I mean, this client is
calm. Yeah.
But obviously this is needle work. It must be really painful. So like, how do people react sometimes?
You know,
you get people screaming or stuff like that?
The pain that comes with tattoo is mostly a state of mind. You understand? Because you have something in your brains called the endorphin. And whenever the body is introduced to any form of pain, it kicks into the system and it neutralizes it for some hours. And it depends, every individual and their threshold, as in the kind of pain they can take in a certain period. Yeah, so probably he hasn't gotten to his threshold yet. That's why everything is comfortable right now, but it's dependent on me to also be fast before he gets there.
Have any of your clients gotten to that point?
Oh, many times.
What was it like?
Many times. When you get there, we stop and we continue later.
How would you know they are there?
They can't take it anymore.
So they scream or they like...
I will start to see signs because they will show painful signs, like their ambience will change.
Okay.
Yeah.
And have you ever had like a cut in the process of tattooing?
Cut on myself?
On the person?
On them?
Yes.
No. That was in the beginning. I made all my mistakes in the beginning when I was learning tattoo, yeah.
Do you ever, I mean, this has to do with blood, right?
Yes.
Sometimes. Do you ever have the fear that you might contract some kind of disease in the process of doing this?
Well, you know, every occupation, there are occupation hazards. So you have to be super protective of what you're doing. And then again, tattoo doesn't really cut to the point that the person has to bleed profusely. Unless probably they think they have to take alcohol to ease the pain and everything. But the negative side of that is that alcohol is like an aspirin when you take it. It thins the blood. So the moment the needle touches you, it makes you bleed more. Yeah. But he hasn't taken in anything, and as you can see, there's no blood here.
Okay.
So tattoo is not like the way people describe it. Yeah. It's not like that.
I see. And just to end this session, what's like the weirdest thing you've heard people say about tattooing? Like misconceptions or stereotypes or anything else?
Oh, two things. That tattoo is a sin, and when you do, you go to hell. And the second one is when you get a tattoo, you can't donate blood.
Okay.
Yeah. When you get a tattoo in the first 6 months, you are sure not to donate blood because a certain foreign substance has entered your body, and you need that 6 months to excrete it out. You understand? So after the excretion period, maybe through sweating, peeing, you know, after 6 months you can donate blood. And when it comes to the fact where they say tattoo is a sin and if you do it you won't make heaven, around that same quotation that said that also says, make no cut on the edges of your hair or do no harm to the corners of your beard. And all of us sitting here, I think we've committed that sin. You understand? So there should be a certain understanding or explanation to it, dependent on whoever is reading and however they understand it. I don't think that's the topic right now, but that's what it is.
All right. So that's Ashenso speaking a little bit about his tattoo art and everything about that. We'll be speaking to his client to find out his experience and how the whole thing feels for him. I'm speaking to Vincent Williams. He's Ashenso's client for today. He's getting a long tattoo. Vincent, how are you?
I'm fine.
How many tattoos do you have on your body?
Let's say 6.
6 tattoos.
Yeah.
At what age did you start getting tattoos?
I was in SHS. Let's say
SHS.
senior secondary. 3.
3
Yeah.
in Ghana?
No, in Nigeria.
Okay, and you were allowed to?
No, I wasn't
Or it was
allowed
hidden?
to. It was hidden to, you know.
It wasn't in a part
Yeah.
on a part of your body that could be seen?
No.
Okay.
I don't know.
It was on your arm?
My arm.
I see.
I was hiding it from my mama. Because I was raised
Were you
by,
a day student or a boarder?
I was a day student. I was
Okay.
raised by a single parent.
Okay.
Mama.
Okay. And your mom didn't know about it?
No, she didn't know.
Why?
No, she goes to church. She's a Christian. You know, in the Bible, tattoos.
So she doesn't believe in tattoos?
No.
But she knows now?
Yeah.
And how does she feel about it?
She's telling me to, you know, when I have the time to, should clean it.
To get rid of
To
it?
get rid of it.
But it doesn't make any difference to you?
No.
You're actually getting more. So what's with your love for tattoos? If you have 6, you must be a big fan. Why? Why
You know,
did you start getting tattoos in the first place?
I love arts.
Okay.
And secondly, I love tattoos. You know, tattoos are an expression of how you feel.
Okay. So you have 6 tattoos.
Yeah.
What do they represent?
Few represents my mama. Then few represents what I've been through from infant and
Okay. And what are you doing now? The scroll thing.
Yeah.
Why did you decide to get that?
I'm doing a poem for my mother.
For your mother.
Yeah.
Is she going to see it?
Yeah, she see it.
Well, this is a woman who doesn't really appreciate tattoos. So how is she going to feel about it?
You know, my mama was about me going to school, finishing my education. So I thought maybe finishing my education and I'm done, like I'm out of home and I'm struggling, you know. She has been through a lot. Even the pains I feel now, it's not even compared to what my mother herself has been through for me. Yeah, I'm actually writing a poem for her.
Would want to know what the tattoo says.
Alright, it says, my mother who watched my infant head when sleeping on my cradle bed, and tears of sweet affection shed, my mother. That's the first paragraph. When pain and sickness made me cry, who gazed upon my evil eye, and wept for fear that I should die, my mother. Who taught my infant lips to pray, and love God's holy book and day, and walk in wisdom's pleasant way, my mother. And can I ever cease to be affectionate, kind to thee, who was so very kind to me, my mother? The thought I cannot bear, if God please my life to spare, I hope I shall reward her care, my mother. When thou art feeble, old and grey, my healthy arm shall be thy stay, and I will sort thy pains away, my mother.
6 stanzas.
Yeah.
Who wrote that for you?
No, I don't know how to make her happy. First, I just don't know how to make her happy. I just love her so much that I wish I could express myself in some other way, but I think tattoo is the best way of expressing myself.
So who wrote the poem for you? You wrote it yourself?
Yeah, I wrote it myself. I just added it up. I added 1 or 2 things and I picked it out. Yeah, my thoughts.
I see. Okay, but the needle on your skin, can you literally describe how that feels?
Okay, it's painful, but if you can see, I got more tattoos and I'm used to the pain, though I'm not bleeding, because I know how it feels too.
I see. Your first needlework was in
SHS 2009.
2009.
Yeah.
How did that feel like? Obviously, you weren't as cool as
this. It was so painful. I did the first 3 letters and I told the guy I wasn't doing it again, like I'm tired. Because I was really feeling pains all over.
Okay. And so you decided you weren't going to do it again, but then you came back to it.
So I decided I wasn't going to do it again, but after 2 weeks, I went back again to finish it up with the mind. My mind was made up to finish it up.
So it means that the more you did it, the more I
get used to the pain.
Okay. Okay. And is this going to be your very last tattoo, or you intend to paint your whole body?
No, I got one more, and that's a face. Still my back.
Okay.
That's the last one.
Okay. Okay. Well, thank you, Vincent, for sharing your experience with us. And that's the tattoo experience from a client's perspective. We'll go back to the drawing board. Ashenso will still do his artwork, and then we continue the conversation. Welcome back. Thank you for staying with us. And our artwork, I don't know if it's ready or not, but he is the best person to tell us. So let's find out.
What I'm going to say will affect everybody.
How?
But I don't take it personal.
Okay.
All right.
So what do we have? Are you done? Like, is this?
Yeah, I'm done.
Is this the final
This
work?
is my short story.
Okay. What is this?
What I'm trying to say is that Africa is empty.
Africa is empty?
Yes.
That's deep.
Yeah.
Why though?
Yeah, because everybody is striving to travel somewhere for greener pastures of all the resources and materials, raw materials that we have. Everybody's leaving Africa, right? And those that left long time ago, now they want to come, right? But they are dragging their feet. Why? Because we show them some kind of attitude that make them even feel like, oh, okay, why don't I stay where I am?
Okay.
You understand?
That's why we have the...
That's why you can see these people trying to come.
Okay.
But they're dragging their feet.
That's the brown part of the African map.
This side is empty.
And then the black star in there.
The artist that did it comes from Ghana.
Okay.
Yeah, so this represents where I'm from. The origin of the painting. Yeah.
This is beautiful.
Thank you.
And you did it so effortlessly.
Yeah.
Why is she standing and watching Africa?
Because actually this is where she's from. This is where I think is going to punch you a little bit. But
so
how
she represents
Africa.
An African.
She is Africa. Okay. Africa is a woman.
And she's looking at her.
Yes, she's looking at how lonely her place is looking now. Why? Because he just came back to his senses, realizing that I traded a whole lot of things for the white, just to be like them, but I wasn't accepted.
Oh. Okay.
So she looks back home and there's nobody. She's lonely. And she asks herself, until when will my sisters also recognize or come back to their senses like I have?
Wait, when we started this painting, you had no idea what you were doing?
No.
So all of a sudden I
have a story to tell.
Wow.
So what I told you about fragments of images that is captured in our minds because we go out there or we watch TV, we listen to radio conversations, and these are the little things that we pick. And so the moment you pick your brush, you might not know what you're doing, but in the course, all these thoughts starts to play. And so you direct it to where that makes sense to you.
Okay.
So this is what made sense to me.
Right. Let's still continue with the conversation. Does art always have to make sense?
Not really.
So
it's just like music. Music doesn't always have to sound good. Sometimes you just have to pick one or two from it and you're okay.
Okay.
So it doesn't necessarily have to make you so enthused about just one or two things from it.
You know, I'm asking this because sometimes you see some paintings and it's just like a splash of colors and you can't really make sense of what is happening in there.
So you try and make sense. That's the beauty of it. You connect the dots. That's the beauty of it. Because everything that's here has a meaning.
Okay.
Blue, which represents a queen. Red. Red is the strongest or hottest color among all the colors. And from every distance, you can be able to point out red. It makes your heart beat at a certain degrees. You understand? These colors are used to represent the woman because this is like a skin.
Okay.
These are our brown and our black skin.
Yeah.
You understand? Yeah.
How do creators make art meaningful such that people don't find it boring?
There are no rules to art. So the way I felt before creating it, you might not feel the same at a point in time.
Okay.
But circumstances will make you also feel the way it is, maybe with time. Or you have to be in a certain mood to appreciate art better. It's like you can't be in the Holy Ghost mood and listen to Sarkodie. You understand?
Yeah.
So same way you can't be in a certain mood to want to appreciate art.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. There's technology all around us today. How do you as an artist merge that with your work?
It helps in publicity quickly. But aside that, I don't want to do prints.
Okay.
Because then it limits my talent. It gives me a border around me. But my brains are so, like, my brain is like the universe, right? Yeah. So I can't be limited in a certain circle called technology. Yeah.
Who is this one person you'd really, really want to show your work to?
You hear my slogan before?
What's your slogan?
I am not an artist, art is me.
Okay.
So there's nobody.
Nobody. So you just want to see your work
Yes.
by yourself and that's it?
There's nobody.
Right. Okay. And in the beginning of the conversation, you mentioned some celebrities you've worked on. Can you give us a few of them?
I painted Idris Elba. And I painted Sarkodie, Jocelyn Duma, Wahima Messi, Sonny Badu. Who again? A whole lot.
Okay.
Yeah.
Have you painted Stone Boy yet?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
I painted Stone. Thanks for the reminder. Like you go vex so.
Right. Okay. And have you ever thought of opening a gallery where you can show your works for people to just come in?
Especially works
see?
like this one.
Okay.
This is actually my signature piece. This is the Ashanso. So whenever you see patterns like this and with the multicolored stuff, that is Ashanso. That's my signature. And this is an elephant, a lion, and an eagle.
Okay.
And in that sequence, they all have a story and the reason why they came first, second, and third.
Okay.
Now the elephant, that's supposed to be the biggest animal in the jungle, but he still couldn't have been the king of the jungle. So it's not about size or strength, right? Now the lion, the elephant is like how many times bigger than the lion, but the lion became the king of the jungle. Now the eagle says to the lion, you can be the king of the jungle, but I share therein whatever that you have with you because I feed from your jungle. But upon these mountains where I live, you can't reach. So this becomes knowledge, wisdom, and intuition. Knowledge is the acquisition of information, data, and everything, so that you become knowledgeable when you talk like, hey, guy not bro, that kind of. But wisdom is the accumulation of knowledge, where you become discerning. When you speak, even kings would have to listen. But it doesn't end there. Intuition is the ego who says, upon this mountain I live, you can't share here with me, but I share with you your jungle. And that is God.
And when was this done?
I think 2-3 years ago.
What was the inspiration?
I was just lonely.
Again?
Yes.
Okay. Looks like loneliness brings out the best in you.
All the time.
Okay.
When I'm alone, my mind goes wild.
Have you had a low point since you started your work as an artist?
Yes, I have.
What was that one time?
I painted one celebrity. Okay, this is years ago, so now I believe what she said, because then I couldn't have been that good that time. And so I painted a celebrity. I had to go for my money. And I was going back and forth until one time she just busted out of anger. I was like, can I speak to you?
Yes, of course.
And she was like, I will draw you no crime.
Okay.
Do you understand?
Yeah.
Yes.
Why though?
She doesn't like it. That's why she doesn't want to pay, but she couldn't say it.
And that hit you?
Extremely, because she was a gospel musician. So if anything, I thought she should have been Holy Ghost-ic about it. Like, you know you are good, right? But sometimes, you know, yeah. But if you throw it in my face like, I painted some cockroach, Charlie. Okay. So that killed the vibe, but again, it became a certain kind of motivation. Yeah.
Okay. And in Ghana, the art industry, you mentioned earlier that people don't encourage art in Ghana. How do you think that narrative can change? What do you think we are not doing right?
Okay, what can change is that we that are out of school and already in the system, there's nothing that they can do about us, because now we know our ways and means. So if anything can change, we should go back to the grassroots, which is the schools. People or the students that are offering visual art. Let's give them back that confidence that, yo, when you're studying visual art doesn't make you a criminal. Because that's how they come out to be, right? Because they don't protect them. They don't teach them. They don't give them no guidance. Like, oh, you have the talent, it's talent. So your talent has to be guided. Talent which is not guided becomes something else. You understand? So if we go back to the schools and give them that encouragement and give them a reason to even sit up and study it more and become like, then you start to mention our names. Then you start to make us relevant. I speak to my friend and I asked, the last person we heard of was Kwame Nkrumah. People have been dying, right? Do we see, what's his name? Atemios, like his lifetime, whatever, in books that people are learning in school? No.
Yeah.
No. You understand that? So they stopped recording history. So after Kwame Nkrumah, nobody is relevant. But like what I said, if you go back into the schools, before you can mention us, before you can mention Ashanso, Mo, Brightakwe, before you can mention these names, there should be something written about them, because it just shouldn't be a word say. If you tell me, I'll forget. But if I'm studying about them and we write exams on them, like we write exams on Kwame Nkrumah, when did Kwame Nkrumah said forward ever, backwards never? It's a question that they ask. So will they one day ask, when did Ashanso paint Adebayo? So Ashanso is dead. You understand? So they've stopped recording history. So when we go back into the schools and give them this, set up their art studios, make them feel proud of themselves of being a visual art student, than to be teasing them that, oh, they all go work late.
Why did someone say that to you?
Oh, but the visual art student.
They said it like,
let's say work late. Yeah, can work late to make flower pots and stuff.
Right?
Yeah. Don't work clay, perform one, you'll be pounding clay for your seniors. You even sleep. See?
Anyway, you mentioned Mo and others. Those are people you work with?
Yeah, they are top artists in Ghana.
And the names again?
Mo Audu, Brightakwe, come to mind. Okay, these people I flow with a lot. And these people are even bigger than me.
Okay. And you also do graffiti. We haven't spoken about all of that.
I do graffiti.
Just tell me a little bit about the graffiti art you do.
Graffiti is a bit more intricate than this, because that one, it's like you are controlling the air, like you're almost an airbender. How you control the cans to make images, and that one you do it on walls, and graffiti comes under murals. Artwork is done on walls. Yes.
Okay. How often do you do that compared to the painting?
It comes hand in hand.
Okay. We are wrapping up now.
Yeah.
So just let people know where to find you, how to get your artworks, to patronize what you do.
Okay. Once again, my name is Anthony Jefferson Hansen, popularly known as Ashenso, and I have my studio at Adenta Fafraha behind the new Malcolm. And then you can find me on the social media platforms like Instagram, Ashenso_GH, or on Facebook, Anthony Jefferson Hansen, Twitter, Ashenso Tattoo. Yeah, that's it.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
For sharing your story and for giving us this beautiful story behind the art.
Yes.
It's really beautiful.
Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. And so you heard his story. Very interesting conversation. He says, Ghanaians, Mumpe arts, you are not patronizing them. So let's do better. He's already shared his social media handles. Find him there and let's buy some arts. Let's appreciate art and let's push the people who are doing this great work forward. Thank you for joining us in this edition of People and Places. My name is Wanda Ami Hagan. Stay safe and take care.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you funny face.
It's not my brother.
Funny face.
I don't know him.
You don't know funny face.
It's not my brother.
You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Huabin Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
immediately you say, oh, I hope it's not that girl that you are going out with. That girl cry, you have not been checking her. That day, immediately you say it, immediately I get out, I'm like, hey, where is she?
They fuck. So it's like pam, 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 O2 man, can you saw you there? You don't even know. They're just exhausting their strength, but they are not really delivering anything.
No matter the age, when a man sees that he's going in for a younger lady, the man prepares himself. The man is fast. The kind of rounds, the kind of roles, the kind of styles he's going to even introduce you, the lady, into. You ask yourself, oh, how did you do that? And at the end of the day, you will be calling him Daddy, Zazie.
Daddy. Every day is bedroom, off the light. You don't even see the panty she's wearing, no lingerie, no undresses. How about try the kitchen? How about get to know her love language so that you can foreplay her? You know, you're in the office, you're like, and I'm about Mary Rose. You know, someday she's like.
From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier. By using debit or credit cards,
Mobile banking.
Thank you. And your favorite mobile money?
tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects, and others right here on GhanaWeb TV.
Between January and February this year, over 500 Ghanaians have been killed in road accidents alone. This tells you the gravity of the problem regarding safety on our roads. As part of GhanaWeb.
Although you waiting be the matter, I see the cry from my head. I do hope it'll be better where you carry. This song rings a bell, right? Yes, the man behind this very song is our guest for this edition of Talk Attainment. So if you want to get to know him better, don't go anywhere. Stay with us. This is Talk Attainment, and I am your host, Elsie Lamar. That's impressive. Yeah. As you can see, we've been joined by the one and only Camido. Yes. Mido, what? Mido
Pondetin.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
You're welcome, Camido.
Thank you so much.
How's life?
Life is good, LG.
Your blue hair though, how do you maintain it?
I just try to always keep it oiled up and wash it from time to time.
Is it always going to be blue?
For as long as I can maintain, for as long as maintenance can take us. Cool.
Wow.
Yeah.
All right. You were
Thank you.
Nominated 3 music awards for 3 categories.
Yeah.
I want to focus.
I think
on
about
one.
four categories. Yeah.
Okay. I want to focus on one because that kind of drew a lot of controversies, which is the digital artist of the year category. Yeah. People came out to say all sorts. They were like, you were not fit enough to be nominated for such category. How do you respond to that?
People are always going to think that people are not deserving of any forms of like nominations or awards or praise. There's definitely always going to be people who think otherwise of whatever praise you are given. So I thank God for the people around me that have made me to understand that this is how it plays out in the industry. So for me, I knew that like we did some work and we did a lot of digital, work during, especially at the time where like Corona came to hit us and all of that. So I just knew that, wow, it's just okay to be acknowledged in that category. And so I really didn't pay so much attention to what these opinions were like, talking about. I really just focused on the goal, which is to thank God and also stay motivated by these like nominations and acknowledgements and move to the next level. It really didn't cause no down moods in my life. It just kind of like affirmed what these people, the people around me told me, that it's always like this in the industry. When you're doing good, people still think that you're not deserving of the awards or of the praises. So it's cool. It's normal.
Yeah. Personally, what were some of the things that you feel you did right that somewhat merited the nominations you had? The backlash?
Yeah, I just think that the major thing is not letting Corona hold us back. It's to always focus on the fact that we had a goal and then we had to be consistent at working. And I think that's major. That one of the major things that we did. Like during Corona, I was able to do my Save the Kids with Camido events. I did the media rounds, put out an EP. I did video calls with the fans. So I did a whole lot that was digitally inclined. So I feel like I was just consistent. And that kind of allowed me to merit these things.
Still on the awards, were you expecting to win?
Well, my manager used to say one thing, and he always tells me one thing, which is that as long as you've been nominated, it means that you are deserving of the award. At the end of the day, votes are gonna allow the award to be given to one person. You understand? At that time. So I just knew that if I don't think that I've blown or I've broken through the whole of Ghana. We still discuss me pushing my works to the Upper East, the northern side and all of that, Takrady and all of these places. So I still feel like the nomination was just a recognition that, this guy has been doing some work, but we still have more work ahead of us to do, So I really didn't put my mind on the win. I was really motivated by the nomination. I'm not gonna lie. The nomination alone did a lot of motivation for me, Yeah.
Speaking on what you just mentioned, that you feel you are not putting your works are not loud enough, as in it hasn't gotten to where you wanted to be, as in other parts of the country and beyond. What are some of the things that you feel personally you are not doing right, that it's not getting to that stage? Because how long have you been in the industry?
I think that I've been here for 3 years.
Yeah.
Professionally, let's just say mainstream, 3 years, and I'm learning. And not to say that I haven't done anything right. You can do all the things right, but this is a process. It's a journey that we embark on. And some people are in the industry mainstream for 7 to 8 years before they get that big break that takes them all across the country, evenly. Not all the songs can take your name across the country evenly. Some of the songs will take you only in Accra. Some of the songs will take you Accra, Kumasi. Some of the songs, but some songs also come out to take you evenly, spreads the blow across the country. And that can only be achieved through consistency, So that's not to say that, so I wasn't saying that we haven't done some things right or wrong. All I'm saying is that the journey continues, and I haven't reached that peak yet. If you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I get it.
Perfect.
Speaking of songs, can you attest to the fact that a lot of people know your songs, but they can't put your face to it?
That was before. I think that we had that problem mainly before I even met George Britton or I started working with George Britton. That was the problem. A lot of people, if you tell them that, where to be the matter?
And they go
Do you know the song? I know this song. So that was the main problem that I had. When George Britton came on board, with his expertise, he put my face to the music, you know. And so, unlike before, now when I'm driving through town, people are able to like pinpoint and say like, yo, that's Camido, that's Camido, you know. So I don't think that we're having that problem now than before. So now people are able to like put my face to the music. Only that, like, 90% of that, or like let's say 80% of that has been done. We need to cover the rest 20%. There are some people still who can determine that this, unless I say I'm Camido, and they're like, oh, you sang this song. Do you understand what I'm saying? So I think 70 to 80% of the work is being done, but the rest is also, well, it's just a process. Like, we just need to take our time and just do it. Like, I feel like this industry is not one that you need to speed through. Other than that, you just become like a shooting star. You know, so it's just like, it's a process. We just need to take our time and just do it. Yeah.
Congratulations on your VGMA nomination.
Yes, so that one also made me feel very happy and grateful to God and also to the industry. You know, like VGM is like the top. Like, it's like the most, it used to be like the most recognized award scheme. It's like when you are nominated for VGM and then you know that, okay, you are proper in Ghana music.
But
like,
how sure are you that you are going to be clocking all the categories that you were nominated for?
I don't need to clock it. I don't need to win the award to show that, like, you know, VGM is just like, growing up, that has been like the mark, you know, to show that, yes, this artist is in the industry. Do you understand? So getting to this level, I'm just happy, and I don't need to win the award to confirm or to validate the fact that there's an artist in Ghana music called Camido. I've made some impact. If I haven't made any impact, I don't think that I will be nominated in the VGMs, in the 3 music awards. Do you understand?
Which of them is a cool chop for you?
Cool chop.
Don't tell me. Well, definitely, you know that this one, there's this particular one, dear. I know I'm going to win it hands down. There should be one like that.
I don't know, man.
No, you need to know. You need to know.
I've been nominated as a breakthrough artist, and I've been nominated as Afropop Artist of the Year and Afropop Song of the Year. I think that all of these songs are deserving. Like, I could just win any of them hands down.
Name one.
I could just win any of these categories hands down. Like, knowing that the songs that have been nominated in these categories, like that song, Maria has done a great job, you know. So I'm just saying that everybody's deserving of the award, and so if I get it, cool chop still.
So you didn't tell us which one you think that you are sure of winning.
Yeah.
But I'm sure you should have but quite a number of threats in there.
It's not
Who
threats.
do you see as a threat?
Nah, it's not threats. Like, I don't think it's threats. I just think that it's still not competition. Still, like, I'm telling you that being nominated makes the artists in the category winners.
We know.
That's the mentality that we should carry on. You know, it's always been like, oh, who is your threat? Who is your... Bro, like, you can't be the only artist. You can't be the only... So imagine that there are like 5 major shows in the country in one day, and all of them are looking for the top Afrobeat artists to perform. I can't be the only Afrobeat artist to perform in this 5.
But you know, it's showbiz. And even in business, people have competitors.
Yeah.
So this cuts across. So you should be able to see someone that you feel like, yo, if I'm not there, this person is there. Like, he's the boss.
Yeah, if I'm not there, then the rest of the people in the category should fit in. If they're not there, the rest of us should fit in. That is what it is. Yeah. Straight talk, real talk.
How did your album Contingency Plan?
Yeah.
How did it fare for you?
I think that it did really well.
What targets did you set for yourself with regards to the EP?
Number 1 target was to be recognized as an EP being released in the industry. Number 2 was to also help to further put my face to my music, put my face to my name. And I think it did just that. And not one person in the industry can say that they don't know, you know,
Meet up on a thing, yeah.
that they don't know that there's an artist called Camido,
yeah.
You know, and it's like big shout outs to the EP that helped us to be able to achieve these things. So I think that it really did the job that it came to do. that was what we wanted it to do, you know. And it did just that. So I'm happy and I'm grateful. I'm moving on to the next, which is the album.
Oh, okay. You answered my next question.
Yeah.
Tell us about the album, which is your next project.
Yeah, which is my next project. It's called Lighter, Lita, and it basically means that love is the answer. And I've always, like, growing up, I've always been loved by the people around me. I've been shown a lot of love and made me understand that love really is the key to, like, achieving the things that we as a people want to achieve. But many times we see other options above the love, and we really never understand what love means. Do you understand? So I just thought that I could maybe use my album to sell love, which is also the greatest of all commandments from God, the ultimate, you know. Yeah, and it's likely to have like 14 songs, and you know, it's a beautiful body of work that I'm looking to release at the end of the year.
On this love note.
Yeah, you see, say when they talk about love, beautiful breeze, like they blow, you know, to affirm the fact that love is indeed the key, you know.
Before we continue with our chat, I'm giving you a sneak peek into Camido's performance during our mid-year party somewhere in 2020. Enjoy.
Listen now, you want more of my comedy, cause it gets rid of your allergy. Yo, 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 hey. Yo, 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 yeah, yeah, yeah. Ah, your leg no fit my wallaby, so you chose to wear Charlie water for me. Yeah, yeah. Oh, Charlie, my girl, no get shame. MG Maria, oh, Ria. Everybody say, it be you will bring me blessing. Although you they bring me blessing. Oh, baby, you they bring me blessing. Whoa, whoa. MG. Yeah, see, like a millipede, take it slow for me. Killy, killy, la russo, go sing. Killy, killy, I they show you ring. Yeah, yeah, I call you Tinini and you come to me. Give it to me and you make her eat. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Baby, you make my head to the sweet. Oh, intimate me with a better life. Forever and ever you're mine. You want me to put that thing like this. Continue to do me like this. Oh, OMG Maria. Everybody say, it be you will bring me blessing. Oh, although you they bring me blessing. Oh, baby, you they bring me blessing. Whoa, 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 OMG Maria. So Maria, let me put my hands around ya. Let me take you to my home, baby Gigi. I no go palanga lekwa, no, no, no. Say Maria, let me put my hands around ya. Let me take you to my home, baby Gigi. I no go palanga lekwa, no, no, no.
Yeah, I'm sure you've seen for yourself Camido's performance, which wouldn't have been possible, of course, without his manager, George Britton.
Yeah. Nah, still wouldn't have been possible without GhanaWeb. Like, you guys welcomed us, and I remember very well, you guys were really, really, like, lovely. Like, everyone was lovely, and I just wish we had continued throughout the night. It was fun.
Yeah,
it was a lot of fun.
It's because of you. You were not boring, so yeah.
Yeah, man.
Speaking of your manager, George Britton.
Yeah.
How do you feel when he goes out to say controversial stuff and people bash him for it? How do you feel?
Yeah, I mean, that's the other brand. So that one, it has nothing to, it's limited to the other brand, you know, him as a pandit or whatever, you know. So that one, I don't feel anything. I feel like it's part of the job, you know. Every job comes with, you know, the bashments and all of that. So me, I'm not really like, so long as he's healthy for us to continue the work that we're doing, the beautiful work that we're doing, I'm good to go.
But sometimes you don't go like, hey, this statement you made, yeah.
Oh, George, he knows what he's doing. Like, he's been in the game for quite some time, so he knows what he's doing. So that one, I don't have anything. Me, what can I say? I'm a baby.
He made a comment about Miss V's comeback. I'm sure you.
And I'm sure that if you actually went to listen to I was there during the interview. I think if you actually listen to the proper interview and you heard what he said, I don't think that people always take people's comments out of context and then they come back to write their blogs and all of that. So what did he say? Right now, I chop plenty of I forget that one. It was in 2020.
So you were like, if I heard what he said, so you should tell me because I didn't.
Yeah, but I was there, and my mind can tell me that he didn't say anything bad about an artist, because I will not be happy if my manager makes a silly statement about another, like my colleague artist. It will not be a good thing, because another artist's manager can say a more silly thing about me, and he will also not be happy. But I know for a fact that true for God, life was it. He didn't say anything bad, so yeah, so I'm good.
What are some comments, ever since you started music?
Yeah.
What are some comments that you have heard about yourself that you are surprised that, is this really me, or there's another Camido somewhere else?
I don't think that I've so far heard any negative thing about me that I wasn't cool with. So far, it's always been and I like the way, because I think that if you give people something ill to talk about, then they will talk about it. Do you understand? But if you don't give people, if you always frown your face, people will say, why is he always frowning his face? But if you always give people a cheerful face, they will, unless of course these people are crazy, they say
so
what they haven't
really
seen.
Heard any
Nah. So far so good.
Stuff.
So far so good. It's Camido,
Obi Ankasa open ma.
Oh, nah, they just say that Emma be pay me because they haven't seen me paying ma,
And why do they say Emma be pay though?
They just think that with the nature of my music, and I'm good looking, obviously, they think that ladies love people like me. But, and also, they say what they want to say.
Now one cause I was shy Emma.
Oh, a man can't try me. So far, no, a man can't try me. Say, oh, me pearl. So I cannot say that a man pay me. But if I get more than 10 ladies telling me at a go, say, you pearl. Say,
but that's impossible. They can't tell you at a go.
Like
I'm
in
sure
a day.
They are in your DMs.
In a day. But if I get one woman in 2 weeks, one in 2 weeks, I cannot make a statement that Emma pay me. Do you understand?
Which you are not getting?
Yes, I'm not getting.
Hey!
It will not be easy. The last time I saw Bosom P. Young tweeted, he was like, these girls think that we get girls, but we indeed don't get girls. We indeed don't get the girls. People think that we the artists, we get the girls, but we indeed don't get the girls. We did not pass everybody.
I don't believe you on that one, but let's move on.
Open me.
Let's move on.
You see, pay me. Jokes on me.
So, some veterans actually have come out to say that the music that the new school artists are churning out these days, and really nothing good to write home about.
Nothing good?
Yes, in that, with respect to lyrics, with respect to even instruments and a whole lot, some of them have actually come to express bitterness about it.
We all cannot sing about the same stuff. We all cannot sing the same way that the predecessors sang. That's a no-no. That's like putting people in a box to sing about the things that you thought that was nice at that time. And you cannot put people in a box. Creativity. Remember, it's about creativity. People have to exploit what is in them. People only can give you what is in them. They can't give you what is in a Machididi. If you are getting the point I'm trying to make,
your point.
I can only put what is in me. Let me not burn in the process of trying to express myself passionately.
I'm getting your point.
Yeah.
But what I'm trying to say is there's one thing to be creative.
Yeah.
And there's another to turn out something of good quality. And whether you like it or not, I'm not going to ask you, but deep down, you know that there are some artists now that their songs are
There have been bad artists at that time. Also, there have been bad artists, and which they also know that there have been bad artists at that time also. So I think that every era is going to come with good artists and bad artists. Let's not try to make it seem like the new artists are not good. Don't you like my music? Don't you like Mr. Drew's music? Don't you like King Promise's music? Don't you like Jackie's music? Don't you like so many Malcolm Nuna's music? Don't you like so many new artists coming on the block bringing positive music? The ones that are not bringing the positive ones too, I think that you know, are listening to the criticisms, and if they're doing, if they want to go far, then because only good things go far or go farther than, you know, negative stuff. Even though the media, you know, really highlights the negatives a lot, you know, for people to know. But I just think that once you're doing good music, you will go far, and if you want to go far, you will focus on doing good stuff. So, like, I really just think that this era has good musicians.
I'm sure before you entered music, you set certain targets for yourself.
Yep.
Do you feel you have been able to achieve them?
Plenty, oh, by the grace of God, plenty. 3 music awards, Bagam, BGMA, Bagam, performing at GhanaWeb, Bagam, performing at like all them big stages, Bagam, Rapperholic, December to Remember. All of them shows was like, when I was coming up, I was really praying God, I really want to, like, you know, show my talent on these like stages, award schemes. I wanted to perform so bad, and now we're here, travel to like do a tour in London, bruh. Like, who wouldn't be like this grateful? I'm grateful. I'm happy. You know, I feel a little bit fulfilled. Journey still continues. Like a lot of things. So I still want to do like a major show, like in London, like all them halls, fill the dome from Ghana to UK to America. Like, I want to do concerts. I want to do proper concerts, bring my Ghanaian brothers along. Like, I see the Nigerians doing a lot, and I want to do it. Sarkodie did it before, when it's like his show called History in the Making. And, you know, I want to do it. I really want to do it. These are like my targets.
Did you grow up in the UK?
I didn't grow up in the UK, but I had a lot of UK people around me.
Is that why you have a UK accent?
I know they say lafa one or two times, you know, but I look forward to like really perfecting my English. I don't love, it's not like, you know, it's not like Ghana has an accent. It's not like Ghana has an accent, but we take all the mix inside, you know. But I just love, and the UK is more about English, and I love to like better my English, you know. So sometimes
you have a huge audience in UK.
Plenty.
So do you look forward to working with some of the artists like YX Bane,
Skepta?
Yeah.
I've already begun.
Fans and stuff.
I've already begun with UG, and big shout outs to UG. Like, I know that that's gonna open the door, you know, to Skepta. I want to sing like some slick hook for Skepta, you know, something beautiful for Skepta. Gigs. The group. What's the name of the group? NSG. Like, get the gang, man. Make music with these people. Like, I love all these people, but it has to start from Ghana. Also, like, I obviously want to make like collaborations with like Ghanaian artists, like plenty Ghanaian artists. I want to do plenty collaborations. Yeah. So, hopefully, you know, God give us life, strength. We'll do it.
I know the conversation is getting interesting, but let's take a pause here and go over to Abrantepa, who will be bringing us the Discovery segment.
Yeah, me say me to rap, but me tea boy when can I began to clap. Hey, punchlines in the flow set up. Abrantepa Discovery, I big the bab.
Yeah, what up? My name is P for Prince. Let's take it from there. Bunch of lyrics. Yeah, I want to know the way I do my rap. Me ma kasava ne pa me hold a big man. Ma shada esa da madam gap. Manya wade no be sorry pay you can plan. Ka wo pese we didi me but you can't. Mokotena me ye one zam. And you show this am me pen me brand. And this come ni bi na me clan. Yana me pese me dibi na bu dibi fisa na me to wa me hu no wa sorry pay you can see. Me sana ponche black got for me your the daytime you deny you can never find me.
Bunch of lyrics. Charlie. What's up? P for Prince. 90 bunch of lyrics in everything. Why bunch of lyrics?
Okay, bunch of lyrics is ye free. Ye team ni team vem. Na ye moto ni ya bunch. Akaza ya bunch ya. Just ayeka. It's no we bunch ni free. We know your slogan, a team ni slogan and me add it to me median. It's a bunch of lyrics.
But the name actually you are using is P for Prince.
P for Prince.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is Prince your real name?
Yeah, Prince my real
name. Okay. Where do you get your inspiration from?
Actually, I don't know, but when I just started music, I was following someone. Let me follow Sarkodie.
Okay. Yeah,
like he inspired me. Like
a bit of Sarkodie.
He inspired me to do music, and as time goes on, I started. I mean, feeling my own. Like I started doing my own thing on, like doing things on my own. Like, yeah. So right now, I'm feeling myself.
Yeah. And you know, they say Jenny no, it is saying, we shall see free him and a him no abidu.
Okay. So I say 5 years ni. After say me complete SHS na shall say. But before I started make SHS na yeah music, but now I wasn't that serious. See, after say SHS 2016 na me before music and it's so tight up till now. You be switching them here.
I see. So far no sha saying it here who so who any obeti me but mwama and I said then progress no say na sha obe measure.
Okay, progress no there. Sometimes you know artists be here more but I thought that hard work and so then it pay because right now no not enche bia ya shall say ya share she ase no we kasa about artist, favorite artist. Yeah, Ghanaian favorite artist. And then you better travel, but yes, right now, you shall say, it's artist be a seems so Ghana be a fan once a man in the form of rap. Near yet about the bio now, at the 20. And no say a movie because there are some people who say a good work. Say GhanaWeb TV, ne Fox TV, and into almost share content now. So, what was a hard work and so. And also pay.
And you say musician ben much run home
so far I have 4 episodes.
Okay.
Yeah, Saturday, yeah, Obra 4, yeah, Reggie Rockstone, and our Chama Kwame.
I see.
Yeah.
Immediately now be person be perform my SSC. And I'm here.
Me na YouTube.
Okay.
Okay, but I'm sure say we Saturday.
Okay, shall say.
All right, let's see. Fiti ase na ye penny for say rap nem want we wusu kamenya kwafa ko adru tema boy ya mete so na rap ne mebubo mi se dom peka de ene manyim onyam bio afi ne me dai so ne se me de me ma bedu baabi na se wo bi anyim ayempo a me ankasa megina ma na mu na ma hye me trumpet apotra me kumi dansuom obede be pon obede na so we di na ye de to me ne Michael Owusu kwasi ado me peka saba me ho hene July 10th na ye wo me se Ghana for rapper na ba no ne matene na be gi nchene maso mi gya ne fi se rapper na me sensene tema meto this day na me wie na me call as a rapper she me mini mu na me mene Adam kasa high level na me gina mu pampe and I'm so na rappers ni bi madai me twa kanto be du pene mani wana so gase e komode me ba wadwe ne sam high no mu na me share dankan me twist na me saso me yi ni 1-1 wo entertainment level la me person be bedom wo bo mode ma ne te be pempam me ne mo tebin tam ha ma te me ne pe na wo follow ma me na wo se hwan ba ne mu fa komigu ni ma me ye
say who release enyum na response no at saying what's the feedback that you are getting?
Okay, response ni good say right now no minya so far yeah started minya comment be as we be comment say it's bad or na yin ni say I think say every episode sana say send ye ko enim bia no it's all they need so that's what we're doing.
I see. Is it future no hu ni saying one ma ho a certain number of years o sha I will say by then no blow just we blow bia to nka.
Okay and this year this year. So I said this year we're gonna be here.
And how are you working towards it?
Okay, right now on there, we need to a team you go so and so far there, Yashishi Anana, they are focus for us because it's a big whole thing.
Bunch of lyricists, P for Prince. Social media handles
P for Prince Large.
Okay.
Instagram, P for Prince Large, Facebook, and P for Prince Official. YouTube. It's in a P for Prince, baby.
Okay.
Then rappers are than TikTok fans. Try to give a chance and I'm to what's I'm you saying so what I go fi be the deadline. Uni permit and I want to cast away your rapper. I bet me with the stamina I'm a border saying, hey, se bona kasa na yebi kuna be this ala. What that's na hose buku tawo jan. I don't really wanna do this. Me person who be too big. So I can rap in the you na be do me kwa chia. I feel na manya me piu big. Alright, let me do my music. O kasa do masa music. I can't say in the tribune and word and say we man and bro kind of bullshit. Large. Bam.
By default, oh by default, I for like to hold you down. I for like to show you nicer things inside me. Oh baby, mega hesitate you. That's why I'll be available. I'll be available to you. Anytime you want me, you can have me. You
Man,
can
I
have
love
me
it.
anytime. I'll be available.
Hey,
Available. I'll be available. Available to you, you and you. Anytime you want me, you can have me. Boomba, that no.
Yes, we'll be available. We are still here with Camido, and we're moving on to our next, segment, which is like a game sort of. But before we get to that segment, let me ask you this: how would you feel if a girl you are so much into, all of a sudden is insecure about your career? How would you feel about that? And what are some of the things that you tell her as an assurance?
Yeah, there's nothing, trust me, like that. I think that many artists, many creatives in the industry are facing. Many just don't talk about it. It's one of the things that push partners away from us. It's one of the major things because people feel very insecure because we're exposed to ladies, vice versa. The ladies are exposed to men every single time. And, our work kind of like takes us deep into the night, doing concerts and all of that. And it's crazy. Not everyone is able to handle it. Many people fail at marriages in the industry. That is the bitter truth. But we just pray that the Almighty God who has given us this path, who obviously has a plan for us. Some people, they find a way around it. People find a way around it. And I think that as long as we committed to God and we're determined, we will find our way around it. So media, I'm not stressed about that.
You haven't answered my question.
I just think that, to answer your question, I have been through that before.
So what did you tell the girl?
I didn't say anything. It got messed up. I say, shit. It's kind of shit. I lost the relationship to insecurities that my partner was feeling because I was in this line of work, and it hurt me so bad because she was one beautiful lady. And
is that what inspired you to sing the
For My Lover?
Yes. Because it has similar lyrics.
No, that particular lyrics was not really about my case, but it was knowing that I have been through that, and so I knew that people.
You drew inspiration.
Yeah, I drew inspiration, from that to sing that song, especially the intro.
Yes.
Yeah.
You always do music.
Yeah, right. It's not easy. It's not easy. For you to be out there and not even have time for your partners, travel all around the world, and you are seen on TV. These same people see you on TV hugging girls and all of that. It's not easy, babe.
Are you as romantic as your songs portray?
I am very romantic. That one, I can't lie. I am very romantic. Yeah, I'm very romantic. and, unfortunately, it's not something that we can just experiment. So.
No, but
I'm just joking.
Okay. You can still name 2 instances where you have been romantic, not like the intimacy aspect, but there are some other ways, by all means, that you have been romantic.
Yeah, I remember me traveling basically because my partner said that she missed me.
Aww.
And she wanted to just spend time with me. She was just feeling lonely, and I had to travel from I think we were in Takrady, so I traveled from Takrady back to the Volta region just to spend time with this lady. And I felt like I did something very romantic because if I could leave my work and come just to have spend time on the bed. We didn't go out or anything. It was just me lying by her on the bed and just talking stories and all of that. And that, ladies, they love that a lot.
Yeah.
So that was just one example of how far I can go for love.
Have you ever had a one-night stand?
One-night stand? No, I don't think I've had that before. It's not really a one-night stand because obviously we talk before these things, start to happen, but it's not. I've not had that before.
But
I don't think I'm easy like that. I don't think I'm easy to have a one-night stand. I don't think that I'm that easy. Yeah, I'm hard to get actually. Yeah.
I see. So back to the game.
But we cry if I'm
You are artist, so we need to know. We are curious.
I have to start limiting some things that I say.
No, you don't have to. So far as you push yourself out there, be ready to tell it.
Yeah.
So we are playing a game. So Okay, you're going to name, I'm going to mention 3 things, and then you're going to point out one that you cannot step out without as a man. Are you ready?
I'm very ready.
Okay, so number 1 is a condom. Number 2 is an after morning pill. And then number 3 is extra money for in case of any contingency plan.
Oh, that one there, the money
So,
I have to do without. I can move without a condom because obviously like I said, I'm not easy to get, so I don't just have sex. Obviously, that is like godly. Sex is godly for me. I feel like sex is really like godly. I take my time and whom I'm having sex with is really important. So I can actually do without a condom, and then money after bill. Who has time for that? No.
Are you serious?
No, I'm just saying, like, if I'm gonna have sex with somebody I don't want to marry, then like obviously condom, But if, like I said, I really mind who I'm having sex with, So I don't think that it will get to the point where I have to be taking after pills and all of that because I have to protect the sex, Don't you protect your sex?
So what's your take on weed?
Please,
okay, do you no. I'm the one doing the questioning here. So do you smoke your weed or you put it in your stuff? Like your tea or your porridge or stuff?
My weed is different. My weed is in my head. My weed is in my head. So I don't have to smoke it. My weed is in my head. I don't have to smoke it. You can ask anybody. They ask me, they like, so the weed way that we hear say people go feed smoke and way they make lively, You know how they come. I'm like, my only they emit them. My body they emit the weed.
How does your body emit?
Shake my body.
Camilo, stop putting me in a bottle.
Shake my body. Weedy. Yeah, next question.
No, we are not going anywhere. We are stuck here. Do you put it in? No,
like it?
No.
You smoke your weed?
I'm not answering that. I'm asking you. Do you smoke it? Or you put it in your brownies or your porridge or your tea?
I haven't tried that before, but I think that on my 29th birthday, I'll definitely want to try brownie. Yeah. Like, when people are bringing me cake on my 29th birthday, just make it like one of those. Yeah. And the funny thing is, myself, I know they chop the cake. So George Britain and the team, them go crazy.
Are you saying George Britain to?
No, because if them go taste the cake before I go chop them.
But does George Britain also push?
Maybe the way in beer day too, maybe. I don't know. Maybe. I don't know.
The beer gang crew will come for you.
I'm just playing. If you want to get all the news, live, get on GhanaWeb. Middle say so. Don't go nowhere. News available on GhanaWeb. Boom, that no middle on the team, aka Mr. Grind on Stop. And I'll be available on all digital streaming platforms. Look out for the album Lights Out on the way coming. Peace and love. Always log on to www.ghanaweb.com. Boom, say so.
Finally, we have come to an end of this interesting conversation with Camilo. I hope you enjoyed it as much as I did. We hope to come your way another time with much more interesting conversation with your favorite artist. This has been Talkatainment, and I am your host, Elsie Lama.
Say them, they follow me, oh, follow me, oh. They follow me, cause they know say, my own body and give me blessing. They follow me, oh. Oh, the unye, oh, jipe macharava. Makwaba, oh, jipe make for what I like, ba. Lo, ole munye, ojiba machara palo, makpoba wojiba make for what I like. Yeah, say me I came from a miracle. Nobody thought I will survive. Way back in my middle school, yo, my teacher tell me, boy, you so different. My uncle na de tekwe, na ba matovo for la moto me. I'm a wajiha, popo, for nyapa deka, kwetogo fole, odome.
in 2019, when we paid her a visit at her home in Westlands, her arms were in a sling. She could barely move them around, and she was actually getting ready for a surgery where a metal would be fixed in her arms. Today, it's fixed and she's much better. She's here to share her story with us today, again, because a lot more people are still suffering her fate. Our guest today on this edition of GhanaWeb's Road Safety Campaign is Priscilla Na-Akle Planch. In 2019, you could barely do anything. Your mom and family were practically assisting
helping me with everything.
Yeah. How have you been since then?
Well, by God's grace, we were able to have the surgery. We were able to raise the funds for the surgery with your help. Thank you very much. And then we had the surgery in September 2019. It took some time for healing, but now I'm good by God's grace.
Okay.
98% excellent.
Okay, so say in 2019 you couldn't you had to basically be helped to wear your clothes, to move around. Now what extent are you okay now when you say you're okay?
So the effects of the incident and the injury made me incapable of using my left hand. So I couldn't use my left. I couldn't do this. I couldn't. It was broken. So it was in a sling and a POP and a sling. But now, by God's grace, because of the implant, I suffered from radial palsy after the surgery. That means I lost control of my nerves.
Okay.
But with a lot of physio, now I can do this. But it just left a little for me to do this.
Okay.
But I can use my hand. I cook, I wash.
So 80% you're okay?
Yes.
That's really great to hear.
Thank you.
We just want to do a little flashback of how the whole accident happened. It was in 2013.
Yes,
right?
2013.
So take us back. Just cast your mind back. What happened on that day in the Volta region?
Yeah. So I had just finished my degree at the University of Ghana, and I just landed an exciting job. And as part of my duties, I was supposed to travel around the country. So we started with the Volta region. We were on contract to distribute some items, and I was in charge of the project. So it was very tiring because we'll travel, distribute, settle. So on one of the journeys, when we reached Peve Mountain, our driver lost control of the car, and we just drove almost entering the valley. So it was just a tree stump that blocked the car, and I was at the front seat. So the impact of the tree stump in the car is what caused the injury. My left hand got broken, my left leg also got broken. Yes, and initially we thought we were going to just fix a POP and we are done. But we went to St. Joseph's. I was taken to Chafaga, that's in the Volta in Ho, and then I was told that my injuries were too complicated. So I was transferred to St. Joseph's in Koforidua Eastern region. The next day, they did the first surgery on my arm and first surgery on my leg, and there were complications still after. So they did another one on my leg and a second one on my arm. So that was 4 surgeries. After that, there were still complications in my arm. The injury to my arm was in the distal part, that is the ending, getting to the elbow. And it wasn't a clean break. It was like a complicated break in many places. So they were having issues fixing it. So at St. Joseph's, I had 4 surgeries. And then I was able to manage for a while. After that, I was transferred back to Accra. I was home. But there were still complications because my arm developed a false joint, meaning that the healing hadn't gone on so well. So some tissue had formed in between the bones that were broken. So you see, I moved my hand, and instead of my elbow, there's another joint moving. So we had a 3rd surgery at Kolebu. So in all, that was the 5th surgery. So that was the 3rd surgery on my arm, or the 5th surgery at Kolebu. And that was that was around 2015. And then getting through to 2016, the latter part of the year in 2015. That was the 5th surgery at Kolebu. And I was okay from then. 2016, 2017, 2018, 2019.
Then
2019 was just like
back.
It happened again. I was there and I felt a very sharp pain in my arm. And I noticed something was not okay because I couldn't move my hand at all. So my mother rushed me to Akai House where we did an x-ray, and it came out that the implants that was fixed in my arm, that was keeping my bones together, had broken. Some screws had come off and it was broken. So that's what led me to fundraise and then go do a surgery in South Africa.
That was a sixth
That was
surgery.
the sixth surgery on my body and the fourth surgery on my arm. Yes, I mean the whole process, for the first 4 surgeries, I was in the hospital for close to a year. So it also was practically my home. I had a lot of support from friends, family, from my church, then Redeemed Baptist Church, from my friends from school. It wasn't easy. Psychologically itself, it was not easy because
I can imagine.
Yeah, you're walking one day in your heels, you know,
And
feeling
then
all
another.
awesome. The wind is blowing your hair. And then next year you are using crutches. I used crutches for 2 years.
Wow.
It was very, very, I don't know what word to use, but it was a whole different experience. A humbling experience, yes. And I learned a lot. I mean, through that, there were positive things that came out because I started an NGO to help people. And then right now, I'm not using crutches. I'm very fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, that whole experience was that it was just because of a mistake that we made.
Okay, talking about a mistake, you mentioned that the driver veered off the road.
Yes.
Was it that he was overspeeding? What exactly was it? What caused that accident?
So, let me just put it plainly. He dozed off.
Wow.
We were traveling at dawn. We left home at about 2 something. The accident occurred around 3 a.m. So he was very tired from the previous night. But he didn't communicate that. He was very okay that he could drive. So I'm saying it was a mistake because maybe if we had insisted that, oh, you may be tired, so let's leave later in the morning, maybe some things could have been
averted.
Yes, averted. But he dozed off. So what happened was, you know, the Cover Mountain meanders is not a straight, so it's like you're climbing like that, like that. So when he was about to come out of the mountain to enter into the township, I think there was a car coming. So the car flashed its lights, so it woke him up. So out of the confusion, he veered off, lost control. And there were things in the car, so the car was a bit heavy. So when he lost control, there was nothing he could do about it. So then the car entered.
But you were not sleeping.
Honestly, I actually did doze off, to be honest, because I was tired myself and I had been woken up.
It was a car full of tired people.
I know, right? It was a car full of tired people. And if probably I was awake at the front seat. I think I dozed off just about 2 minutes into the whole thing happening, because when I looked at where I last saw and then where it happened, you could tell it wasn't even 100 meters. It was just like a very short distance.
So what was your initial reaction when you saw the car veering off? What was it like in your head?
So I didn't see the car veering off. All I saw was, okay, this might sound funny, but you see how in the cartoons there's like slow motion and like things are flying? It was literally like that. I woke up seeing myself in the air, seeing pieces of glasses around me, and then and then I blacked out. So I blacked out, and then I woke up to one of my colleagues screaming, "Jesus, Jesus, Jesus." And I woke up and I was like, what is going on? When I woke up, I didn't know that my hand was broken and my leg was broken. So I woke up and the driver was running up and down, and I was like, so I was trying to like understand what was happening.
Figure out what was happening.
Then I was like, oh, let me try and come up. You see, to me, I had raised my hand, but my hand was still dangling. So I was like, oh, my hand is broken. And the pain didn't come then because I was now realizing what had happened. Then I looked out and realized that if I was trying to come out, but then this is me and this is literally the valley. So if I push myself out, I'm going to roll and I can't even see the end of the valley. And then suddenly, then I still didn't know my leg was broken.
Okay.
So I actually started panicking. So the first point of call was to Jesus. I just started praying. And I think that is what helped me, because after praying, then I felt a bit calm. Then as if it wasn't enough, the battery of the car also caught fire.
Wow.
So here we are trapped, 3 a.m. in the morning. The driver is really confused. Another colleague is injured. The last colleague is just so confused as well. In a zone with no people, nobody is coming to our aid, and our car has caught fire. So I'm like, wow, am I coming to burn here? So I prayed again. The driver then gathered kukudro.
Some
I don't know how to
You gathered some courage.
Gathered some courage. And then came, like, the battery was what was catching fire. So he removed the plugs and carried the battery out. So that stopped the fire. And then shortly after that, I mean, I had no measure of time then, but I know that shortly after that, a bus of a Kufuor bus with traders that was heading to Who
Got
stopped.
to the scene. Okay.
And then people came. So in carrying me out, that was when I noticed that my leg was, my left thigh was broken, because they tried moving me and then it wasn't
going
at all.
So how did you eventually come out of the car?
They carried me out. They carried away about 3 or 4 men. The whole thing, as it was happening, it felt like a dream. They carried me out, and then there was no ambulance. So it was a police car. So you can imagine your hand is broken, your leg is broken, and any little movement is unbearable pain.
Yeah.
And they put you behind the back seat of a pickup, which is moving in an area with the worst roads that you could ever imagine. And you don't have a choice. So
was anybody else in the car hurt? Was
yes.
the driver hurt?
No.
The driver wasn't hurt?
No, not at all. He wasn't, not a scratch.
Okay, so how many of you in the car were
injured?
Were injured.
2 of us. The person sitting, so it looks like those on my side got injured, and those on the driver's side were very safe. So the guy behind me also had, I think the impact was so strong that after me it hit him. So his left leg also got, I think, really injured. His was an open cut. His left leg was really injured. And he was trapped in the car when it happened. So they had to bring some things to cut him out.
But have you heard from him after?
Oh, yes,
okay?
yes. He also had to go through a surgery. After the surgery, it wasn't an easy time for any of us, you know. After his surgery, it took some healing, and then he was okay. So it was just a one-time surgery. Yes.
I'm just wondering. Now you have a metal in your left arm.
In my left leg.
Left leg.
So yes. So there's one from here to here, and then there's a couple in there.
Wait, you have metals in your leg and your arm?
In my arm. Yeah.
How does that feel like? How is it like, just like, does it feel like what it was before the accident, or is it any different?
Well, honestly, I don't remember how it felt like to not have implants, because
it's been a very long time.
It's been a very long time, and it's painful, you know,
to even think about it.
Yeah, no, I mean, for the psychological process, I think that by God's grace, I've been helped, so I'm better.
Okay.
I've come to a point of acceptance that this is my situation, and I have to make the best out of it. My leg, it hurts when I walk for too long. Yes, the top at this side.
Okay.
It hurts, and I used to run. I used to go to the gym, run and all that. Now I'm very limited. When I'm exercising, I don't run. I walk fast, or I just walk normally. I can't jog or run fast. And yes, I can't walk for longer periods. When the weather is really cold, it affects me. When I'm stressed, it affects me. It hurts. Same with the hand. And the hand too, I'm not allowed to lift anything heavier than a cup of tea.
Wow.
So if I'm lifting something, my husband helps me at home. if it's something, even with washing of bowls. You see, when you cook and then the under is, so those ones like this,
Anything that stresses your
so he has to help me and then help me. He helps me with the hard bowls. If there's anything that has to be carried, I don't do it. I wait for him to come and then he does it. For washing. For washing too, I have help in washing. The light things I'm able to wash, but the heavier things, we use a machine or we have help to wash.
This is like just on the side. You're a lady. I know ladies are fashionable and all. Are you able to wear heels with your leg, the metal in your leg?
Yes, I'm able to wear heels. But those days, it used to be 6 inches, but now, girl, just 2 or 3 inches is fine. Can't go. Because what if you make a mistake and you fall down?
Slip.
You can't slip and fall. If you slip and fall and you fall on your hand, that's another complication. I'm talking about another 100,000 Ghana cedis. Where are you going to get that from? So I only wear heels when it's very necessary. And even that, I'm very careful. And immediately I'm done with whatever function, I have my lawyer, which is my slippers in my bag. I change. No stress at all.
Way to go. So, I mean, like a lot of people every day, the statistics are crazy. So many people, even from January to March, like about 700 people are already dead. Not talking about injury. And so, like every day, people go through accidents. What do you think is wrong with the system?
Wow, that's a deep question because there's a lot of things wrong. It's both on the side of leadership, as those who are responsible for our roads, and also some come from us. From us, the carelessness, our inability to pay attention to the simple rules that will save us on the street. When I was coming like this, one motorcycle crossed us. The taxi driver was really upset. And I remember that when I was at St. Joseph's, when you go to the male ward, about 80% of the guys there are there because of motor accidents. Their legs have been amputated. So from that angle, I think that we the citizens really need to be cautious and careful and attentive, whether you're a pedestrian, whether you are a driver in terms of motorcycle or even your own car or whichever. You have to be really careful, pay attention. Don't be in a hurry, don't rush. And when you're tired, don't drive. When you're tired, just park. If it's 10 minutes, park and then just sleep. And then also, I think that the road signs, there are some places that don't have road signs. For instance, our driver was dozing off. But if he wasn't, he could have known that, okay, this is a sharp turn, I have to be careful. So that could have also prevented something. And then also, the Department of Urban Roads, we are humbly appealing to them. Our road system is nothing to write home about. Even in Accra, which is supposed to be the capital of like the whole country, the roads here are deplorable. I mean, like even if they fix it, it's not with the right material. So over a couple of months, it rains and then everything just starts going off. We talk about it in our homes, we complain, but we don't know who hears us. Our roads need to be looked at. Maintenance has to be done. It's not about fixing the road, maintaining the road. So, I mean, in my humble opinion, I think that we are all stakeholders. We the people who are using the road, and then those who actually make the road for us to use. For this to end, both parties have to do our part. Yes, we both have to do our part.
I think you said it all. I was actually going to ask you what you think the solutions are, but you said everything in one. And for you to go back to this whole conversation, I'm sure it took a lot, and we appreciate the time, and we appreciate you sharing your experience all over again with us.
Welcome.
Thank you, Priscilla.
Welcome
for coming to share your story.
Welcome, and thank you for having me.
Right.
I appreciate it.
And so that has been another edition of the GhanaWeb Road Safety Campaign. Priscilla Na Akle Plange has been sharing her story, and you heard all about it. She has also said in her opinion what she thinks we as citizens and stakeholders and authorities can do on their part to curb this canker of road accidents on Ghana's roads. It takes you and I to make this work. Meanwhile, you can also join the conversation and check us out on YouTube at GhanaWeb TV and all our social media platforms at the GhanaWeb, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. Until then, you can also join us by sharing some videos about what is happening in your area, sports, street lights, or the absence of those, potholes, and many other things you see around us. Just send them to our WhatsApp numbers as you see on the screen. My name is Wanda Amihegan, and thank you for joining us.
Hello, my name is Priscilla Na Akle Planch. I'm a survivor of a road accident. It wasn't easy for me. I went through 6 surgeries, and for 2 years I was using crutches. It wasn't an easy experience, and I don't want you to go through the same. So please, follow all the road safety regulations that you have to. Don't drive tired, don't drink and drive. And to my fellow friends who ride motorcycles, please, the road signals are for you as well. Please pay attention to them. Stay safe, do the right thing, and save a life.
On this episode, we talk situationship versus relationship. Yeah, let's normalize healthy relationship, which now almost look impossible. Kind of looks like now it's a mirage. Why is commitment a difficult task for some people in relationships and even in marriages? Is there a correlation between situationship and relationship? Join myself and my guest as we discuss issues around situationship and relationship. My name is Paulina Deda Opoku, and it's always a pleasure coming your way with thought-provoking discussions here on Mons and Cuddles on GhanaWeb TV. We'll be right back. You're still watching Mons and Cuddles here on GhanaWeb TV. I know you already know how we do it on this show. Each time we come your way with very engaging conversation. But today's episode, we're taking it a bit higher. You might have heard people say, oh, I'm just in a situationship with someone. I'm in a relationship with someone. A lot of people are in relationship who just say, oh, we are with you, but we are not yours. So today we are going to look at what it takes when someone says, I'm in a committed relationship. And to help me do justice to today's topic, I have here with me this fine gentleman in the middle. This is his first time of coming. He is by name Kelvin Kwabena Brobe. He is a student and a content contributor at Dibone Afrique. Kelvin, you're welcome.
Thank you.
And I go with me the big lady, the big boss, Louisa Kwache. She is a PR expert, and then she is also an advocate for women in politics. Louisa, thank you for coming.
You're welcome.
Our conversation is very simple. Situationship and relationship. What do you say, or what does it mean to you when you say you are in a committed relationship? Louis, let me start with you.
Is it because I'm a lady? Ladies first?
Ladies first, my dear. Ladies first.
I really like to change narratives. I say it's a human's world. Be it a gent or a lady, anyone can start. Come now, let's make history. Kindly start the ball rolling. Let the ball rolling.
Okay. When you say you are in a committed relationship, what does it mean?
Well, what I call a committed relationship is a relationship where you are giving the love I'm giving. So if I'm in a relationship, one thing about me, if I'm not ready, I don't go into a relationship. So my readiness is my commitment. That's like the first thing you should do. Because if you're not ready, why then go waste someone's time? Then just do whatever you want to do with the person and then move away. So you giving the love I'm giving back, like that's a major thing for me when it comes to committed relationship. Any other thing is a bonus.
So Kobe, when you're saying giving back, what do you say? Maybe the love?
The
is
love,
it about the sex? Help me do my...
Giving back the love I'm giving.
Okay.
The sex and the rest is a bonus.
Okay.
I mean, you can have sex from anywhere. You don't need a relationship to have sex.
That comes in with the situationship.
Yes.
Because there's no commitment. We are just having a thing. But then we're looking at when you are committed. So
it's giving the love I'm giving you back.
Okay.
Because if I'm ready for a relationship, the love I give to you is not the same love I'll give to someone I think I'm in a situationship with.
Hey.
Yes.
So are we trying to normalize that? Or you can be in a very committed relationship with a man or woman, but then you can have the situationship with someone
whilst
else?
in the relationship?
Yes.
Personally, no. Okay. If I'm in a relationship, a committed, I don't think there's anything like a committed relationship is relationship. You don't have to put the tag committed and uncommitted.
Now things are going on.
If it's not committed, then I call that a...
Yeah.
That's
well,
a
it
relationship.
depends.
Okay.
It depends. Because someone can even be in a situationship and still be committed.
In the situationship?
Me, yes, I would want to look at commitment this way. As giving your all to see something work.
Okay.
Putting in effort. So even with a situationship, to be a side chick is no joke. The person calls you, you have to be there.
Okay.
The person's wife appears, you have to be in character. Yeah. You are exerting some form of commitment. But then for me, in a relationship, we can be in a relationship, it can be one person to one person, one man to one woman, but still there will be no commitment. Commitment comes in when the two of you tell each other, hey, whatever happened, I've got you. So I meet you halfway. So let's say I'm in a relationship with a guy. We start it off like this. Hello, how are you? Okay, I was checking up on you. And that's normal thing that is so annoying to some of us. Have you eaten? You call it in the morning, have you eaten? In the afternoon, have you eaten? In the evening, my dear, you a chef. At the end of the day, it starts off like that. Have you eaten? I was checking up on you. How was your day? And all that. But we become committed when I tell myself, this is Kwabna. This is who he is. This is his flaws. This is me. Can I cope with Kwabna for the rest of my life? So I tell myself, where Kwabna's flaws leaves him, my strength should carry us on.
All right, Lou, let me just chip this one in. Some men will say, if this is what we call a committed relationship, something I'm also putting my all in. Last, my laundry, weekend, you come over, come and cook for me. The house chores to help me. They see that as commitment. And even in cases where you say, oh, I'm not going to do the sex thing, they feel like, that's not a proper relationship, because at least I have to feel your body kind of thing. With all this thing, is it too much to ask for, or you think everybody and how they define what a committed relationship is?
Sure. Since we are two individuals, raised by Araba, Kwabna raised by probably Eya, so at the end of the day, I am different, Kwabna is different. So the way Kwabna sees things, I don't see it from the same perspective. So at the end of the day, probably I would say that a committed relationship for me, it's one that will be devoid of sex. But you believe in my dreams. I believe in yours.
Kwabna, it's not that Kwabna has
let me land. Okay, but to Kwabna, I would want to have sex. It means a lot to me. If I'm in a relationship, I should be getting that. Yeah. So for us to be in a committed relationship, I tell myself, okay, this is what Kwabna wants, and this is what I also want. If we can meet halfway through it, 50-50, okay, I can be giving sex, probably not as he wants, but let's say once a month, since initially was nothing. Kwabna also says, okay, this is what you do. I think I have an idea. Let me push my woman to be this. Let me push my woman to be that. So it is half of me, half of you. Together makes it a committed relationship. And we are getting the 100%.
So I wanted to give a scenario. So I know of a couple that broke up. They divorced because the reason for divorce was very silly. So the man said he grew up and he was taught that when you want to use the Pepsodent, like the toothpaste, if you want to use the toothpaste, take it from the bottom. And the wife doesn't agree, like she doesn't do that. She takes it from anywhere. And the man always comes back, would push everything back, and then the wife would do it again. And he got angry because he said the wife was not listening. So with that, they were married. I want to find out, would you say he wasn't committed because he got married to the person? You understand? I'm saying that because I think commitment, well, personally, as you said, everyone has the way they define commitment. Someone can say sex is my commitment. Cooking for me is my commitment. Doing my laundry is my commitment. But me personally, I have a rule that, or I have a belief that I say, I personally know how to cook. So if I am dating someone and I'm getting married to someone and she doesn't know how to cook, I'll teach her.
Kwabena, you sure you not come back saying
this is for the cameras?
Kwabena.
No, it's for the cameras.
You know I won't lie. Listen, I will teach you. It's not like I would, because
Kwabena,
it is a love.
you come home with your boys. You say, oh Charlie, you watch the football. Maybe I go to the kitchen. I prepare something for you.
There's nothing wrong with that.
Well, there's nothing wrong with that. Actually,
you know, we're making it look like men cannot do that.
No, we are from the part of the world where a woman is supposed to know how to cook. So even if you don't have a problem with it, there is an Akanade that goes like, Oba and Ware Bemape, you marry the whole family. You will be okay with it. Your mother will come in and say that, hey, Oba only me Janina, there's a no for me. So you will be okay with it.
But what if the lady cannot cook? She can't do what you're saying, but she supports my dream as you're saying. Halfway. I'm giving the love. She's supporting my dream. She's meeting me halfway, as you explained. She's doing everything. The cooking.
And you're okay with it?
Yes, the cooking is my business. Okay. So I don't think the cooking, the
marriage,
sex, the whatever in the relation, because you know the funny thing, your girlfriend is not responsible for your laundry.
It's true.
Your girlfriend is not responsible.
Once it's not married,
it's a business.
Some men,
somebody is offering
to the
those
marriage
services.
level, they will not let
Why
you
would you
do
even
that.
let your girlfriend come and stay in your house? Are you married to
I
her?
don't know. Prophet Drew say.
You're not married to her. Shower dross. You're not married to her, so why do you expect her to be at your house every Friday? Because I know people that are fighting with their girlfriends because you don't come to my house on Friday.
For weekends.
You don't come over the weekend. Means you are seeing your friend. Didn't your girlfriend have friends before meeting you? Is it her responsibility to come and stay in your house? Why don't you call your sisters to come and stay in your house?
You know the funny thing, men who do that actually don't want their sisters to go out.
And they'll not even get married to the girl.
Yeah.
That's the sad part. So if you're going to commit yourself, going to do laundry, going to do cooking, going to do all that, and they end up not getting married to you.
But then wait, Lou, let me tell this to you. You know our sisters, women, some of us, when they say, oh, we are in a relationship with a commitment, the demand will start to come. Give me money for my hair. Give me money for my clothing allowance. Baby, I'm going somewhere. My friend is... With that, they see that as because now it's a big thing. Men complain that immediately you propose to a girl, bam, in this Ghana every day, you become like her parents. She comes with everything, every demand. They see that as their form of commitment. Okay, you say you want this relationship. These are my demands. Louis, how do we solve this?
It doesn't become a relationship. It's a contract.
Yes.
Okay.
No, the person is a business developer.
Okay.
Because you are looking to gain profit at the end of the day.
It's like friendship these days.
That is it.
People are in friendships because they will get something. It wasn't like that.
Probably I came on your side because I know Paula, she's that. As a PR executive, not paid for. If I need something, oh Paula, push this advert.
Come in handy.
Yes.
You get it.
So that's the friendship.
Of late, everything has become a mutually beneficial something.
Yeah.
If I'm not getting anything from you, I'm not helping you.
Yeah.
But let's look at it from this angle. If you are going in for a relationship, I always say that look for somebody who meets your demands and can supply whatever you want.
So it doesn't look like you're asking too much, or?
Yes. At the end of the day, you go in for somebody you can flow with. There are a lot of people walking the face of this earth with different ideologies. Yeah. You can't change somebody's grown-up son or daughter.
Yeah.
You already met me around 29, 30 years.
That's all.
Kwabena.
You can change someone when they want to.
Yeah,
all right.
yeah.
Kwabena, so with the whole issue that now men think that women ask too much. Once you say you propose, have you ever had any instance like maybe when your girlfriend comes with so much demand? Like
asking too much?
Yes.
Now, if you look at me, I'm a student. Where am I going to
Kwame
where am I going to get a money for you? You ask, you know. And it's funny because I have friends that their girlfriends even ask to the extent that my best friend's birthday, what are you doing for her?
Oh, and do you know one thing too?
Sir?
Yes.
It's how the men approach the woman. They show off.
It's not always the men.
Most.
It's not always the men.
Most of the times.
I'm always talking for women, but today I'll talk for men.
Most of the times, from what I have seen, if you are going in to date someone and you have only a couch in your room, take the person to your room. Yeah. At the end of the day, this is my room. If you will stay, you will stay. If you go, you go. You start the talking terms with a woman and you want to start off at places you don't even go there to eat. Probably you buy wache by the gutter at a zongo. But because you want to impress the lady, you start off at KFC. So you would have to keep up appearances and maintain it.
But there are situations where the men also come as they are, but it gets to a time.
It means the person is not for you.
It comes to the point where they have friends who have sugar daddies who are providing for them. My friend is holding an iPhone 12. Why am I still holding an iPhone 7? Then they go to their friends. So sometimes it's the ladies, because when I come to my friend to tell my friend, oh, Paula, hey, your phone, then, oh, my sugar daddy bought it for me.
And yes,
what's your boyfriend doing?
This brings me to the point where people fear commitment. I have a doctor friend. He says his schedule is so tight. Like, he doesn't want a situation where he goes in a relationship, girlfriend, you have to close. Baby, I want to take me out for dinner date and all that. He cannot keep up with it. So now he's afraid. He doesn't know if he meets the lady, she'll be able to limit her expectation, because it's life that she's dealing with. He can be called upon anytime. Kev, what would your advice be to people who are afraid of commitment? When
people say they're afraid to go into commitments with relationship, it's funny because there's commitments with everything. If you are working, you have a commitment to your work. With your employer. You have a commitment. If you are schooling, you have a commitment with your books, your lecture. You have to pass. So what is stopping? Because you've gone into a broken heart. Well, the broken heart can make sense, but your work, is he ready to marry? Your doctor friend is my point. Because if you are ready to marry, or you want to marry this person, and then you tell me that I'm commitment phobia.
Yes.
No, see, I get him to some point. In this life, people go through things that shape their attitudes. So probably from his upbringing, from his career, just as he said, he can be called upon anytime to save a life.
Never get married.
Hold on. So it brings us to how do we deal with commitment phobia? You talk about it. For me, communication solves a lot of things. So I meet Paula today. I'm putting myself in your doctor friend's shoes. Okay, so Paula, this is me. This is where I work. I am not willing to be committed because of these factors. And I know ladies of late love attention. So this is my reason why I can't be committed. If Paula is reasonable enough and feels she can cope with it, oh, okay. So yeah, let's do it this way. What is your schedule? I'm also a career woman. So we can do once a week. You don't have to see someone we can meet up once a week. You don't have to meet someone every single day to show commitment.
Or attention. When you said ladies like attention, that's what I was trying to say.
You get it?
You don't need to meet me every day. These days, social people are... I don't know if you know this this Nigerian blogger that was dating a Ghanaian girl. They never met. They dated for how many years?
I thought that was a funny thing. Or was
no, they were actually dating.
Oh, okay.
They never met, but they were dating. You understand?
But then, is it okay as a person to try and change? Because this other friend I'm talking about, last, I kind of linked that person to my friend, right? She came back to say, Paula, why? Because she tried to change him. Oh, she tried to change him. Okay, so she does the call. If he doesn't call, checks up. Oh, we could hang out after work kind of thing. At the beginning, it was working. Some people have succeeded because you meet a man who is like, they will say, oh, me I'm a Rasta man. Mean now back home, and then last able to change the man or the woman's mind, and then they end up into marriage or a fruitful relationship.
And it really works.
But some people too, you end up losing yourself. So when it comes to that, should you always put in effort, or if you see the person says, I'm not in for a relationship, just walk away?
Entering a relationship is like offering a helping hand. You do it without expecting any massive thing in return. I love you. I am loving you my way. I am loving you right. At a point, if I feel you can't reciprocate, I take a walk. So at the end of the day, you don't change someone who is not willing to change. Let's not forget that change is something from the mind. Yes. You are renewing someone's mind. Someone who's about 30 years old, his parents couldn't train him in that way. You just enter his life 30 seconds. I want you to be this, I want you to be that. No, it doesn't work like that anywhere. You can't change someone unless the person is willing to change. So you enter the relationship, you talk about it. Give what you can give. If you are not getting what you want back, they're not the only, it's not the last person on it.
It's easier said than done, Kev. Let's be realistic. To what you might meet someone, you like the person, but you know that, okay, these are the person's flaws. They say, oh, they are afraid of this whole life thing. To what extent do you try to change someone's mind into commitment, into a relationship? To what? Because some people will go to the far extent that, okay, I might even try to move in with you. I might try
that
to
will change you. Thinking that will change you.
People live with people for over 40 years.
And they still find out that they gave birth for them. Kids. And then there was this story that a woman was living in a house with her husband. No, she was the owner of the house. And she was taking rent from the husband. The man found out later. In South Africa or Zimbabwe or something. They lived their whole life. You understand? It takes me back to your first question. When you were starting, you asked what commitment in a relationship is. Personally, a relationship where I am the only one giving the love is toxic to me. Okay.
Parasitic.
If you're in a relationship and love is coming from one side, get out of it.
The reason
Thank you.
is because of these things. The reason people commit suicide
is because of that. They will never tell us. People blame it on other things.
And then no matter what you do, so don't take a walk. See, one thing we fail to understand is you don't lose yourself loving someone.
Yeah.
Love is supposed to add value to your life.
Not lose you.
Yes.
Okay.
So you don't depreciate because you fell in love.
Okay, I like where the conversation is going, but we'll take a quick break. When we come back, the show still continues.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
Welcome back to Moans and Cuddles here on GhanaWeb TV. Now I would like to acknowledge my makeup artist. Yes, my makeup was beautifully done by Exquisite Touch by Rue. You can follow her on Instagram at exquisite_touch by Rue. For all occasion, you can call Rhoda to glam you up. Now before we went on that quick break, we were, talking about all the signs to look out for in a relationship. But then I've heard people say, oh, we are with you, Mum, but we are not yours. A lot of people are being taken for ride each and every day in this Ghana way we do. Louisa, how do you know when you and I, they'll say it's a lesbian. When you and your boyfriend decide to be in a committed relationship, you are not sleeping around, I'm not sleeping around. As a woman, how do you look out for, or what are the signs to look out for to see, this one there, it's a one-on-one relationship. He's not screwing other people outside.
Personally, I look out for your body language a lot when I'm with you. Because of late, people say one thing, they do another. And you can't cheat nature. You can say anything your voice will permit you to, but your body will give you away. And the second thing for me, it's how they put me into their plans. So it's not more of me, I, myself, but we, us. So if you are building a plan of, I ask you, where do you see yourself in 5 years? Okay, I want to be here, I should have bought this, I should have bought that, and married with a kid. Then I know I'm not the one, because I'm the one asking you the question. So if you are putting your plans together, Louis, let's do this. I know you do this, you're good with this. I can do this. Let's come together, let's build this. Oh, how is this business venture going? How was what today? How? At the end of the day, you put me in your plans. And then 3, being bare with me. I want to see your real self. I mean, it's not social media. It's you and I. So if what you are wearing is a fake Gucci, it's a fake Gucci. So far as it looks good on you, you get it? For me, so far as it looks good on you, if I want it, I stay.
Yeah.
So the moment you say this, the next day is another thing. You are not consistent with your lying. It's a red flag for me. Oh yes, because you know when you tell lies,
you need
have
a
to
lie
keep
to
up.
cover up every time.
And then you forget, they question you, another lie to cover up. So I look out for these things. And the fourth and last thing for me, a lot of people take it for granted. But for me, it means a lot. You see me every day. You ask me, how are you doing? You give me things I don't even ask for. But the moment you try to let me change who I am, it's a no for me. That is how people lose themselves in a relationship. Right from the scratch, you are telling me, I want a lady with a long hair. You met me with a haircut. No, you saw others wearing a long hair.
Why did you come for me?
Exactly. So this is somebody, no, in the future, Papa no be harming. So for me, these are things you should be looking out for, right from the scratch. And if a man does all these things for me, it shows commitment.
But Louis, how would the relationship work? Some people say at a point you have to at least compromise kakra. So maybe my man met me with short hair, but as a woman, whatever you wear, you look good. So you
the compromise is what is bringing about the demand and supply.
Yes. Because maybe she has a short hair for a reason.
As I sit here, I'm dressing according to my pocket.
So now if you want long hair,
somewhere in 2019, I checked my bank account. I'm like, hey, this is not taking me to a salon for a ponytail or a Brazilian weave. I looked at my pocket, I'm like, no, this is for a haircut. I walked straight to a barbering shop in Osu, got a haircut for 20 cedis, and walked back to my room.
You've been cutting it till 2021.
That is what I can afford. Yeah. So if it's a compromise, Papa, me bottom and it can't take me to that point. So if you want me to be wearing the ponytails, are you willing to sponsor? That is where the sponsoring comes in. If you are ready to change someone, it comes with a cost. Money. When Christ was willing to change us from being sinners to his children, it cost him his life.
My sister, you are preaching.
Yes, he died on the cross for us.
Okay.
So if you want me to change for you, it comes with a cost.
Hallelujah.
So we should learn to take people for who they are.
Yeah. All right, Lou. Kev, but then what are the signs to look at? Because you are a man, so give the tips to the women. First, if your man is switching up, how would you know that, sister, where do you go, baby?
Well, first of all, I think it starts with, as she said body language, but it's a form of communication. The first important thing is communication. When your man starts cheating, the communication stops. It changes, actually. Let me put it that way. It changes because, as she said, every day you check up on me, we are talking. Mostly, I know you're scared. When you get into a relationship with someone, you become so used to, you know what time this person is busy. It gets to a time, you realize this person is supposed to call me at this time. I know this person mostly will call me at this time because the person knows that at this time I'm off work. At this time I'm on break. At this time I'm this. It changes. Like, that's the first thing you should know. And then I kind of agree with almost everything she said because you can't cheat nature. Let me be frank with you. A man that is having sex outside his relationship, assuming your man goes out to have sex right now, mostly, when he comes to Muhonya, no matter what you try, he is not like the way he'll be eager
and
to.
he always finds fault with you.
Yes, then
so
he
apportions the blame.
Stomach.
Yes.
Your stomach is becoming big. Your face is becoming fat. I don't like it. A lot of things start changing. He starts complaining. And then he mostly finds problems with everything you do, not him. he will not have a problem with what he's doing. Everything he's doing is okay, but he would always have a problem with you.
You know, I am thick and I love it.
Yeah.
I love every part of me.
Yeah. Unapologetic.
Exactly. But then, I met a guy at a seminar, and then the vibe was there. You see that thing? Like,
we see.
You sit back and you watch someone, and in your mind's eye, he should look my way. He should look my way. And eventually he walks up to you, hi.
And no, you don't even take long, though.
My brother. So we started talking, and then the next thing, oh, I want to register you for a job. I'm like, hey, Papa, please, I'm not going for any weight. I'm not a boxer. See, since I was born, I don't know, I was a baby then, but growing up in class 1, class 2, people have been calling me big since. You saw me big.
And you
the only thing I take critical look at is to be in shape.
Yeah.
For that, it even has health implications. My body should be well aligned. But for me to change the way I look to become slim, Paula is here. I'm 3 times Paula. So if you want a slim person, feel free. If you want a heavy person,
people are there.
My dear, feel free. And you know the funny thing? When they met you, probably the vibe was different. Yeah. I love everything about you. They start cheating and you are big. So what was the love?
That's what we're trying to drive at.
But there are some people who have accepted that it's just a situationship we are in. Like, I'm your side chick, you are my side dude, as they say it. Yeah, let's switch to those who have accepted that kind of relationship. So we agree this is what we are doing. Some people say you are my friends with benefit scenario. We are going on months, weeks, but then it looks like the conversation is getting closer. And at a point, I'm the woman. I feel like, damn, this thing is nice. He makes me feel a kind of way. Initially, we agreed. The deal was that it was just a situationship, and now I'm catchy feeling. How do I tell the person? And you, my partner, would you think that no, this is not what I signed up for? How do you deal with such a situation?
Every situation needs a different strategy.
You change the formula.
Exactly. When the beats of the drum changes, you change your dance steps. Yeah. And in the first place, what at all will make you go in for that kind of situation? Situation? No. Probably, I need rent. You are paying for my rent. I need a car. You bought me a car. And let's be frank with ourselves. You knew he is married. Yes or no?
Yes. But not all the situationships are with married people.
Let's narrow it down to that situation.
To married.
I meet a married man.
Person.
Yes. Because you know, side chick issues mostly has got to do with infidelity. One is married and the other is not. So at the end of the day, we entered with you knowing I'm a married man.
Yeah.
I'm a married woman these days. Anything is possible under the sun.
You push it on the men.
It's a normal world. The new normal is a human's world. So the woman it has to admit though. Some women do it. Yeah. And some men too do it. But at the end of the day, hey, you entered knowing I am married.
And you also went knowing you are married though.
Trust you me, it's a contract. In as much as we endorsed document, you signed, some printed, that is absent, but verbal contract is still valid.
Yeah.
So I like you. I'll provide. And these days they go to the extent of saying, when you are willing to marry, I'll do a send off for you.
Yeah.
Oh, send off the because I've had, I know
you get
situation
it.
like
so
that.
So catchy feelings are, hey, breach of contract, mommy.
Well,
it's a breach of contract.
But then now the ladies kind of feel like, okay, I know you has a wife, and then I'll trap him by getting pregnant. Some people do. Some people do.
One problem people make, pregnancy does not keep a marriage. Or pregnancy cannot keep a marriage.
Thank you.
Me personally, if you come and tell me you are trapping me with pregnancy, you will go. Because, I mean, people are married to people because they got pregnant for them and then they are being abused.
And they are still in it.
They are still in it because that was the idea they took into the relationship. It all comes back to the fact that love that you are in, that they are not giving you the same love, is toxic.
Parasitic.
Thank you. If you are in, because how do you tell me you are getting pregnant for me? If a man is rich, he has a wife, he loves his wife so much, he has struggled with his wife, done everything with his wife, and he came into a situationship with you, and you think you use birth or getting pregnant to trap the man, you are making a mistake. You've not met a crazy woman before. Eh?
So I say that the person given in a situationship has the upper hand. Because if it's
given as in financially. Because if you say given, there are other givens.
And there are some situationship that has got to do with grades and other things. The one who has what is of most value has the upper hand.
Yeah.
Because you enter a relationship with a man who is married and is providing you with everything. If you wake up tomorrow and you call him and he doesn't pick up, can you go to his house?
No. Some do.
You can't.
Some ladies do.
Unless you don't have shame.
Some ladies do not have shame.
Unless you don't have shame.
If they had shame, they will not even go into the situationship in the first place.
No.
That's the thing. See, Obia with me are going to a relationship with a married man there. She's capable of doing anything.
But then why have we normalized side chick, side dude? Why have we normalized
it?
Mimi,
I think it's social media. Pressure. As we are saying, a lot of people who are in situationship now is because of money. A lot of them, it's just a few that you see that are in it because maybe this person has offered to pay my school fees. Sex is good, no, sex has become, because of sex, you're in a relationship with a married man. You didn't find a young boy that can...
No, it's not even about marriage. When you're caught up in a situationship, you might have a boyfriend, maybe his performance is just bad. So they just want somebody who comes in handy.
Let's say like a girl who's in a relationship with another boy but is also having sex with someone else.
Yes.
Because the other person's sex is
It's
good.
just the benefits.
She has issues. Why don't you just date the one who is good? If you want it big, go in for big. If you want it small,
go in for the one that can give you the sex.
That is it.
It's like us saying if you want a big girl, go in for a big girl. If you want
if you want servicing, go in for
servicing. If sex is your priority, go in for sex.
But now, my issue is the whole side because now people find no shame. Somebody's husband.
It's just like fraud.
Even if the wife comes to meet you, now the girls can come into class and say like, oh no, we are just friends. She knows her role. Now side chick is a normal thing due to the fact that people say, oh, he bought me a house, he bought me a car. Now it's like if you're not even part of the side chick crowd, you're not living life.
Why these things? This is a new normal. I would say it's always been in existence. It's just been rebranded and given back to us.
It's like people said now Ashawa has been rebranded to go for
when
trips.
Polygamy when polygamy was a part of us. Let me ask this question. And dear viewers, who sees a woman today and gets married today?
No, you'd actually courting.
Exactly. And in our local dialect, we call it Mpnache. If you look at the rebranding now, it is the side chick.
Can I come in?
You get it?
Can I come in?
Come now, let me land.
I wanted to say something so that you know. So wait, I understand what you're saying. But as you said, polygamy. That's Mpnache at that time is aimed at getting married.
Hold on.
I don't even understand what I'm saying.
Hold on. Most people meet people today, and the sole aim wasn't to get married at all.
It was just sex or something.
Things happen. It's a sequence of happenings. And then I'm like, oh, okay. I think I can cope with this for the rest of my life. Let me ask her.
Some have been accepted not to even get married to them, but be with them.
Way back, as I was saying before you interrupted, Kweku men will be married to someone and sees another woman. Some even go to the extent of reading the farms of those people just to marry their daughters. Yeah. You get it? And we normalize it then. This is years back. We normalize it then. A man can marry 2 or 3. I don't get up and marry in a minute. I would have to date you. We will court. I will know. Like, if I want it, I stay with it. You get it? So if polygamy was normal then, and it's still normal now, as we are saying, is a part of our culture, those who are fighting against marriage by ordinance are saying we should go back to polygamy. That is what is bringing all these side chick things. Nothing has changed. It is rebranding of polygamy, and we are calling it side chick issues. If I see you today, a lot of people marry their side chicks secretly. We see big men dying, and the next minute, there is a second wife somewhere. There is a third wife somewhere. And it's all because society has normalized these issues this way. It is okay for a man to cheat because a man can get several wives.
Is it just society? So now, let my students come in. So I'm a student of religion, and I'm majoring in religion. So I don't think it's just society. Religion is like a major factor.
Religion is a part of society. It's practiced. So I'm just using a broad concept. Religion, society,
so you're
media,
putting in general.
Yes, in a general concept.
But me, I still don't, honestly, I still think the side chick thing, the whole side chick, side do. Side do. You keep saying
it's new to me.
Side do. Oh, that girl, there are ladies who have boyfriends.
And the ladies provide.
Even if not, yes, it's happening.
Missy can sue me, deal.
It's you. And soon deal, but Obi will honor more.
Obi aside do bu enye ska.
Enye ska.
Eyi na na. Ono so mani bie.
You get it.
Enye ebi enye ska.
Yeah, they chiche. Information.
Nowadays, sex no more chiche. Snapchat. Hefa. This time could be is on the street. And at first, you are even very person or bekan yama be like seeing certain things.
They said they are nude.
Now I can't even open my Snapchat in public. Because you'll be sitting in a car, you open your Snapchat, the next thing they are showing something like sex, something is going on. You understand? And people have normalized all those things. So I feel like that side chick thing, it is some of the girls especially. It is their own peer pressure. Because they want to live.
Peer pressure come now.
Some want to live a big life.
A lot of, and I don't know if it's right to say this, but pardon me if I don't put it in the right context. I feel parenting is letting our society down. It's one thing being a parent, and it's another thing nurturing kids. I've seen ladies whom their parents go on to tell them that, have you seen the daughter of Ya?
They even know the kids' side chicks, side niggas.
She just went to Accra and she came back with, you get it? You are here, you are more prettier than her.
What are you doing? Then away.
You get it? We shouldn't let our parenting guard down.
Some of the children to nowadays, our generation, our generation, we are just like that. You know, now a lot of things have become too normal in our generation.
I heard, sugar daddy is a common thing, but to say I heard they've changed.
Glucose guardian. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
More information.
Glucose guardian.
Now we don't sugar daddy.
It's news
I heard glucose daddy because
glucose guardian.
So glucose is
the sugar.
Yeah,
they said that one it enters the body faster.
Sugar daddy,
I can't wait for it to. It looks like we are lacking behind.
I'm surprised.
It's an old term.
Now, Papa, no, you'll be exposed.
Papa, no,
Papa,
no, error.
Okay.
Glucose guardian was there before.
So that's the part where we say information will be as a pan. Yeah, and you can only get this on Moons and Cuddles. But let's go for a quick break. When we come back, the show still continues.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you're funny face. It's not my brother. I don't know him. You don't know funny face. It's not my brother. You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
welcome back to Moons and Cuddles here on GhanaWeb TV. Let me acknowledge our guest for today, Kelvin Kwabena Burby, manager.
Original.
He is a content contributor at Dibone Afrique, and he's also a student of the University of Ghana, Legon, and the Louisa Kwache, Madam President. She's a PR executive, and Louisa is also an advocate for women in politics. Lou, so let me just chip in. What inspires you for this whole women in politics advocacy?
Let's look at the numbers of our population. Women are in the majority. But if you look at people who are taking decisions on our behalf, there are a few women in there. And I always ask this question, can you tell my story more than I can tell it for myself? We are saying we need women empowerment. We need an equal world. We need women to be employed without male bosses wanting to have their ways with them. So I ask myself, who is the boss? If you are not willing to be in that leadership role, how then do you rectify the problems you find yourself in society? So basically it's about myself as a woman, identifying a problem women goes through, putting myself in the decision-making body to rectify the problem I have identified.
That's a brilliant one. I want to say we want to always champion the cause of getting women on, but it's a good thing. But then let's get back to our conversation. Before we went for that, but it was heated. I know it was heated. When we talk about long distance relationship, people say that, oh, it cannot work. Last, someone will cheat. So here's the thing. I'm in a proper relationship with you. This one is no situationship. But maybe you are in Kumasi, I'm in Accra. You might be in the US, I might be here in Ghana. What must I do to make sure that I don't fall victim to situationship? Whilst you are away, I'm getting something small down here.
When people say long distance does not work, I laugh, because what is not making it work? The me and you relationship, like you are in Accra, I'm in Accra relationship, it's communication. It's love. Love is I don't have to be with you to show you that I love you. I don't have to. I think a lot of people that say it doesn't work for them because of sex. Most of this long distance relationship thing, their conversation is always sexual. A lot of this long distance relationship, you don't even plan. When they call you, they will go and sleep on bed, remove breasts, show this. So how will it work? You understand? It is love and communication. That's what as we said, communication and equal love. That's what we use in a relationship. You want the person to be in your house every weekend, come and cook for you, come and wash for you, come and clean for you. The sad part of the thing is all the people that do those things, their relationship, it doesn't work. They don't get married at the end. Honestly, because you are doing the duties of a wife when you are not a wife. That's like one problem with that's one of my problems I have with ladies when they are dating. Do not do the duties of a wife. You need to do the duties of a wife. Wife the person. Don't date her and make her your wife.
What must you do when you are in a long distance relationship? How are you able to, suppress all the things, all the distractions that comes your way?
Long distance relationship and say your friend.
Your friend. Okay.
Your friend.
It
brings me back to when I said you choose your partners based on what you want. Yeah. Can you cope with it? Sex. Probably you are someone who wants to be having sex. Yeah. You are someone who wants to go to every function with your boyfriend, your girlfriend.
Show him off.
My dear, don't bother. It wouldn't work for you. Choose whatever you want. I remember when I was in SHS, I saw a car moving and it has coached me till date. It had this writing at the back, choose your love and love your choice. So you choose who you want to love. And after choosing, you commit to loving the person you chose. Yeah. So if you can't be in a long distance relationship, don't go there. But if you're already in a long distance relationship, I would say constant communication. Kwabena couldn't have said it less. And it may sound archaic, but for me, God is the center of it all. We are different people. But you ask yourself, why did I meet this person at this time, at this place? Why did they develop a certain interest in me? It was for a purpose. So in everything, yes, after choosing who you want to love, commit it to God. Because for all you know, you are in Ghana calling morning, afternoon, evening. When you drop the call, somebody is behind the wardrobe. Email you are calling him, get on your Then you see, these things happen. At the end of the day, you are not there.
Okay.
The lady may be cutting someone in Ghana. Oh, the guy sends me money. Probably the boyfriend here is also feeding on the money the one outside sends.
That's what I use to plan the marriage.
You should also fall in character. Go and hide. When I'm done calling, then you get. So you should commit whoever you are dating. Commit the relationship to God.
Louis, you might be in Kumasi or you might be outside the country, but you know that you are being faithful to your partner. The worst you've gone is maybe you went out with someone and now okay say nekakra you forget no. But then as a person, try as much as possible, even if you're outside the country, if it's 4 months, try tickets. Come down and come and see the person. Don't say that, hey, they be on our
they went for greener pastures.
So now let me tell you one thing.
Let me land on this one. There are people who can make it work.
Yeah.
I'm talking, of course, you are
people
working
that
and
can
all.
come.
Who can come. So I'm saying
with
that
good financial standing,
especially when you know your partner is good, 1 in a million kind of thing. Don't say that. Oh, we are always talking on phone. Save. Come down, make the effort, and come and see the person. It doesn't always have to be on phone, because
this in.
As much as you want to try to be faithful, it will not work.
Who is destined to die? Even if you put that child in the Pope's pocket,
the child will die.
The child will die. A man who will cheat. A woman who will cheat. No matter the times you see the person. People who sleep on the same bed and wake up cheat.
That's what I'm saying. You can be here and here.
But I'm saying that
and
when you put in
forgot
effort,
to say this, Paula, love is discipline.
You need a lot of it's like
discipline yourself and put a certain respect on the
religion.
relationship.
That's it.
Yes.
But
as you were saying, you were like, maybe I went out one time and we kissed someone and I forgot about it. You know the funny thing, they'll go and do it and not talk. So it comes to communication. I have a friend who lives outside and is dating someone in this country. They have this, it's not like I'm giving you the go ahead to go and do things around.
But you can flirt.
When you do something,
tell me, because
if I find out, that's one thing I don't like. Lying is a no for me. So I prefer you telling me than me finding out. So if I'm with you and then you do something, you tell me, oh, Kobe, this is what I like, this is what happened. I could understand you. I'm not saying say because you've told me, automatically out, but I could understand you. But don't tell me and let me find out. That's when the problem will come.
Violence will
happen because I can't. You ask me. I told you already. When I go into a relationship, it is all. I'm giving you love, so I expect you to give me that love. So I've had the decency enough to respect you. But I mean, I don't go out. I don't see other people. Don't I go to the club? Don't I go here? Don't I go there? But I respect you. Even if you are not there, I'm respecting you because that is the love. So if you are not able to respect me, then you expect me to do what?
And they say respect is reciprocal.
Yes.
But then is cheating a good reason enough to leave your partner?
Yes.
Yes.
I agree.
It's a huge reason enough to leave your partner. Yes. In my situation, okay, let me use myself. In my situation, as I said, when I'm with you, I am giving you all the love. Every attention is for you. If you cheat on me, you want me to, what should I do?
It's because I'm not enough for you. I lack something you desperately need.
Yes, so let me go.
You found it somewhere.
Let me be the devil's advocate. Because all my guests are saying that cheating is...
No, I'm talking from a personal...
Okay. But then, in marriage, recently I was listening to one of our fashionistas.
No, hold on. If you bring marriage in, marriage and relationship, there are two different things for me.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because sometimes in
marriage, so in a relationship, it's a no-no.
A relationship, no, nothing is binding us down.
Yeah.
There are lots of men in this world. If you are cheating,
let me go.
Move.
No, but then there are instances where in a relationship people have cheated and then their partners have gone like, okay, it's okay. We'll forget about it.
People are like that.
But there's some people see you and then the art come in their head like.
There
are some people who will say, I have forgiven you. Let's continue dating. But they will make you feel guilty enough for you to take a walk.
You suffer in that relationship.
Every 1 minute, guilty.
1 minute, you are not guilty. So yeah, but in a marriage, even in a marriage, so in counseling psychology, even in a marriage, it's not advisable. It's the same. Unless
for me, there are two.
Some people do not
Okay,
want to.
so if your wife cheats on you, you will call for a divorce.
What type of cheating? So assuming you're my wife. Yes, assuming you're my wife. I've lived my life with you. I have kids with you. I later come and find out in the relationship. I've loved these children. I come and find out later in the relationship that all the 3 kids are not mine.
Okay, how about just 2?
Just 2 are not mine. Just 2 are not mine. One
Do you say just 2?
One Kanye media you go. Now, because it's an insult to me. People,
that is actually painful.
It's true. Like I always put myself in men who find out like, hey, Charlie.
That is painful.
So you understand?
It's the same as a woman who's not able to conceive. Your husband tells you, let's adopt from a children's home. You bring the child home, 10, 20 years later, a baby mama shows up, and you realize it is the same person you adopted, your husband's daughter.
That's
See, if I always say this, if women can't take certain things, we shouldn't expect men to accept certain things.
But then I also don't want the fact that we've normalized that a man can cheat in their marriage, because now women.
It's not normalized.
It's not normalized though.
That is why we are saying if you cheat, we are taking a
If you say you are leaving your husband because he cheated, someone look at you like, but men cheat all the time.
Is not okay.
Sexually transmitted diseases.
Tell them.
Psychological trouble. Yes.
Because women kind of go like, oh, it happens, it rains everywhere. So if you are going to leave him, it's going to be. But then there are some good men out there, decent men who will not cheat.
You stay and die
at your own peril.
Yes. It's not normalized. No, that one day I don't want to agree with it that it's normalized. It is people that have made it normal in their relationship.
I get Paula, because if you go on the streets right now to do a gospel, about 80% of women say that for the sake of the kids.
When you're in a committed relationship with someone,
I don't like the word committed relationship. Relationship is relationship.
It has to be committed.
Oh, it has to be.
Thank you.
Every relationship has to be. So don't.
Okay, so you are not in a situationship.
There is a certain level of commitment.
Don't brand it.
Okay, you are not in a situationship. You are in a relationship.
Yes. Once you agree to go in a relationship, it should be committed.
When you are in a relationship as a man or as a woman, should you entertain other people? Because they are saying that once that you are not married, I shouldn't close my doors. I should look elsewhere. It's true. No, I'm talking as a woman. Because some people come to you and like, see, this and that you are doing is risky. Don't say this is the only person. You are talking to somebody, but at least not someone. Have another person on standby.
Have a farm and a garden.
But then you come to yourself. If you're having a farm and a garden and all the farm and a garden, will be a doswa. Sister.
That is a discipline and respect part. You should know your limit. If you're having sex with the person you are with now, you are not married. Whether you are dating and having sex, you are still single. Dating, no sex, you are single. Single. You are not meeting anyone, single. So at the end of the day, know where to draw the lines. You are having sex with one person, it is one person. You don't make it an orgy. I don't know if it's the right word. You don't have sex with multiple partners. STDs is very real. You get it. At the end of the day, you date one person, but you get to know other people. There are some men who came into your life for a relationship. They end up being business partners. They end up being promoters. They end up being producers. So it depends on how you draw the lines and the way you relate with people. Because mind you, no single person is an island. The people you meet today are the people who help you in future. So in as much as you are dating, know where to draw the lines when somebody tells you you don't put all your eggs in one basket.
I think I would chip in. What I would want to say is, with what she was saying, I understand the point where she said somebody can come into your life for a relationship, but it becomes a business something. So if you are in a relationship, don't agree for your partner to cut you from being friends with certain people. It doesn't mean that go and be anyone that proposes to you, you accept. Anyone that accepts. But build a type of connection, a type of friendship that even if you break up today and then this person comes, you know that I didn't offend you. Even though we are working as business partners, there could be a possibility of us getting married because people are doctors and then they build a connection with nurses and then they get married. So people make that mistake when they're in a relationship. Their boyfriends or their girlfriends can stop them from being friends with certain people, potential future husbands, potential future business partners.
Don't let your boyfriend stop you from meeting your husband.
Don't let your boyfriend or your girlfriend stop you from meeting your husband or your wife.
That's it. But then in conclusion, I want you to give us points when it comes to being committed in a relationship. What must you do?
Talk, and talk. Respond not just because you have to provide a response. Listen to respond. Listening is a whole different ballgame. Understand each other. And I realize a lot of people underestimate the word love. If you ask me to explain love, I put it this way. It's two hearts wanting to be together with the aim of not giving up on each other. So if you love someone and the person has a flaw, you have a strength that can conquer that flaw. Where his flaws stop, your strength should cover up. And then, in as much as we are trying to build mutually beneficial relations with people outside our relationship, be disciplined and put some respect on your relationship.
The respect on your relationship is very necessary because the possibility of that relationship being your marriage is very important, and you will not allow anyone speak ill of your husband. One thing people do, they are dating someone, their friends can say certain things about their boyfriends or their girlfriends and they accept it.
They even laugh about it.
They laugh about it. They sit somewhere to laugh about. It's wrong because if you are married to someone, me, Kelvin, if I am married to you, the money I have wasted. Nowadays, makeup alone, engagement makeup, some people are charging 3,000. Rings, dress. I will not allow you to disrespect my wife. So if you're in a relationship, put respect on that relationship also. Treat it as something that is valuable to you. Communication, yes. Respect is and discipline. Because the code of love is discipline. You understand? Sometimes you suppress certain things because of love. And that is the whole idea. Things that on the regular you will not do. Because of love, you do it. So that is the code of love. So if you can't do those things, maybe you should stay single forever.
If you are caught up in a situationship, I don't know the reason why you might be in there. But then if the person is good enough, they meet your desires, they satisfy all your fantasies and all that, you might consider, trying to settle down. But if you think it's not right for you, just let it go. But I must say, I really enjoyed today's episode. All thanks to my amazing guests. So I want you to put out your social media handles where people can also reach out to you.
Okay, so on Facebook and Twitter, it's Louisa Kwache.
All right. Are you on Instagram?
I'm on Instagram as Mamiesi Rogers.
Okay.
Because that is a side business.
Yeah.
I do makeup and catering.
Oh, okay. I'll come to your house next week.
Okay, you're welcome.
Next week, one food. Okay, so my Twitter and my Instagram is the same, bra_Kwabena. So bra is BRA_KWABYNA. And Facebook, I don't use it anymore, but I'm still on Facebook, Bra Kwabena GH. So the same spelling, but with a GH.
Oh, okay. All right. I must say, I really appreciate your time. And I cannot end the show without giving credit to my makeup artist. So I was glammed by Exquisite Touch by Ru. You can find her on Instagram at exquisite_touched by Ru. My name is Paulina Deda Opoku. Thank you very much for watching Moons and Cuddles.
From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier. By using debit or credit cards,
Mobile banking.
Thank you. And your favorite, mobile money?
tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects and others right here on GhanaWeb TV.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.